All right, everyone. It is 2:05 p.m. on Tuesday, July 25th. This is the regular meeting of the Board of Trustees. I'd like to go ahead and open Section 1, our opening items, and I would like to invite Clerk Rodriguez to do our roll call.
Thank you, Madam President. Trustee Westlake.
Here.
President Smith.
Here.
Vice President Nicolette.
Good afternoon.
Trustee Mayberry.
I'm here.
And Trustee Woodley is, he'll be delayed, and we'll welcome him when he comes in. He'll be attending Zoom. And Trustee Church. I see his face. I see his lips moving, but I don't hear nothing.
Trustee Church, can you hear us?
Didn't hear Rodriguez. I hear you all fine, and I'm here from Vegas where I'm attending a school safety conference. So yes, I'm here.
And Trustee Representative Deason.
Present.
Madam President, we have a quorum.
Thank you very much. All right. So someone that I would like to welcome to this dais, she is a rising junior at McQueen High School. She is passionate about student leadership and student voice. She also loves serving her church community. She is a talented tennis player and an award-winning Poetry Out Loud performer. Please join me in welcoming our new student representative, Arabelle Deason, who will lead us in our Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you so much, Arabelle. And now we have a very exciting new ongoing part of our meeting. Before I go into that, I would first like to welcome Superintendent Enfield to say some things.
Thank you, President Smith. Pisha Kimana, it's Paiute for welcome. This is a significant moment for us as President Smith will introduce the land acknowledgement that we will be beginning our meetings with moving forward. And we're honored to have some esteemed elders with us, and I know that President Smith will introduce them, but I want to thank everyone for being here at this particularly important moment in time for us.
Thank you very much, Superintendent Enfield. So you may not have realized it when you came in this afternoon, but today's meeting includes a historic moment for the Washoe County School District as we introduce a land acknowledgement into the routine procedures of our meetings at our Board of Trustees. Land acknowledgements, as they are commonly used now, are a way to recognize the rich culture and heritage of the indigenous communities on whose ancestral lands we now live. Traditionally, however, the custom of land acknowledgements is many centuries old and originates with the Native American communities. We now use them to honor them today. In a few minutes, I will be reading, for the first of many times, our Washoe County School District land acknowledgement. But before I do, we have some special guests joining us that I would like to recognize. And so when I say your name, if you could please rise as we honor and appreciate you. I would like to please start with Pyramid Lake Paiute Tribal Chairman James Phoenix. Pyramid Lake Paiute Tribal Elder Reynalda James. Washoe Tribal Chairman and Executive Board President of the Intertribal Council of Nevada, Cyril Smokey. Reno Sparks Indian Colony Tribal Chairman, Arlen Melendez. Reno Sparks Indian Colony Vice Tribal Chairwoman, Verna J. Nuno. Reno Sparks Indian Colony Councilwoman, Robin Eagle. Reno Sparks Indian Colony Language and Culture Coordinator and member of our Washoe County School District Parent Advisory Committee for Native American Culture and Education, Stacy Burns. And Nevada Indian Commission Director, Stacy Montooth. We also have our Native American Culture and Education team here, starting with our Indian Education Specialist, Fawn Hunter. Our Paiute Language Specialist, Macario Mendoza Carrillo. Our Native Youth Community Project Coordinator, Denise Miles. Hopefully she can hear us clapping for her. And we have several of our tribal youth advocacy specialists. Heather Egvet, Naomi Hansrick, Monica Downard, and Lauren Wilson. Thank you so much. And now we would be very honored, so we would like to ask Pyramid Lake Paiute Tribal Elder Reynalda James to please come to the podium and lead us in a traditional Paiute prayer.
Minä pisanami asama utuama no kohima umi marabuikase pisanami umma numa no tinuma due nanistu haikuti pisanami nanastu haina nanasuhanina numi kayannona yaishimu bana yuhu yana sakurada no kamus skurada bu sutuhai oh hopanya akwaita Yashiyaho, Numika to be a waiter, Umukamutunituid, Noka, Musutuhe. As you move and Amudwama Bikuyanon and Yanona Nanutuina, Numibuno, Umamahosa Bisha Numa, Kuyuho, Bisha Mihunu, Munitama. Should I acknowledge this? For those of you who did not understand my prayer, a prayer I wrote many years ago, Our Father, it is good we are gathered here, your children. You have made all things for which we are grateful. We pray for all our relatives. Let us love and respect one another as we live in your land. Eternal God, bless all schools, colleges, and universities, especially the schools here in our part of the country, that they may be lively centers for sound learning, new discovery, and the pursuit of wisdom, and grant that those who teach and those who learn may find you to be the source of all truth. Through Jesus Christ, our brother. Amen.
Thank you, Elder Reynalda James. And now, Stacy Burns and Robin Eagle will lead a Paiute flag song for us.
Okay, it is a Shoshone flag song, and I would like to express that this is just like you would say a Star Spangled Banner that was written by a Shoshone veteran. So if I can have everybody stand for us. Thank you.
Dam
Thank you so much. That was beautiful. And before I move on to the first reading of our land acknowledgement, I do also want to thank and recognize Superintendent Dr. Susan Enfield. This is something that we've been discussing for a while, and it is something that we believe is not just for today, but for ongoing. And we're very, very grateful to have our very first school meeting of the new school year, which started July 1, to begin this new tradition. So thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Enfield, for your leadership with this. And now for our land acknowledgement, which we also have up on the screens. And at every meeting, this will also be up on the screen while I do the reading. Every community owes its existence and vitality to generations from around the world who contributed their hopes, dreams, and energy to making the history that led to this moment. Some were brought here against their will. Some were drawn to lead their distant homes in the hope of a better life, and some have lived on this land for more generations than can be counted. Truth and acknowledgement are critical to building mutual respect and connection across all barriers of heritage and difference. We begin this effort to acknowledge what has been buried by honoring the truth. We acknowledge that some of our educational structures are situated in the traditional homelands of the Washoe, Washu, Numu, Northern Paiute, Niwi, Western Shoshone, Nuwu, Southern Paiute peoples. We pay respect to their elders, past and present. These lands continue to be a gathering place for Indigenous peoples, and we recognize their deep connections to these places. We extend our appreciation for the opportunity to live and learn in their territory. Thank you. We are so grateful to have leaders from our Indigenous communities here with us today, and they have asked to share a few words. First, please join me in welcoming Washoe Tribal Chairman and Executive Board President of the Intertribal Council of Nevada, Cyril Smokey.
Young Meiji, my name is Cyril Smokey, Chairman of the Washoe Tribe of Nevada, California. Also current President of the Intertribal Council of Nevada, representing all 28 tribes in the state of Nevada. First, I want to say thank you. Thank you for inviting me and starting this land acknowledgement. I think it's long overdue, but it's more than just words on the wall. It's more than just something you say, or more than just even acknowledging the peoples of this land. We need to go beyond that. We need to work together, because this is doing land acknowledgements is not showing that our people were here and are gone, and we're currently working on ancient homelands. This is our homelands still today. We're still here right now. And I hope that this is a start in, starting this process, I guess, across the state of Nevada. We do a lot of work with our school boards within our counties of our homelands as well, within the Washoe tribe. But it's really recognizing the truth. I mean, it does state, but that's it's a good start for the fact that our peoples were forced from these lands, through genocide and colonization, and those are truths that we don't want forgotten, because we are still here. We've been here since the beginning of time, and we're still here today. And we didn't do that by standing aside and letting things take over within our own lives and losing our culture. And we did that by fighting, by persevering and prospering. And we will continue to do so. But I appreciate the invites and the land acknowledgement, as a whole. And I hope it sparks into something more than more collaborative efforts together within the tribes, within the tribal people and the membership of these lands, that we can all work together and really start incorporating more, specifically here into the school systems. Because we're called Washoe County for a reason. It's because it was the Washoe people that were here. And with the incorporation of the other tribes, Paiutes and Shoshone tribes that have come in and used these lands, we collaborated together. And that's just how our history went. But I do like the acknowledgement. I think it does bring light to things in a simple way. But we also need to go again beyond that and start really bringing out the true history, so that everybody really knows, what happened, how it happened, how we came to be here, and that all of us tribes that are here, are continuing to do work to continue to get not just recognition, but our lands within our areas that we've been removed from, do work and be stewards of the land, and really take care of not just the land, the water, the way we always have, as it has taken care of us and allowed us to survive all these years. And I hope that you all would take that in consideration in moving forward, and so that we can use those traditional cultural practices in everything that we do moving forward, because we've been here a long time, and we want to keep it that way. So, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Please join me in welcoming Pyramid Lake Paiute Tribal Chairman James Phoenix.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is James Phoenix. I'd like to say just a few words in our language. So I would like to start off with Pishat Tabino. That means like good afternoon. And then Nu Mashina Manina, that's my name and that's my Indian name, Little L for that. And then Nukuyi Tukura, that means I'm from Pyramid Lake, the Fish Eaters, Kuiwi. So again, my name is James Phoenix. I'm the Pyramid Lake Paiute Tribal Chairman. I'm also a retired Lieutenant Colonel from the Nevada Army National Guard and a Reno PD police officer. I would like to thank the Washington County School Board for this opportunity to speak, on behalf of the people from Pyramid Lake and all Numu people in the area. In the Great Basin, we've had people that have been in existence, as you well know, over 10,000, 13,000 years. So we've been here. And as you heard from Chairman Smokey in those direct, honest, straightforward words, that this is our homeland, and we were here way, way, way a long time ago. So those are the things that, we always like to point that out. But we respect the land acknowledgement of all the 28 tribes here in the great state of Nevada, not just here in Washoe. So I thank you for that. Moreover, all the Native students that are attending school here in Washoe County, because you're with them through all these years, and you're a part of that family, you're part of that group that helps them. They learn from you as they move forward. So this is a great day. This is a good day to remember, as you had said. You take this moment and you embrace it, and you stuck it right in there and you put it in your chest. You remember this day, and I want to thank you all for that. So therefore, on behalf of the Pyramid Lake Paiute Tribe, Pishat you. We thank you very much for this acknowledgement. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we have Reno Sparks Indian Colony Tribal Chairman Arlen Melendez.
First of all, I want to thank the school board for honoring us today, the Numa, the Washisho, and the Nue people, for just acknowledging. When you really think about acknowledgement, it's really, if you look at our culture, that was just one part of what we call the protocol of tribes. A long time ago, when we went into to visit another tribe, or went, out of state, or not even state borders, but if we went a long distance away, we would ask permission to enter into that domain or that other people's land, even though it wasn't Paiute, for example. And then the other tribe would grant us permission to be there. That would be the proper protocol. First it's acknowledgement, then it's asking permission, then it's granting the permission to be there in other people's territory. And that was the original Native American protocol, if you might say. And so, we are on the surface of that right now, but I also want to say this isn't, and I want to ask permission, like Chairman Phoenix, to speak here in front of you today. I acknowledge that you grant me that to be able to speak today. That would be the proper protocol. This isn't about ownership of land. As you know, that was a colonial, basically, endeavor not owning land. We never felt we would ever own the land. The Creator blessed us with the land. He blessed us with the animals, you know, for sustenance, for clothes and all those different things. He blessed us with the plants for our medicines. He blessed us, you know, with so many things, with the water, with the air. And we are basically caretakers of the land. That's all we are, stewards of the land. And so someday we'll pass on and somebody else will. And because, you know, this area was a crossing of Indian tribes. The Washoe were here, the Paiutes were up here. And so we want to make sure that we acknowledge all those people of the past. But what's more important than that is the people of right now, you know. We're the ones today that have learned from our past, but we can learn from one another today. Learning from you, like you said, in the acknowledgement that people came from other countries, that they came not of their own free will, but we all have been through trials in our lives. And so that's why we're here, to grow together. And above all those definitions I've stated, probably the greatest one is love. Above everything else, it translates far above anything else we could talk about here today. So if we love one another, like the Bible says, and we treat one another with respect, you know, then we have an understanding of one another, and we can do great things together. So I just wanted to say, you know, the land is life, but we're the stewards of that land, and so are you. So thank you.
Thank you so much. And now we have Reno Sparks Indian Colony Language and Culture Coordinator and member of our Washoe County School District Parent Advisory Committee for Native American Culture and Education, Stacy Burns.
Thank you. Bishama. How na Stacy Burns pinania no onadaka na ritu kwaitu nenem washu. Manigi ituamu we got you. Na kova wetu kimara na pasiapa no we got you. Ikuma Anthony Hernandez nanyan, I Pia Brenda Burns nanyan, I na Dwayne Rambo Tom nanyan. I Moa Bertina Dick Burns nanyan. I Kunu Willie Rambo Jr. nanyan. I Hutsi Dora Rambo Tom nanyan. So I'm a parent of the Washoe County School District students. I currently serve as the RSAC Culture Coordinator, and I also serve as a Parent Advisory Committee member. It's under the Native American Culture and Education Program. So I make sure to share my language, band, and lineage with you, as it is who I am, who I represent, and it is my identity. So that is very important to us. I share with you all today to remind you of the importance of our language and culture, which connects us to our land, ancestors, and to each other. It is the key to the past, present, and future. So I want to thank our beautiful elder, Miss Ronalda James. She is the keeper of our language and our culture. So our elders have endured many traumatic events that have systemically targeted their culture and identity. So our elders are very strong, as they are the backbones to our Native communities and continue to breathe life into our Native nations. So it is very important that we honor them, and I am honored to work with each and every one of them. Appreciate you. Today we are tasked with putting together the broken pieces of our language and culture. So it takes many communities, 28 tribal nations in the state of Nevada, and over 60,000 urban natives, and countless allies and language warriors within just the state. So our language and culture is resilient, and it empowers our people to create better futures for our future generations and those to come. So I hold many titles. The most important one is mother and matriarch of my family. I have 5 children who have been enrolled within the Washoe County School District. 2 have graduated. 3 more to go. 2 are enrolled with the Washoe County School District, and I have 1 that chose to go to Pyramid Lake High School. You know, and you can imagine the cultural thrive that's happening there. So that's very important to our Native students. So I want to also realize that I have navigated the systems, you know, and the Washoe County School District works directly with our tribal education programs. RSIC Reno Spark City and Colony, Pyramid Lake, Paiute Tribe, and our NUIs to represent our urban natives. We are given true representation and advocacy for our Native children through these programs. So I personally have seen the great programming created when we all work together, when we're all given that platform, when each and every person is given this voice and the opportunity to address and speak those different events that come up. So our children are hope to a brighter, culturally enriched future. I have personally seen the benefits of our Washoe County School District students actively learning the Great Basin language and culture. So I have personally taught the Paiute language with North Valley's High School, Spanish Springs High School, did some stints at Reed, but it's a very important component that I see each and every one of our students engaging in. So I look forward into educating other students, all students, about our language and culture, and that's the key, is education. So today we have the power to bridge that gap of our elders and our younger generations, connecting them with cultural knowledge, traditional ecological knowledge, and traditional teachings. Every student is entitled to their language and culture. We would like to see Washoe County School District make that investment in our language and culture, and then also support these programmings for sustainability in future generations. I also would like to welcome 2 students from Spanish Springs High School who are enrolled in the Reno Spark City and Colony. Many of them I consider to be outstanding students, so I would love for them to address you as well, if possible. Yes, Kima.
Hama na Haley Morris Minania na Kuiwi Dakota na Samano Natsukwe Tamopu na Spanish Springs Waitu Nomigatu na Spanish Springs Waitu Kimadu. Hi, my name is Haley Morris. I'm 17 years old from Pyramid Lake. I'm an upcoming senior at Spanish Springs High School. The Paiute language class is very important to me as a student. I've taken it all the years I've been at Spanish Springs. I'm going to be a 3rd year / student aide for the class. This class is very important to me as a student. I've created stronger connections with other natives and my family. I look forward to this class. It helps native students in creating stronger connections to their culture, and it helps non-native students become more culturally aware. This class has done great things for me. I felt more grounded and connected. I've been able to share what I learned with my family. They encourage me to keep learning and to share it with them whenever I can. Going to the Paiute Bowl and seeing all the other students in schools is amazing and wonderful. Seeing just how many people are interested in wanting to learn is a wonderful thing. This class has become a big part of me. I'm embracing this part of me. I'm not only learning the culture, but I'm not only learning the language, but I'm also learning more of my culture. Through this program, I've experienced self-growth. I find myself looking forward to school more often. I've been advocating for more people to take this class because of how much I enjoy it. People who take this class come out more educated and well-rounded. This class is a very important thing to me. It's a very important thing to so many people, and we all value and acknowledge the importance of this class. This class needs to continue on. The effect of these classes will be felt, and their impact will be felt. I would like to thank the elders for teaching us and for letting us learn from them and lending us their knowledge. I would also like to thank my teachers who take the time to teach me so many things. This class is so valuable. The value of it is unmatched. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Hi.
Hama na Jaylee Muri Minania na RSICUA na Sumamano Minigi Tomopu na Pasiapa Waitun Nobigayu. Hi, my name is Jaylee Moody. I'm a part of the Reno Spark City and Colony. I'm 15 years old and I currently live in Hungry Valley. I'm an upcoming Spanish Springs student. I'm going to be a 2nd year, hopefully, in a class with Haley. I guess I did have a good experience my first year. I was with my friends and my cousins, and it's very crowded though. It's very fun. I'd like to thank the elders in our community, Macario Mendoza and Stacy Burns. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you all. Again, I want to thank our Native American Culture and Education team for their work on this today, and to thank you to Elder Reynalda James, Washoe Tribe of Nevada and California Chairman Cyril Smokey, Pyramid Lake Tribal Chairman James Phoenix, Reno Sparks Indian Colony Tribal Chairman Arlen Melendez, and Miss Burns for their leadership and continued support. And I'd like to invite all of you to please join us up front for a photo in front of the dais with the Board of Trustees. All right, we'll give everyone a moment while everyone leaves, and then that'll also free up seats for anyone else who wants to join us here in the main room. All right, everyone. So we'll go ahead and we will let our new joiners come into the room. As we close out section 1, I do want to say that this was a very important and beautiful moment, and I can't think of a better way to start the rest of our meeting than by the land acknowledgement we just had. All right. We'll give it one more minute while we finish the seating of everyone, and then I'll go ahead and ask if we can let the meeting come back to order here. Okay. All right. Okay. So now we're going to go ahead and we're going to move on to our second section. These are our consent agenda items. And for today, we have consent agenda items 2.02 through 2.19. And I would like to see if any trustees have any items to pull from consent. I have not been told in advance of any preemptive requests. So I am.
Church does.
Oh, Trustee Church?
Thank you. Yeah, I did send an email. I'm sorry if it got lost. We had a lot of emails coming in today. 2.07, 2.19. On 2.19, I'll make some statements and vote accordingly. I don't think I need to interview anybody, but if Mr. Rombardo wants to render an opinion, that's fine. But 2.07, 2.19.
Okay. Really quick, just as a clarification for 2.19, if you just have a statement related to that, did you want to include that as a statement in the general discussion for all the items, or did you want to pull it and then just specifically have a moment to make your own statement?
I want to pull it because it affects my vote.
Okay, very good. Okay, so then that leaves us with items 2.02 to 2.06 and then 2.08 to 2.18. I don't see any lights on for questions. So JJ, do we have any public comment on those items?
Kaylin Evans.
Welcome, Mr. Evans. And JJ, what item is that for?
2.01.
Okay, just the consent agenda general. Hi, Mr. Evans. Welcome.
For the record, my name is Kalen Evans. I'm the president of the Washoe Education Association. Many of these items in consent are centered around capital funding, and we are fortunate to have money from WC1 to fund these projects. Some of these items, though, are discretionary items, and I want to quickly discuss past ideology and practice of our school district that I believe has contributed to many of the issues we face today. We have always felt the way to improve our education system is by investing in a new software or partaking in a new initiative. We believe that this is going to provide us with the results we're looking for. Or it's this new program or staff training that's going to solve our problems. We have prioritized these solutions over adequately valuing our staff. We have put trainings, software, programs, and curriculums before people. And because of that, we continue to see our education system struggle. To be very clear, the solution to creating an effective education system in any arena is to value, empower, and support your people. We spend millions and millions of dollars every year on new shiny solutions that are promised to optimize this or strengthen that, to shift our focus 2 years later, or to see our struggles of our staff and students continue. They weren't the answers then, and they aren't the answers now. This is an issue not only with the education system in Washoe County, but across the country. Let's be different, though. Educators, support staff, and administrators are what create the greatest impact on our children, period. And until we put them first and foremost, we will not create the type of education system that our children deserve. Common practice that I want to bring to your attention that has happened in the past negotiations is that during the negotiation process, the board approves millions of dollars in funds for other discretionary items, which whittles away at the amount of money that is available to support staff. So much so that in past negotiation, the district has come back to the bargaining units and stated that previous offers have to be adjusted due to the allocation of funds from the Board of Trustees. I am urging this board to continue its pursuit in doing things differently and truly being the catalyst for change that it has shown it wants to be. to stop all discretionary spending until the bargaining units have concluded negotiations. Send a message to your employees that they truly are the priority, not just through words, but through actions. This is not to say that these other priorities are not important, but they should be handled after contracts have been negotiated. I appreciate your time and consideration.
Thank you very much, President Evans.
Colby Reardon.
Hi, Ms. Reardon. President Reardon, you were president-elect before, but now you are President Reardon.
Moving on up. Sorry, I have all my stuff here. Good afternoon, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Infield, and President Smith. For the record, I am Colby Reardon, President of Washoe School Principals Association. I'm here to speak regarding our concern of starting the 23-24 school year without a negotiated agreement. I'm speaking for WESPA and in support of WEA, as we are both in negotiations and will be starting the school year without contracts. We have heard and celebrated previous board meetings the monies that have been given to education. It is unprecedented. This is the time we can focus on people over programs. We continue to struggle in the area of hiring for key positions that directly impact our students' learning. We must have the right people leading our buildings and departments and the staff working directly with our students, because we know the students deserve the best. With negotiations, we have the opportunity to increase salaries of our staff to show we are putting the value in the work that they do each day. We currently have the funding to make this happen before we continue to spend money on programs, services, or initiatives. Today, you are going to consider 3 fiscal spending items: behavior and consulting services, Envision's math program, and 2 additional administrative investigators. That is almost $1 million in spending. All 3 are very important to the district in providing supports. However, if we don't have people in schools, none of that will matter. The almost $1 million that could be approved for all necessary things in our district won't impact if our administrators and teachers aren't present to implement. None will matter. People over programs has been the message and slogan for this most recent legislative session for all educators of Northern Nevada. This is the main priority of this association, as well as the others that speak with me today. People over programs. As a district with hundreds of open jobs on the job board, the district must make this opportunity to engage in our negotiations to move forward to show our employees we value them and their work through compensation. In closing, this is the opportunity to take action, improve the climate and culture, and serve our students of Washoe County School District. Thank you.
Thank you, President Reardon.
Valerie Fianaka for consent agenda item 2.13.
Hi, Ms. Fianaka.
Good afternoon. It's not often that I agree 100% with Kalen Evans, but I do. I can say ditto to him. I have one question. I recognize that you can't answer it, but if you could, it'd be stellar. 2.13, RAW is a brand new school, and we're hiring geotechnical services for $48,000. Are there problems with that school already? I have questions about that issue, and I really wish somebody could tell me what they are before you vote on it.
Thank you, Ms. Fianaka.
John Eppolito for consent agenda items 2.12 and 2.18.
Hi, Mr. Eppolito.
Hi, my name is John Eppolito. I'm with Protect Nevada Children. You can find 1,500 of us on Facebook at Protect Nevada Children. You could also find us at protectnevadachildren.org. The district keeps spending lots of money on things that don't seem relevant. The teachers are, at least need a raise or something. They don't have contracts. You guys are going to vote to spend over $825,000 on software today. You're going to spend another $175,000 for administrators. What about the teachers? That's what keeps getting forgotten in all this, I think. Wasn't that long ago when you guys spent $6.5 million in one meeting on software. Since then, there's been several times where you've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on software. We've been trying to get an accurate number for how much you guys spend on student software. We've been asking for months, and you guys have not answered. It's in the tens of millions of dollars just on software. And we all know all of us who have been teachers know that's not the way to teach kids. You guys are doing the wrong thing. Pay the teachers, forget about the software, get the kids off the screens. It's ridiculous what you're doing.
All right, I definitely support enthusiasm.
Could you
but
stop the
let's
time,
keep the
please?
meeting-
You're talking. I'm not talking.
No, I
No?
can do this with the crowd, and I have no problem giving you the time, but please do not correct me like that. You will absolutely
I just
get your
asked you
due
to
time.
stop the time. You're still talking, Beth. So the most important agenda item today is the item that all these people are here for. The overflow room's full. There's old people that are standing up. It's the last item on the agenda. That's ridiculous. You guys should be ashamed of yourselves. It's not okay.
Please have order while Mr.
No.
Ippolito completes his
Beth,
3 minutes
it's not
plus.
okay. People are here to talk about one thing, and you guys are going to make them wait several hours to do that. And you know it's wrong. We know it's wrong. Start doing things right.
Thank you, Mr. Ippolito. JJ, who do we have next? And I would like to make this very clear that I'm the manager of the meeting. I have no pleasure in sometimes having to maintain order, but that is my role. And I will also enforce that if anything is said during your public comment as well, that will be even across the board. Enthusiasm and support is okay, but let's please try to keep it brief and maintain decorum. JJ.
Roger Edwards.
Hi, Mr. Edwards. Welcome.
Hello again, Roger Edwards for the record, 50-year resident of Washoe County. I need to talk about the consent agenda. A couple of my compatriots have talked about that. You know, you guys all took an oath to improve the education of our students, particularly you. And you know, 12 of the 18 items on this consent agenda have nothing to do with our students. 12 of 18. Millions of dollars, Mr. Ippolito touched on it, millions of dollars, and there's not one quality of education item on there. There's one about, you know, how to take care of you got learning advancement, learning environment, investigator. Come on. If you went back to traditional education like I've been talking about for years, and get off of this this delayed correction and all this other nonsense, you got to focus on getting off of the bottom of the national rankings for education. We're 49th out of 50 in the state. And you guys keep saying, well, the state sets our curriculum and we can't deviate from that. I think you can. And there's lots of ways you can start by doing traditional education. 12 of 18 items on a consent agenda should not even be discussed today. You need to talk about improving education for the students. 60,000 students you guys are trusted with. 60,000. 49th in the nation. You got to be proud of that. Come on. I know you guys have the ability to change that. Change it by quit dealing with all this crap and get down to quality of education. Traditional education will do it. Don't worry about DEI and all this other nonsense. Traditional education, please.
Thank you. So let's try to maintain. One of the things that I always am concerned about with clapping is that it could also open the door to jeering people down. This is not the way that we really conduct ourselves. I do understand that sometimes we feel caught up in a moment and we want to show that appreciation, and that happens very naturally. But let's please not do that, because it could also open the door to negative reactions, and we really shouldn't show that to anyone. So again, if we could just maintain that, I would really appreciate it. JJ?
The board received an email from Freeman Holbrook.
Thank you very much. Okay, so then that brings us back to this board. So we have items 2.02 to 2.06, 2.08 to 2.18.
I move to approve.
Second.
All right, so motion by Clerk Rodriguez, seconded by Vice President Nicolette. Is there any discussion on the motion?
Madam President, looking at, I'll heed to you on this unless I can ask, could we get a little clarity on item 2.13? I don't, this is the item on, closer? I'm sorry. Okay, I apologize. Could we get a brief overview from staff on 2.13? I just want to make sure the public doesn't understands there's nothing wrong with J. Wood Raw.
Yes, I believe, Megan, can you get the appropriate staff person from my office to come? I think Tammy Zimmerman should be here.
Thank you for that.
Of course.
It's a new school in my district that will be opening up in the fall.
Very soon, in a matter of weeks. And we welcome our Chief Facilities Officer, Tammy Zimmerman. Hi, Tammy. I'm not sure if you heard the question, so Trustee Mayberry, could you just succinctly rephrase that so Tammy can hear that?
Just looking for clarity on item 2.13. This is the Black Eagle Consulting for special inspections and testing at J. Wood Raw. Can you help us understand the purpose of that?
Yes, and for the record, Tammy Zimmerman, Chief Facilities Management Officer. There was additional testing required because we had additional concrete loads that they split them up into to make them workable for the concrete subcontractors. So with that, when they change loads, we have to do a sample of it and test it. And it's for flat work, sidewalk, concrete. There's nothing wrong with the building. There's nothing wrong out there. It's just to make sure that what we have out there meets the criteria and its exterior. And so as they moved along, the contractor decided to change that and put it into smaller loads.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Zimmerman.
Thank you.
All right, so the motion is to approve items 2.02 to 2.06 and then 2.08 to 2.18. We have our motion by Clerk Rodriguez, seconded by Vice President Nicolette. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay. All right, motion carries 6-0. And now for Trustee Church, the first item that we're pulling is item 2.07. This is the possible action to approve the Safe and Healthy Schools Commission, also known as the SHSC, appointment of Annie Zucker, an at-large member for a term ending June 30th, 2025. This is an item for possible action. So we welcome Dr. Paul Lamarca. And Trustee Church, I'll yield to you to your questions.
Thank you very much. First of all, I'll start by, if I might, doubling what you said. I ask everybody in the audience on this item or any item to be civil, to be respectful, and not to interrupt the meeting. That said, the problem I have here, I've been a pretty vocal critic of the procedure for selecting members to committees. I was told this one had 4 applicants. I sent out an email on the 20th asking for the applications of the other 3. If I received it, I never found it. I've searched for it, never got it. I did get a link that took me to some July meeting. It might have been a broken link. I don't know. But I'm not comfortable voting for this individual. The resume looks great. Their work with the local medical community looks great. But I want to see the other 3 to know what kind of candidates we're not selecting. And so that hasn't happened, and that's my concern. I guess the best thing to do, in my opinion, would be send it back for the next meeting. There's no big rush on this. And it's kind of ironic that I'm at a national school safety meeting here in Las Vegas with 1,400 attendees. So it delves right into exactly what we're dealing with, so the public knows what I'm doing. But that's my concern. I never got the applications.
Is there a question?
Well, I guess the question would be, did I get the applications or why not?
Well, I think I can jump in there. So just so everyone knows, and I'll lead this with a question so that I'm not just making a statement. Dr. Lamarca, can you confirm that our board policy process was followed in the selection of this appointment?
President Smith, Superintendent Enfield, for the record, Paul Lamarck, Chief Strategies Officer. Yes, we followed the policy. We received 4 applications. We interviewed all 4 candidates. They were all outstanding candidates. Ms. Zucker was unanimously selected by the 4 administrators that served on the interview committee, so that's why her name was put forward. I didn't receive any request for application, so I can't respond to that particular piece of this question.
And I can help on that portion. So our board policy that actually dictates this actually says that if any trustee moves and then there's a second and a vote, then the board ourselves can actually see all the applications and then ultimately choose the person ourselves. But the process that we have in place does defer these decisions through a very full and detailed process, which is followed for all of our appointments. But it still never takes away the authority from our board to make a motion and to move, to see all the applications and then ultimately decide ourselves. So that's just the explanation of how that board policy works. And by the way, that's not a new policy. That's been in place for many years. Seeing no other lights and not seeing Trustee Church's hands, JJ, do we have public comment on this item for 2.07?
I'll comment on that.
Valerie Fianacca.
One second, Ms. Fianacca. Jeff, would you like to make that comment first, or would you rather wait until after we have Ms. Fianacca speak?
I'll go first. I'm an elected trustee. If I ask for the applications, there's nothing in the policy that says I shouldn't get them. And we follow the process, but the process policy, I'm an elected trustee. I should be able to get those because I don't know until I see them if there's cause to make a motion to review the other applications. I don't know that. That said, I'm prepared to make a motion now and then let it die, but I'm prepared to make a motion.
We do need to do public comment first, so this would be a good time for Ms. Fianacca to speak, if that's okay. Okay, thank you so much. Hi, Ms. Fianacca. Thank you for your brief patience with that. Didn't mean to have you.
I'm going to be very brief. Even at County Commission, Valerie Fianacca for the record, at County Commission, when there are multiple applicants for a position, they're listed on the agenda and prior to the agenda so that the public has the opportunity to vet those people themselves and to comment on them. I think that if you have a policy where that's not transparent, your policy is not transparent. The policy perhaps needs to be changed so that the public does have that opportunity, and it seems it will add a layer of transparency to the whole process. I as well am concerned that you vet this way, and I think a lot of those boards need to be opened up to the general public. You may not get people that want to serve, but you might get an overwhelming amount of people that want to serve. It might surprise you, actually.
Thank you, Ms. Fianacca. I can tell you that this position actually was open for a period of multiple weeks and very, very well promoted in the community. Trustee Westlake.
Thank you, President Smith. So I read the resume of the applicant that we're looking at approving today, and I was very, very impressed. However, after finding that one of our board members has asked to see those applications, I had mentioned when we were discussing this process, I said, well, why can't we see all the applications? And I understood that that process would be very laborious and bog things down, and that we do have to have trust in our committee. So I was prepared to move forward. However, knowing that another trustee would like to see those applications, I will have to vote no on this, not because of the applicant, but just in honoring another trustee and them wanting to see the other applications. I think that would be a good thing. I did like the applicant, though. I want that to be noted. But that's, I want to honor my other trustees and their diligence. Thank you.
So President Smith asked me to weigh in. I wrote the policy for this, and it was written this way to really it was written this way in order to allow the board to get their job done, to get their business done. When you put on the agenda everyone's name related to an item, it creates a chilling effect and you don't get applicants. And the problem with the district is we have had a hard time getting applicants for these positions. Further, President Taylor and the board at that time didn't want to conduct interviews at every single board meeting, which take a long time. So they decided to defer to staff, and that's why the policy is set up the way it is. So really, it's a way to make a more efficient board meeting, and that was the whole purpose of this policy. And so what we learned, one last thing that I would mention is what we learned is when people's names go on an agenda, when people are interviewed in public, and when people have to face the public, it really does limit their willingness to volunteer. And a lot of people get really, you've been a part of this, Trustee Rodriguez and President Smith and Trustee Mayberry. It's difficult. And so we were trying to create a balancing act on that. And that's why the policy is written the way it is.
I do want to add that as recently as May, we revisited this policy. We made a lot of very good compromises. So this is a wonderful candidate. Less than 2 months ago, we reviewed this whole policy. We did make some substantive changes. And one of the things that is still in this policy is that the process is followed the way that it is, and good people come out the other side of it. So personally, I'm going to completely vote for this person. This person has a great resume, and so I don't want to value signal against someone who is interested in serving and has been unanimously chosen by this group. So remember that these are still people at the end of the day. And again, we did revisit this policy, and we came to a very good place with lots of compromise. Trustee Church.
Thank you. I appreciate Mr. Romardo's opinions on that. Again, the difference here is that I asked for it. I would even venture to say under NRS 239, a public could ask for it. I didn't get it that I know of. I can't opine unless I see those to see if maybe something's up where we got, is there an R after their name? Is it a D after their name? I'm not comfortable with this, and I'm prepared to make a motion if that's okay.
So that is exactly the problem. The fact that somebody has a letter after their name is exactly why they should not be put under scrutiny. These are community members, these are family members, these are people that are willing to serve, and the letter behind their name is absolutely irrelevant. We are a non-partisan governing body in the state of Nevada. Trustee Westlake.
There are members of the public that might disagree, and that's why I want to see them. But I'm prepared to make a motion.
No, please, everyone. Trustee Westlake.
Thank you again, President Smith. I do also appreciate our council's comments, and I wanted it noted that I am not asking for us to be interviewing or names to be put on an agenda. It specifically, when another trustee asks for more information, it's like when we do our questions on these items to the committees and we get an answer back. That's the only, what I'm asking for myself and for all of the other trustees, if that request is made, not for us to interview, not for us to put names on agenda. I don't care if there's a number, a letter by someone's name, if they're qualified, they're qualified. I just, as a courtesy, if they're asking for additional information, that we be given that. That's my sole reason, is it sounds like another trustee asked for information and it wasn't given. I think it was probably just lost in the shuffle, but I don't want to be interviewing people or having lists of names on agendas. So thank you.
I think there's one last thing that should be mentioned under the law. Under the Don Ray case and the Bradshaw case, NRS 239 doesn't apply to applicants, but if it does go to the board, then their application probably does become a public record. But if it stays with staff, which is, again, creates another chilling effect. I appreciate that the trustees now feel like you have enough applicants for these positions, but I've been fortunate enough to be here for 8 years now, and thankful for that opportunity. And I can tell you that for years we had 0 applicants for months on end. So we were trying to lift every single barrier that we could to get people to apply. So just something else to consider.
Clerk Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam President. Kind of seems like we're going a little bit of circles here. I think we're calling no wrap, but I do want to make a motion to approve consent agenda item 2.07.
I'll second that.
All right, motion by Clerk Rodriguez, seconded by Trustee Mayberry. Is there anything that has not already been covered? I see your hand up, Trustee Church.
Certainly, I said I was prepared to make a motion, and apparently my opinion doesn't count, so I got
No,
to
that's
proceed.
not accurate. We have a motion on the floor to approve. If the motion fails, then there will absolutely be time to make another motion.
My strong objection.
Trustee Westlake, did you have a comment on that? All right, we have a motion on the floor by Clerk Rodriguez, seconded by Trustee Mayberry. We already did public comment. Please, I am the manager of this meeting. I am the meeting manager, and we did public comment. I am the leader of this meeting. Please maintain decorum. Now, we have a very long meeting to go. We did public comment. Thank you. JJ, were there any other public commenters?
Not prior to you closing public comment.
Thank you. All those in favor of item 2.07, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay.
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 Motion carries 4-2. All right, that closes item 2.07 and now brings us to item 2.19. And who do we have for that item? Superintendent Enfield?
Yes, I'm happy to speak to that. I know that there have been questions about these investigator positions, and I want to provide some of the background on why we are bringing them forward now. In a system of nearly 8,000 employees, a lot goes on any given day. And when there is an allegation of misbehavior, misconduct in one of our schools, we have an obligation to investigate that. Past practice has been that our associate chiefs, who are our principal supervisors, often lead those investigations. That's problematic for a number of reasons. First of all, they are the principals of the supervisors in the schools in which they may be conducting the investigation, so there could be an inherent conflict of interest. Secondly, they are not trained investigators. They are instructional leaders whose primary purpose is to support our principals and staff in our schools to ensure that our learning environment is working for our kids. That's where we need their talents and their expertise. And because they are not trained investigators, I think that there's a chance that the investigations might not be as consistent, as fair, as above board as we would expect them to be. Having two trained investigators who will provide consistency, reliability in the quality and the fairness of these investigations, I believe is incredibly important, A, to do right by our staff, but B, to make sure that we are not putting the district in a position of liability. And so while I understand and acknowledge people's questions and concerns about adding two positions at the central office, these are critical as we move forward, and I believe in the long run will save our district time and money when we have these professionals on board. So I had those conversations with each of the trustees, and that's really it, unless there are any other questions.
There are. Trustee Church, you pulled this item?
Thank you. Yes, number one, we had an email that I was part of from the WEA that expressed concerns about this. So I want to honor them should they wish to make public comment. And I had also a phone call from a member of the community, and I share their concerns. My biggest concern, I agree with Dr. Enfield that this is probably something we need, an investigator to neutrally investigate incidents. The problem with this, and the reason I'm probably going to vote no, is that it assigns it to the Office of the General Counsel. One thing I bring to the table here is many years of sage experience in local government, and based on that, I don't see, the quote from Dr. Enfield was conflict of interest, exactly. If the purpose of the investigator is to defend the district, we're going to look into something so that we can avoid a lawsuit or mitigate a lawsuit. Great, let's call it what it is. If the purpose of the investigator is to impartially investigate so that the citizens believe that it's been investigated in a transparent, fair manner, under no circumstances, and I've researched this, some do it right, some do it wrong, but under no circumstances should this be in the same office that has to defend those very lawsuits. I think common sense, you can kind of see the conflict here. We ought to have an inspector general, maybe the chief auditor, maybe reporting directly to the superintendent or some component thereof. But you need to bifurcate this. And if we're going to investigate in a fair and partial manner, it can't be done by the same office that's going to defend us in a lawsuit if that investigator finds problem. If that investigator finds that we messed up, how can they work for the person that potentially can fire them or recommend their firing? So I got serious problems. I'd like to hear from my fellow trustees or the community, but that's my concern.
Thank you. I'm sorry, President Smith. Thank you, Trustee Church. I'm going to ask Mr. Rombardo to respond.
Yeah, we already do it this way. We already have one administrative investigator in the Office of the General Counsel, and we start every investigation from a particular perspective, and that is to get to the truth, whatever the truth is. If truth doesn't change your liability, you're either liable or you're not. So our goal is to always get to the truth. If it has to do with bullying, a safe and respectful learning environment, we always take the allegations as true. We have a arduous multi-step process to ensure the safety of our students under bullying, and we have, if it has to do with employee discipline, there's a ton of law that surrounds an employee discipline and how those investigations go. And I train my team, I don't like that term. I work with my team to understand that every investigation that begins with employee discipline starts from one perspective. We are a respectful employer that is going to ensure that the due process rights of our employees are followed. So if that's not neutral, I don't know what is. And we always seek to get to the truth of any investigation that we do, whether it's unprofessional conduct of an employee or the safety of our students. Now, it makes sense to put it in the legal office, and I disagree wholeheartedly with Trustee Church that it's a bad policy. It actually makes sense to have it in the Office of the General Counsel because we have certain protections that allow us to keep things confidential. For example, NRS 388, Safe, Respectful Learning Environment, specifically says that their investigations are confidential. My office, because we are attorneys, add an extra layer of confidentiality to those investigations so that people will come forward and people will file complaints of bullying so that they're fairly treated. Because if it goes public and if it's not confidential, you create a chilling effect. It's the exact opposite of what you want. Same thing with due process cases. Our office lends a confidentiality to it that no other office can do. And that's why it makes sense to have it with us. It's exactly 180 degrees the opposite of what's being alleged. And we always start from a position of we're getting to the truth.
Thank you. JJ, do we have any public comment?
Valerie Fiannaca.
Hi, Ms. Fiannaca. Welcome. It's a pleasure to have you.
Thank you. Haven't been here for a while, so I got to make up for lost time. I think I do agree that investigators are necessary, but not under the supervision of legal counsel. I'm the phone call he's talking about. Perhaps under an inspector general, I brought that up with Jeff, or under an auditor, or an outside law enforcement agency. I think I have the flip side, the absolute opposite point of view that you do. It chills people from, and actually the public, from thinking that there's anything fair about it, especially if they've got a child that's been injured by the school district. It's going to be hidden. It actually, I think it has the exact opposite effect. It's almost like, in my mind, it's like the wolf watching the hen house. I'm sorry, but I just don't have faith that that's the right way to go. I think an impartial body, law enforcement, comes under the same rules, I believe, that his office would. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but I think that they would have the same criteria for secrecy. I don't think that they would be blabbing all over the world what's happening at the school district. But when it's kept in-house, it's kept in-house because you guys don't want anybody in the world to know what's going on here. That veil of secrecy is very important to you all. And I think we need to lift that veil a bit and show to the public that you all can be trusted. It's just important at this point because there's a lot going on here, a lot going on.
Thank you, Ms. Fianaka. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
John Eppolito.
Hi, Mr. Welcome.
My name is John Eppolito with Protect Nevada Children. My understanding is we used to have one administrative investigator. Now we're increasing that to 3. I don't understand how all these years we needed 1. Now all of a sudden we need 3. I know this superintendent has also brought in like a point person, I guess, to shelter her, and a lot of other administrators in this district office, where the teachers are the ones that are suffering. And also, the part of this, these administrators that are going to investigate safe and respectful learning environment issues, I question that. I think that could backfire, especially seeing what you guys have doing, especially the president and the superintendent. We had that teacher up here that had 100 rainbows in her classroom. She was disrespectful to Christian students. No one ever did anything to her. We had that student that came in here before this superintendent and said on the first day of class, his U.S. history teacher in high school told the class she was going to focus on BLM and LGBTQ issues. The next day he quit school. Did anybody investigate that? I think the way I interpret and see what you guys do, these investigations will be just on the other side of that issue. I think what you're doing is not correct. Also, with what Jeff Church mentioned a little while ago, board members should be able to see the information on who's being appointed to these committees. It's wrong what you're doing, and you know it.
Thank you, Mr. Eppolito. So if everyone feels that they need to clap on an ongoing basis, a better place for you may be the overflow room or in the back. But again, we're keeping everything decorum here. I am the manager of the meeting. And by the way, this goes for everyone. This is not for, this is not against. This is a business meeting across the board. Everyone's public comment will be protected and respected in a place of decorum. Thank you. JJ?
That's all I have for this item.
Thank you. Clerk Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam President. I do want to make a statement. As someone that currently works in public safety, I do know that public attorneys have investigators. The AG has investigators. The DA has investigators. The Public Defender's Office has investigators. The IG has investigators. So this is nothing new. So with that being said, I'm more than happy to make a motion that the board approves consent agenda item 2.19.
All right, motion by Clerk Rodriguez. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Vice President Nicolette. I see no lights on and any hands. And Trustee Church, I will absolutely look for that hand. So you put the little yellow hand up, and I will always keep an eye out for that. All right. So seeing no hands or any lights, all those in favor of item 2.09, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay.
Nay.
All right. Motion carries 5-1. Thank you very much. All right, thank you so much for that, everyone, and we'll go ahead and we'll close Section 2 and move on to our Section 3. These are our items for presentation. And we will go ahead and we will open for item 3.01. This is an item for presentation and discussion on community engagement activities conducted by the Washoe County School District during the 2022-23 school year. This is an item for presentation and discussion only. Our presenters are going to be Dr. Susan Enfield, Michelle Anderson, and your own Board of Trustees.
Good afternoon, President Smith, Trustees, Dr. Enfield, Michelle Anderson, Chief Communications and Community Engagement Officer. Up on the screen, I want to draw everyone's attention to our Washoe County School District promise. We will know every student by name, strength, and need, so they graduate prepared for the future they choose, and we will deliver on this promise in partnership with our families and community. And I draw your attention to that because in alignment with this promise is what we are going to be discussing today. We are going to review the engagement activities that occurred during the 22-23 school year, and we'll break it up into 3 sections: work done by the district, by our superintendent, and our trustees. I'm proud to say that this school year, Across all three sections, engagement has increased, and we look forward to building on this as we move forward. So the first slide is the work that the district has done with staff engagement. And I won't go through and read each of these, as I know everybody can read the screen themselves, but I want to highlight just a few things. In looking at the engagement with our district staff, our best practice is to support all departments and our colleagues with messaging district initiatives. We have also managed biweekly messages to our colleagues from our superintendent. We provide support to our board and our superintendent for any engagement activities we have with staff. We feature stories of our staff members, and of course that always is in connection with our students, on successes on our website, social media, and through our earned media coverage. And we message emergencies to our families. And then a few highlights you'll see on the right-hand side. I think all of our favorite is Teacher Appreciation Week. We worked in collaboration with Human Resources for a very successful Teacher Appreciation Week. And we implemented thought exchange surveys for staff this year to find out what they wanted to hear about from our superintendent. Next slide is we're looking at our district student and family engagement. Best practice is creating opportunities for students and families to engage and provide feedback. As we know, two-way communication is extremely important. We don't just want to be talking to our students and families, but talking with them and having those conversations. Partnering with our community agencies to provide resources and services to students and families. We publish a biweekly family newsletter. And again, one of our favorite things is highlighting our exceptional students on our webpage and social media outlets, and again, providing emergency messaging to families. Some of the highlights is hosting our very popular Back to School Expo. Last year, we had it at Old Town Mall. I know that there's Reno Town Mall. I have born and raised here, so I still call it Old Town Mall. But Reno Town Mall. And then this year, we're in collaboration with the Health District. So we're going to be having that at the Washoe County Complex. We have facilitated our annual safety forums. Our favorite campaign, Countdown to Graduation, where we highlight some of our exceptional, not all, we wish we could highlight all of our graduates, but some of our exceptional graduates, and then promoted our new online paper tutoring service this year.
And Michelle, one thing I do want to point out for our community is that when we say this year, the school district years fall on July 1st to June 30th. So when we say year, we don't mean the traditional calendar year. Our school years follow the state's fiscal year. So we've actually just started the new school year. So the presentation you're seeing today is for the last school year, which would have started July 1st, 2022 to June 30th, 2023, just so everyone knows what I'm referring to in terms of year. Thank you.
Thank you, President Smith, for that clarification. And then our community engagement, and like I said, this is not an exhausted list, and we know we want to build on this, but again, it was a banner year for some engagement. So we launched our Inside WCSD newsletter, which highlights the work that's being done in the district out to our community. We have our two newsletters, our capital projects newsletter and our board newsletter. Obviously, we promote and publicize district initiatives, post on social media, and event management. Some of the highlights that I would say, we launched, and I'm excited, we launched at the beginning of the school year Instagram. We have a number of followers on that, and we're continuing to build on that. We launched a thought exchange for our strategic plan to get feedback from our community. We had our very first with our she's no longer new, but superintendent for the 2023 State of Education address. And then we've had numerous ribbon cutting events, and of course our groundbreaking and topping out at Rowell Elementary School. And now I'd like to turn it over to our superintendent.
Thank you very much, Michelle, and to our comms team for all of the hard work they did this past school year around engagement. While my shiny newness may have worn off a bit, my excitement and pride in leading this amazing school district remains as strong as ever. And last year I had the great fortune, and like Michelle, I'm not going to read through all of these, you can see them, but I think that, and I was very clear at the start of the year, that we wanted to create a culture of acknowledgement, recognition, and celebration. And so the Ducky Awards that we've handed out to staff, staff have been a big hit. In fact, I will just share that one of our Galena graduates handed me a Ducky Award at commencement ceremony, which I was very touched by. So clearly this is taking root. I've made it a point to have sessions with staff out in schools, with our central office staff as well, to hear their concerns, their ideas, and frankly just get to know them and build relationships. But I think the greatest investment of my time, and the one that was most well worth it, was visiting every single school. So I've made it to all of our schools at least once. And that has been a great joy. I will continue my school visits this year. It is invaluable for me to hear directly from our staff and students about their experiences in our buildings and how we as a central office can do better to support them. So with our student and family engagement, this has been particularly exciting. One of the hallmarks of this district has been family engagement. And a centerpiece of that has been our parent-teacher home visit program that we've long been a part of. And I had the great honor of participating in some parent-teacher home visits this past year and will continue to do so this year. But to see our staff build multi-year relationships with students and their families is a truly remarkable thing to see, and to see how it pays off in the success of those students in schools is remarkable. We also launched our Washoe County School District Family Action Committee and our Special Education Family Action Committee. We've had amazing turnout of parents and family members who have come together to identify priority issues that they want to work with us on. So last year was getting to know, norming, storming, now we get to perform. So we're going to kick off this year with some assignments and really dig into the work that we can do together to improve our district. And I will also continue to have coffee chats so that I can be out and listen to community members on a regular basis as well, and continue to partner with all of our local organizations that the district works with. And finally, continuing to support our student, help me get it right, it's not a group, it's a council. Thank you very much, Arabelle. Our Student Advisory Council, and find more opportunities. When I do my soups with the soup with staff out in buildings, I always make sure to do a student focus group as well, because that's why we're here. And finally, the community engagement. Since last year was my first year, we were heavy on community engagement, thanks to the support of our comms team and the trustees. We held numerous town halls, coffee chats, etc. I was able to form invaluable partnerships with our higher education leadership. President Hilgerson, President Sandoval have become real advisors to me and partners in this work, as well as our local community and business associations, EDON and others. And I look forward to strengthening community engagement this year. As of now, I sit on the boards for EDON and the Children's Cabinet, which I'm very proud and honored to do. And with that, I will cede my time to the trustees.
Thank you very much. The engagement that's done with the district, we had a rough few years where distance was what was needed and less engagement. And it's incredible to see what has been done to really pull in the voices of our students, of our staff, of our families and our community. And so I know, Michelle, that there are even so many more things that we see here, because it always feels like there's something out with the community, really making sure that we're being open. So for this last portion, the trustees themselves are going to walk through, I'll explain the structure that we followed, but before I do that, when we get into each of the trustees talking about their engagement, again from July 1st of last year to June 30th of this year, first I'm going to welcome Vice President Nicolette, who is actually going to talk about how our districts are structured and the little known facts about how many people you actually have as a trustee individually.
Thank you, President Smith. Well, whether you think it fortunate or not, you each have 2 trustee champions, not just one. And let me suggest that in order to hone in exactly on who your 2 trustees are, you can go to Find Your Trustees on the Washoe County School District webpage. It's really nifty. You put in your address and you can find out your 2 trustees. So with that said, we have 7 districts within Washoe County School District that represent 6,700 square miles, a lot of square miles. The 2 largest, and this is in back order as far as alpha order goes, you have G, District G, which is Trustee Diane Nicolette, and District F, which is Trustee Adam Mayberry. Each of G and F basically encompass 50% each for 100% of the school district. So for example, G goes all the way up to North Valleys, all the way down south and into Incline Village. Adam Mayberry, District F, goes all the way up north into Gerlach and all the way down south and over into Sparks. So we each, again, encompass about 50% of the school district for a total of 100%. Next slide, please, JJ. The other 5, which reside in either F or G, and that's how you will find out. That's the best way to find out, because you certainly cannot see your little house whether you're in F or G on this map. So find the trustee. Now we have A, B, C, D, and E. And those districts are contiguous, which means they touch, all right? As F and G did, they touch. So you have A, B, C, D, and E. All right, let's go through this very quickly. We have District A, which is kind of down south. That's Trustee Church. You have District B, which is right kind of in the middle, in the heart. And that is Trustee Westlake. Then you have C, District C, which happens to be Trustee Joe Rodriguez. And he spans kind of the north as well, up to the east and the west. And then you have E, no, I went out of order. Then you have D, which is our illustrious President Trustee Smith. She again is right in the heart. She's in the old parts of Reno, if you will, the old and beautiful parts of Reno. And then you have E, which is Trustee Alex Woodley. I was going to say Westlake. You stuck in my mind. I'm very sorry, Alex. Alex Woodley. He's E. So again, each one of these 5 districts are either part of the larger F or G. The most important 2 things for you to know. If you really want to know who your 2 champion trustees are, go to Find Your Trustee on Washoe County School District website, and you have 2 champions. And whether you like that or not, you have 2. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Nicolette. We'll stay on this slide for just one moment before we move to Trustee Church. Something that may be interesting for everyone to know is that even though you see very different large land sizes, they're all balanced within a certain population size. So they're all within a certain number of people, so that they're all balanced with representation. You're very welcome. Okay, so here's how we're going to follow our order. We're going to go in good old-fashioned alphabetical order, and the structure that the trustees followed was largely the same among the 7 of us as we tell you our engagement story for the past year, which really informs our work. I can tell you one of the questions I get more than anything is, how do you make your decisions? Who are you listening to? Where are you getting information from? And what are you doing out in the community? And that's really important because the community should know the work that we're doing. So what you're going to see followed in this pattern as the 7 of us walk through our slides is the first slide focuses on what we call board services work. And so this is official work that we do as trustees. These are our official school visits, which means that we make a plan with our board services department. We visit with the principals of the schools. We visit the schools. We see the teachers, and we really hear what their needs are. Through this official trustee work, we may also visit the book repository or nutrition services or do police ride-alongs. So this is the official work that we actually do. On slides 2 and 3, we'll all very briefly tell you about all of the additional engagement work that we've done individually over the course of the year, which you'll see will absolutely run the gamut. And those are all of the other activities that we do outside of that official trustee work. So the first trustee to walk us through his school visits and department engagement and all of that is going to be Trustee Jeff Church from District A. Trustee Church, are you with us?
I am, and thank you very much. basically, I may not do this right. Hopefully, I'll do it right. And number one, everything I do is focused on quality of education. That's my mantra. And within that realm, student safety is obviously big. I'm at a student safety conference in Las Vegas right now, 1,400 attendees. So number two is at-risk kids. I care very deeply about at-risk kids. So
Can you go back to that first slide?
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, that's okay. They advanced the slide, but we're staying on the slide where we talk about our school visits and either police
So I visited
ride-alongs or
every
anything
school.
like that.
I visited every school in my districts, and in my 2.5 years as trustee, many over more than once, and many schools outside of my district. And go ahead and advance that slide.
Oh, can you tell us, do you want to share anything about school visits that you did over the course of the last school year?
No, I know that people are waiting for the other agenda items, and I just want to go through this real fast. They can read that. I would like to share that numerous events that I've attended. Obviously, I'm a retired military officer. I'll admit to being a little biased towards the JROTC. So I attended almost every one of those that I could. I attended the military ball where I was the guest speaker. So that was really an honor. I really appreciate that. Demonte Ranch High School, attended their event, and I do owe Commander Van Buren for his humor, which I have a sense of humor, but he nailed me during the speech. So if he's listening, I haven't forgotten his. But no, it was a wonderful, wonderful event, all the events. Number two, I visited the Carlin Academy, which is the Live-In Academy, and that was technically during this last year. I didn't go this year because we didn't have any Washington County students graduating, but that's a Live-In Academy out in Carlin, Nevada. And go ahead and advance that next slide if you want. There I am at one of the ROTC events with my Air Force shawl on. And then I haven't had a town hall yet. I'm having one coming up really soon. One was scheduled way before this time period. It got canceled by the admin because of the nature of events back then. But I hope to have a town hall really, really soon. And that information will be going out. The other thing I'll say, I'm happy to talk to almost any group, anytime, anywhere, especially if there's free food involved. I love it. But no, seriously, I will talk to almost any group on educational issues. Reach out to me, and I'm more than happy to come out and talk. I don't care what group it is, as long as it's reasonable, I will be there. And that basically sums it up. Thank you.
All right, so now we'll move on to District B. Trustee Colleen Westlake.
Thank you. So being a new trustee, there's a huge learning curve, but I was able to visit all of my schools, 25 schools, 18 elementary, 4 middle, and 3 high schools. That is extremely important to me because right, wrong, or indifferent, I've kind of put myself in the role of advocacy for schools. I'm not sure if that's really what my job description should be, but I feel it's very important that I am the voice for my administrators in our schools, for the parents and families in our community, and to represent all of the children in my district and also the other districts is very important to me. I love all of the schools in my district. I think they have amazing, amazing individuals that are working in the school for our kids. And I'm super, super humbled and proud to be a trustee.
Trustee Westlake, I want to jump in because you deserve some significant recognition. For one, you actually did visit one of your schools this school year, and you managed to do all of them.
Yeah.
And that's great because we really want to hear about those school visits, and I'm really glad that you are on the record and stating that you have been to your schools. And doing all of your schools within that time frame is very, very impressive.
Thank
so
you.
Congratulations for that work.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I do want to take my hat off and applaud Jen Caldwell for making that happen for me. I had a couple of health setbacks and family issues, and she was always very gracious and accommodating. Sometimes I had to change things up at the last minute, and she got me through all of them. She really did. She made it happen, and so thank you very much, Jen. Okay. I hope I didn't miss anything here, because not to put a feather in my cap, but to really applaud all of the different components and facilities that we have. The Family Resource Center, that absolutely tugs at my heart, and I'm very proud that we have those in our schools, helping the families that are in need. I mean, is even just if someone's struggling with their power bill, they can go in and they can get help at the Family Resource Center to keep their power on. The Children's Cabinet, another amazing, very fortunate to have these two organizations. I did participate in Ride Along, enjoyed that thoroughly, and I did meet with Chief Trevino and toured our police department. I think that probably was very important to me to get that aspect of what our district is up against and what we are doing and what we're looking forward to doing to keep our kids and our teachers safe. The Inspire Academy, the PRT F facility, and the Jan Evans facility, again, having had a very privileged, being raised in a very privileged environment, I really think it's important for us to see the other side when kids are struggling and their needs. And I really enjoyed the Jan Evans so much with those young men that Trustee Nicolette and I went back and had lunch and then had just a sit-down talk with these young men. And it is important to see the struggles that some of our young men, some of them brought it on themselves. It happens, but also when you have a hard upbringing, I can see where things can go off the rails, and I'm very appreciative that we have the individuals at these facilities trying to help these young people get back on track. I attended all of the graduation ceremonies except for one, and that was the Pecola graduation. I most definitely I will drag myself to that one. I had the loss of a pet that very morning. So all of the other high schools, though, and to see these young people celebrating their achievement was extremely rewarding to me, and just an awesome feeling having to be able to attend those. Student Voice Conference, State of Education Address, the JROTC ceremonies. I wish I had joined JROTC when I was in high school, having seen the decorum and their drive and their absolute dedication to what they're doing. I've had 2 town hall meetings. I'm definitely going to have more. I think it's extremely important to connect with the community. Again, I see myself as advocating. I attended the Safe and Healthy Schools Commission. That is very important to me, that we keep everybody safe. I was able to deliver thank yous to some of our staff, and I attended the Believe in Education rally. What an uplifting event that was. And then I also was able to portray Sunny the Lion at Sun Valley Elementary School and delivered the Student of the Month awards as Sunny the Lion. So that was important. Sun Valley Elementary School, when I visited, they asked me if I would be willing to come and read to their kid. One of the kindergarten teachers, she asked if I would come and read to her class. And since then, I'm making it a monthly, sometimes bi-monthly, to go and read to all 4 of the kindergarten classes at Sun Valley. And what I'm going to attempt to do is to follow those kids as they move up into 1st grade.
Thank you so much. And I do want to acknowledge that there is a little bit of tension between Trustee Westlake and Trustee Mayberry about who the better Sonny the Lion is. So if anyone's following along, that's a real thing. I'm just going to leave that right there.
Can I just add one thing? So last night, I had a dream about Trustee Mayberry.
It's about to get real,
and
everybody.
He was putting on a kitty puppet hat, and he was dancing around as this kitty puppet. And in my dream, I looked over to Jen Caldwell and I said, you know what? Maybe Trustee Rodriguez is a better Sonny the Lion.
There we go. Thank you so much, Trustee Westlake. And now District C, Trustee Joe Rodriguez. He's going to talk about his school visits and some of his official trustee work.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to put everything that's been done into just a few slides. Overall, I have visited all my schools. That can be verified through, photos and staff. They've all seen me there, sometimes twice, and other schools as well outside my district. So. I did do a ride-along, school police ride-along. I did invite Councilman Abbott, also a number of other things. I know Trustee Mayberry and I have visited nutrition services, very impressive group of people there. Trustee Westlake and I visited the Book Depot, and a number of other different sites throughout the school district.
Thank you very much for visiting your schools, too.
Second slide, a lot. Someone actually made a public comment, actions, not words, and I think this is perfect right here. So I have, as well, I know a majority of you here have attended the Time for 20 different events in Carson City, funding education, calling all the legislators, actually going to Carson City, talking to our state senators, and our legislators, just really advocating for proper and reasonable funding for our schools. I also, some people, I take a different approach to addressing school safety. So I've actually met with Sheriff Balaam, met with our Sparks Police Chief, met with our school police chief, actually with you, Trustee Westlake, and I've also met our new regional police chief, and discussing what are different, because obviously school district overlaps different jurisdictions, and to include our actually Pyramid Lake as well. I met with their fire department and some of their law enforcement leadership, because they're actually protected. Our students are actually protected out there by the tribes. Just great dialogue, open dialogue. Really advocating to get one of our school police officers, detectives on the HEAT team, implementing our firearms dog. So we're looking forward to celebrating that in the near future. Met with countless elected officials, because I do believe it takes a village to help protect and raise a child. Attended different luncheons, Education Alliance, met with Awaken and HEAT community training as well. So I actually got to meet the officers that actually help protect our students through the human trafficking and prevention. Let me go to the third slide. Over there? Awesome. All right, moving along. I attended a radio interview that was very educational and entertaining. Attended town hall with Trustee Mayberry and Trustee Westlake. Sorry, I don't know why that says Colleen. Again, it's been a busy legislative session, so a lot of actions, not just words. Attended the State of Education. Thank you. It was very awesome. Got to do that with you. Got to meet a new governor, Joe Lombardo. What school was that? Mount Rose. So that was really awesome getting to meet him for the first time. Got to have a little bit of conversation with him. And attended ROTC award ceremonies. Actually got to give a speech at one of them, so that was really nice. And that's pretty much a snapshot of this last year.
Thank you. And that's a good point. So by no means is this exhaustive. This is all just a snapshot for a majority of us. All right, so then that brings us to District D, which is me. So District D is comprised of the 22 schools that you see here, and I am proud to state for the record that I did have official visits with principals at every single District D school, in addition to district-sponsored charters as well. So what I want to focus on in this slide are the questions that I ask, because how are the votes informed? How do we know what it is that we need to do? And so when I walk into my school visits, I ask a couple questions. What do you wish people knew about your school? And how can I serve you as a trustee? Because if I don't know what's going on, I can't serve you. So for example, recently in the budget that we passed, one of the analyses that this board asked for and subsequently approved was one thing that I had brought up about standalone principals. But I want everyone to know that that idea did not come to me myself. It was because of the trust and the relationships that I build with the principals in my areas through these school visits and them actually sharing what it is that they need. And that really drove the action that we took ultimately as a board to eliminate standalone principals. So if we can move on to the next slide. So again, I'm not going to go through everything you see here. Some very high points for me is that I had over 130 days of scheduled events, meetings, and service in my work as a trustee, and then over 150 individual engagements. So that does not include board or staff meetings or internal district work. So those are just strict engagement opportunities with students, families, the community, and staff. I did attend all of the graduation ceremonies, and a real high point for me was this legislative session. It was an absolute honor to testify in front of the joint session for the Senate and the Assembly's Ways and Means Committee, and we're very, very pleased with the outcome with the funding. So that was absolutely a high point. Next slide, please. And then I'll end with some of the other things that people see. One of the things a lot of people don't realize is that I also serve on the Truckee Meadows Regional Planning Governing Board. I have that seat through the role here with the school district, and I serve with other elected officials across our Truckee Meadows and Washoe County. And then all of the other activities that you see here, which include surprising bus drivers at 4 in the morning with donuts, the Back to School Expo, and then the countless conversations that I have. I thank everyone for being willing to talk with me, and it is a true honor and joy to serve. And now we'll move on to District E. And Trustee Woodley will be joining us shortly virtually, and we have him in video form.
Good afternoon, everyone. I apologize that I'm not there to join you, but for what it's worth, and for some of you that wish this for me, I am on vacation. So I'm disconnected from the world. So with that being said, I just wanted to share some information regarding my slides. First and foremost, I want to share that I do feel blessed for being on the board. Back in December, when I was privileged enough to be appointed, the first thing I did was, actually, I didn't do it. She approached me. Miss Jen Caldwell got a hold of me and said, okay, let's get you to visit your schools. So we put a plan together for me to visit all schools within the first 2 months. So it was a very aggressive plan, but I'm very grateful to her, and we did accomplish that. So thank you, Jen. So I was able to visit all schools. Of course, Debbie Smith isn't built yet, so that's the one school that I haven't been to. But one of the things that I've learned doing this as a trustee is so much is involved with running individual schools and the school district as a whole. I'm really impressed by these dedicated staff members, professionals that are doing their best to provide educations to our students. And I really appreciate what they do and all that it entails. I mean, if you haven't done the half a day with a principal, please volunteer. I think they're having it next February. That's Education Alliance. They do that every year. It's a wonderful experience, and it gave me a big eye-opener. It was a big eye-opener for me. One of the biggest things that I've learned in my duties as a school district trustee is my duty on the NIAA board. I was not aware of how difficult it is to try to schedule all the schools in the state, throughout the state, for tournaments, for state championships, and all the consideration that's taken and given for all the teachers, the parents, the costs of staying at hotels, and the arrangements with the fields. So I've been learning a lot from that, and I'm very grateful for that opportunity. It's been a wonderful experience so far. I really love what I do, and I'm really grateful for all the assistance that I get from the staff. And I have a wonderful time every time I go out there, and it's been great, and I look forward to do it even more next year. Thank you. And I definitely want to point out one of the things that I really appreciate and that I've been grateful is for all the interaction out in the community. I've actually been invited to a lot more events now that I've been a school trustee. So I've had the privilege to attend events with the university, with other community partners. And it also provides me opportunity to share with the public detailed information on the facts of what occurs here at the school district. Unfortunately, sometimes individuals or our community may have some of the information, and it feels really good to be able to provide details and specific answers, and it actually addresses a lot of wrong information that's out there, and they're always grateful to hear from someone within the school district. So I feel very privileged to be able to do that. I know I also currently I serve on the Latino Stakeholders Council. I'm the co-chair for the Education Subcommittee, and what we do is we look into providing opportunities and assisting our multicultural students and acknowledging their graduations from the school district and trying to provide support for them. I feel very proud to actually be a part of that, representing the school district. So that's something that I really enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you. In the ether,
Good
Trustee
afternoon,
Whitley.
everyone.
And he will be with us shortly. All right, so that brings us to District F. So Trustee Mayberry and Vice President Nicolette, you're going to wrap us up.
Perfect. Thank you, Madam President. I'll be brief. I don't want to duplicate a whole lot, but District F is one of the two at-large districts, as Trustee Nicolette pointed out. It is actually the largest district in the school district. That's why I call it the Fantastic District. Doesn't mean it's better. Yeah, it's just bigger. I have 50 schools, 55 schools rather. My district, as Trustee Nicolette pointed out, as an at-large trustee, overlaps all of the other districts. So, for instance, I share all of the city of Sparks with Trustee Westlake, the greater Spanish Springs area with Trustee Rodriguez, et cetera. So when a couple of Southern Nevada legislators, in their infinite wisdom, wanted to appoint people to serve on school boards, I was the first to submit some testimony stating that, look, in the reality here in Washoe County is that everybody is represented by two trustees, not just one. And that's rare for a local government to have two representatives, as Trustee Nicolette stated. So you can see my the schools I represent, the high school specifically. It's you know, with such a large district, there is an expectation that you have to manage your time a little bit better. Visited all of my schools, in some cases multiple times. Next slide, please. The first slide talked a little bit about authenticity, and what's really important to me is when I visit schools that I have an authentic experience, that I oftentimes ask the principals, hey, is there a student that I could meet? Is there somebody that that you can highlight? And that will speak to in the next slide. But you know, I have been busy, whether it be testifying at the legislature or meeting with our tribal leaders. I too have joined all of our trustees in a variety of events, lifting up our district, promoting our educators. Next slide, please. And finally, these are some opportunities that I take when I walk the halls with our principals during our school visits. Interact with the teachers, ask them you know, how they're doing, what their needs may be. The second slide is a student from Reed High School. His name is Scott. He was one of the champions of the We the People competition. In the third slide to the right is Raffello. He's a student at Hug High School. He was on the Voice. That's that ABC program, competition among singers. The slide on the far right is Abby. She's a student at Double Diamond. And the areas that I really focus on that, you know, Trustee Nicolette talked a little bit about being your champions. And all of us have our own issues that we sort of champion. For me, you know, we talked a lot about district finals, and I'm grateful that the superintendent was able to address that issue. Rehash that, but I'm also working closely with a local aviator and attorney who is administrator of a local foundation, and we're looking at starting an aviation curriculum that would be in addition to some of our CTE programs in the next year or two. Very exciting. Aviation is something important to me. There's a pilot shortage, so there's opportunities for our students to learn how to fly. School safety and security is important to all of us. It's important to me as a dad that has 2 students in our school district. You know, I drop them off at school, and there's not a day that goes by that I hope and pray that they're safe. And so that's important to me. Special education, as somebody that grew up with a significant hearing impairment, speech impediment, for me is a close bond to our special education needs. And I always, when I'm at my school visits, ask if I could see and learn more about their special education programs and where their needs are, because many times, just given our workforce challenges, those needs are unfilled, and we have a lot of work to do in that area. And lacrosse is a growing athletic sport that I'd really like to see sanctioned here at the Washoe County School District, and working with some local folks to hopefully see that come to fruition. There's over 600 student athletes that are in our lacrosse programs. We have 11 girl programs, 10 boy programs at various high schools throughout our district. And then, of course, you can learn more and follow me on Facebook, Instagram, and I think it's called the X now, not Twitter. But that's a quick overview of my engagement outreach, and I appreciate the opportunity. I also want to give a shout out to Michelle Anderson and her staff and all the work you do. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Mayberry. All right, Vice President Nicolette, take us home.
Wrap it up. And I will extend that thank you to not only Michelle and Jen and JJ, but to all of the employees throughout Washoe County School District who are very supportive and provide us with information that we need so that we can be informed and do our job and make decisions that when you get up in the morning, sometimes all you got is hope you're doing the right thing. So, Trustee Diane Nicolette, there's 47 schools. I have visited all my schools, some more than once, and I've also visited other schools within the district. It's just a wonderful opportunity to mix and mingle, if you will. I've also visited the 7 Washoe County School District sponsored charter schools and 4 of the state sponsored charter schools, and I'm continuing that because it's to me it's really important. Every child in Washoe County School District is important to all of us, and when I do these tours, ask, listen, and learn opportunities, it helps me see other things that are going on, how other schools and principals and teachers and professionals are implementing their academic rigor, and it's really important. It's an ask, listen, and learn opportunity. I do ride-alongs, nutrition services. I'm not really going to go through this and read it all to you. Really what I want others to understand is probably on an average, I do 2 to 4 activities, events, and visit schools a week. It's a wonderful opportunity. I will say to the majority of my colleagues sitting here at the dais that I am retired, and so I have a little more time than some of my colleagues, and I'm glad that I do, because there is so much to do and visit and learn and fun to be had. And so I take that as a blessing. I will move on, please. Now, I apologize for this slide. I broke the #1 rule. I've been doing PowerPoints for over 20 years. And I decided I was going to break the #1 rule to make a point. I do not expect you to read this. By the way, I can't even read it from here. The point is that as a trustee for all of us, there are so many opportunities to engage with our community. They are endless. And trying to decide what you're going to put on your calendar and what you're not going to put on your calendar can be very difficult, because for me personally, I want to put it all on my calendar. Again, it goes back to ask, listen, and learn. Every event, every school, every opportunity that I have to talk to the public, to look into an infant eyes, to visit a nursing home, whatever it is, I learn something every single time. And to try and assimilate that to make, again, informed decisions is extremely important. Trustees generally hang out at the 30,000 foot view because we're making very important decisions, as we discussed, about consent agenda items. Having said that, in order for you to understand, for me to understand the nuances of those decisions that we make, I need to get into the weeds, but I can't stay there too long. But I need to be there so that I can understand what's going on. Again, ask, listen, and learn. Everyone educates. And then I have the honor of serving as a Washoe Foundation, on the Washoe CASA Foundation. It is for we support court-appointed special advocates. And as a former CASA, I understand the importance of being a voice for children in court. We have children in Washoe County School District who are in foster care, and the foundation represents CASA so that we can support the work. I serve on the Early Childhood Advisory Council. It's a governor-appointed position, and also the Systems Alignment Subcommittee. Basically what this is an overview of what's going on in the state of Nevada that is related to birth through the age of 8. And the people I serve with on that state committee are marvelous. Again, another ask, listen, and learn opportunity. I served for a short time on the Debt Management Commission until I was asked to serve on the Nevada Association of School Boards. I serve on their executive committee, attended their 2022 state conference. Again, ask, listen, and learn opportunity. I serve on the Nevada preschool through third grade leadership team and attended the Regional Leadership Summit. And then I am also an accreditation approver, if you will, for the Association of Early Learning Leaders. It's a national council that has accreditation for preschools and early learning, birth through the age of 3, through the grade of 3. And I serve on their Accreditation Policy Council. Having said all that and attending all 17 graduations, it is truly an honor to represent our students, our families, our employees, and our community. And I feel very blessed to do it. And thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you all to my colleagues and Superintendent Enfield and Ms. Anderson and our entire comms team. Thank you. All right, that goes ahead and that closes item 3.01, and now we'll move on to item 3.02. This is the approval of the Guaranteed Maximum Price 2, also known as GMP2, from Q&D Construction as the Construction Manager at Risk, also known as a CMAR, for the management of construction for the repurposing of the prior Proctor R. Hug High School into a Career and Technical Education, CTE, High School Academy, also known as the Debbie Smith Career and Technical Academy High School. CMAR 20-100-Z-05MS in the amount of $97,606,379, and the approval of owner's contingency in the amount of $5,987,402 for a total of $103,593,781. This is an item for possible action. And we welcome Tammy Zimmerman, our Chief Facilities Management Officer. And just so everyone knows, in the public, this is an item that we've heard multiple times, so this is by far the first time that we've talked about this item. And also, before we proceed, I would like to give time to Trustee Westlake for a disclosure.
Okay. Thank you, President Smith. I am going to recuse myself from this agenda item. I'm disclosing that I have a commitment in a private capacity to the owners of Q&D, and I am recusing myself from this item, and I will abstain from voting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Trustee Westlake. And so everyone knows that also means that Trustee Westlake will not be participating in the conversation, asking questions, or in the dialogue that happens. All right, thank you. All right, Ms. Zimmerman.
Thank you, President Smith. As President Smith stated, this is for the second guaranteed maximum price for Debbie Smith Career Technical Academy High School to be proposed to be awarded to Q&D Construction, who is our construction manager at risk. We came back in June of 2022 and we were over budget. So we broke it up in phases. This is the third phase of that project. We've been successful in awarding the first two phases. This is the new building, the anchor building in the center of campus, and the major renovations in those existing buildings on site. And that's what the scope is for that. But based off of these first three phases and the estimate we have for our landscaping phases, the total construction cost is $145.8 million. If we had taken our GMP from last year, with the scope being leveled, the actual price would have been $148.6 million. So we actually saved, by going an extra year and breaking it up, $2.8 million. We were able to do that by taking the risk out of the project for everybody involved, taking it for the subcontractors as well as our general contractor, Q&D Construction. So we feel very, very good about this project. We worked with Q&D to bid this. All the scopes were competitively bid. Q&D Construction put this out on the street in April of 2023. They opened bids in May of 2023. Washoe County School District Purchasing and Facilities was on site when they opened the bids per NRS to make sure that everything was above board. We received better participation this go around with our bids, which was very exciting. 91% of these trades are local trades that will be awarded these contracts. So we're excited to put that money back into our own economy here. You'll notice that the owner's contingency is a little bit larger than normal, but that's because we're renovating existing buildings and we want to make sure we have enough for the unknowns. So it is a little bit higher, but that's to be expected in this instance in an existing campus. With this, we're recommending the recommended GMP, guaranteed maximum price, is under the allocated budget that was approved. So we feel really good about that. We also have groundbreaking that is scheduled for September 12th that we're super excited to have everybody there for this. I know invitations have been out to Board of Trustees, and we're excited to kick this project into high gear and really complete it and have a showcase piece for our Career and Technical Academy. So we're asking you to approve this guaranteed maximum price number 2 in the amount of $97,606,379 and approve an owner's contingency in the amount of $5,987,402 for a total of $103,593,781.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any questions before we go to public comment? Vice President Nicolette.
Yes, thank you. This is very exciting. Help me understand how you take the risk out.
So when we took the risk out because we phased it, so it makes those contracts for subcontractors shorter duration, so there's less unknown about the economy, material escalation and that. So when you do that, they're bidding a specific amount of time instead of a 24-month or 36-month time frame, which if I had a crystal ball, I'd be rich if I knew what was going to happen. So they're trying to work within that and think of things that could happen, and they may add cost to that because of the time frame.
Thank you. JJ, do we have any public comment on this item?
I have no cards.
Okay. All right, everyone. This is an item that we have heard multiple times for more than a year, and previous boards as well have also heard this item. I see no lights on, so if anyone is so inclined, we can move forward with a motion. Oh, Trustee Mayberry.
Thank you, Madam President. Yeah, I will make a motion, if I may. I can't get any better with Q&D, so delighted that they're with us. Board of Trustees approved the guaranteed maximum price from Q&D Construction as a construction manager at risk for the management of construction for the repurposing of the prior Proctor R. Hug High School into High School Career and Technical Education Academy, also known as W. Smith Career Technical Academy High School, CMR, number 20-100-C-05-MS, in the amount of $97,606,379. Approve an owner's contingency in the amount of $5,987,402 for a total of $103,593,781.
I'll second.
All right, motion by Trustee Mayberry, seconded by Clerk Rodriguez. I see no lights or hands. All those in favor, please say aye. 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 All those opposed, nay. All right, motion carries 5-0. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Tammy. All right, so now we're going to go ahead and move on to item 3.03. This is the presentation, discussion, and possible action to consider, approve, and/or amend the draft student behavior manual for the 2023-24 school year. This is an item for possible action, and we welcome Dr. Paul Lamarca, our Chief Strategies Officer. This is also something that we have talked about at length for many meetings now since November of last year. Thanks, Dr. Lamarca.
President Smith, Superintendent Enfield, members of the board, thank you for the opportunity. For the record, Paul Lamarca, Chief Strategies Officer. I will be very brief. So on June 27th, you took some action. We learned from your action. We met with WEA. We met with WSPA. Actually, let me back up. I'm sorry. Our objective is to give you an update since June 27th and to ask you to allow us to disseminate the draft manual to principals on August 1st. Since June 27th, we've met with both associations regularly, have multiple administrators review the manual. We met with each of you at a small group briefing 2 weeks ago. We've made all the changes that we can make. The manual is still in draft form. It is not complete. It won't be until you finally adopt it sometime in September, hopefully the first meeting in September. What we do need to do with school starting is disseminate it to our building leaders. We want to do that on August 1st. We will begin training with them on August 4th, not as if the manual is final, but we have to train them on legislative changes. We have to train them on progressive discipline committee expectations. They will then sit with their teams in their buildings, review the draft one last time. They will give us feedback by August 31st. We hope to get that in front of you on September 13th or the second meeting in September if we can't meet that deadline for your final adoption. And those are my comments. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. And I'm going to take a quick pause here because JJ, I think Trustee Woodley is joining.
He is on Zoom.
All right, Trustee Woodley. So just for the record, we would like to welcome Trustee Woodley to the meeting. He is with us virtually along with Trustee Church. All right, so for starters, I'm going to say thank you. So this is a great example of something that got pulled off of consent last November because of what we were hearing from our staff and the work that's really gone into it. And you have done some really significant work. You have taken this feedback constructively, progressively, and you have really, really risen to this occasion. And I am very confident that the behavior manual that comes out of Washoe County will lead the way in Nevada for how this can be done, including with the unity and partnership that we've shown with our associations to land in the best place possible to serve our kids. So thank you. All right, colleagues, I see Trustee Church. Go ahead and lead us off, Trustee Church.
Thank you, and I will try to be brief. Yeah, we've come a really long way. I applaud staff for doing that. Now that said, I have some serious concerns with it. I'm not going to beat a dead horse. You know, the vote's going to go however it's going to go, and I realize we got to get this through. That said, there is a lot of verbiage in there. We are mandated by the state to follow restorative discipline, restorative practices. I think personally we maybe go a little bit overboard on that, but it is what it is. So to say that the state mandates things is not always accurate. It's how we deal with it after that within a legal fashion. A few areas in there that I have a problem with involving, for example, in the back matrix, if it's a assault with injury to a teacher, we call the police. Then a little asterisk, it says, oh, but any criminal violation, we call the police. So it's kind of a contradictory there to say only if there's an injury do we call the police. But then somebody has to read the little asterisk thing. Same thing if somebody's selling, dealing in narcotics, controlled substance, we call the police, but not if they're in possession of heroin, methamphetamine. But then again, you go back to that little asterisk that says if it's criminal, we call the police. So I have some concerns with it. That said, I do applaud improvements we've made over the first version. I think we're on version number 3. So enough said. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Trustee Woodley.
Thank you, Madam President. Can you hear me okay?
Loud and clear.
Outstanding. I just want to commend Dr. Lamarca because he definitely paid attention to all of our comments. And of course, we also appreciate Dr. Enfield's leadership. But I'm very happy with the changes that I saw, and I appreciate them very much. And I am in support of this manual as it is today. Thank you.
Thank you. JJ, do we have any public comment on this item?
I have no cards for this item.
Thank you. All right, well, I will look to this board. Clerk Rodriguez.
Yes, I'll make a motion here in a moment, but I do want to thank Dr. Lamarca and the district staff as well. I know the first time I saw it, I was pretty against it, and it took a lot of constructive criticism, but I think we are getting there, and I do believe we'll get there shortly. So with that being said, I move that the Board of Trustees approves the preliminary draft of the 2023-24 Behavior Manual to be shared with schools for further review and comment.
Second.
All right, motion by Clerk Rodriguez, seconded by Vice President Nicolette. I'm checking my colleagues virtually. I see no hands up. I see no lights on for discussion. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay.
For the reason stated, nay.
Very good. Motion passes 6-1. Thank you very much, colleagues, and thank you very much, Dr. Lamarca, and the whole team that worked to get this done. This is good, hard work that we did. Thank you. All right, everyone. So that closes out item 3.03 and is going to bring us to the reason why many of you are here with us today. Before we jump into 3.04, we're going to take a very brief break, and let me explain why. And this is also going to be a setup. While we're meeting, and anyone who is listening, you can still email our board to publiccomments@washoeschools.net. We are going to take this pause to read through the dozens and dozens of messages that have come through from our community just while we've been meeting, because the public comment we will hear soon in person is just as important as the comments that we're getting. So we're going to take a moment to read those, 10-minute break, and then we will come back and we will go ahead and open that item. So thank you so much. All right, everyone, I'm going to give you your few second warning before I hit the gavel. We'll get everybody sat. It's okay. I haven't hit it yet. Let's just get everybody together. All right. Before we proceed, before I hit the gavel to take us out of the recess, I see Trustee Woodley and I also see Trustee Church. Okay, very good. Thank you so much. And Trustee Woodley, before we hit the gavel, can you confirm that you're there? Excellent. I see that. All right, we're good.
Yes, ma'am.
Excellent. I see that. All right, we're good. Oh, gosh. Is that what I really sound like? Okay. All right. It's 4:45. So I'm going to take us out of our recess and re-adjourn this meeting of the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees. We're going to go ahead and open item 3.04. This is the presentation, discussion, and possible action to approve the proposed sexuality, health, and responsibility education, also known as SHARE, for the 4th and 5th grade curricula, as recommended by the SHARE Advisory Committee. This is an item for possible action. We welcome before us today Dr. Joy Parks, our Chief Academic Officer, Kendra Fox, our Director of Secondary Curriculum and Instruction, and Rochelle Proctor, our SHARE Coordinator. Now, before we get started, just a couple things that I do want for everyone following at home and people that are here is that there is absolutely still time to weigh in with your thoughts. We welcome everyone to email us at publiccomments@washoeschools.net. After we complete the presentation portion and the public comment in-person portion, we'll also take another brief pause to read every single email that has come in during that time. And that will allow as many members of our community to be heard through this process. I also do want to remind the public that's here that if you emailed your public comment specifically to the public comments email, not the board members, but the public comments email, that acts as your public comment. I do have a few other notes that I'll mention as we get into the in-person public comment, but again, just as a reminder that this is a business meeting with the public and you are absolutely integral. We cannot do our work without you and your voice. So what I am going to ask is that although we are of course people and we have natural responses, I am going to ask that everyone please refrain from clapping, cheering, or jeering, or booing things down. We're all here to get information. We're absolutely here to be heard. And so if we could please maintain that decorum, I would personally be very grateful, and it is the expectation that we have of our board. It also adds additional time, and we all know that this is going to be a rigorous discussion with everyone, and we'd like to get through it efficiently for the benefit of our community. So on that note, I will turn it over to our presenters. Thank you.
Good afternoon, President Smith, Superintendent Enfield, and Board of Trustees. For the record, Troy Parks, our Chief Academic Officer. It is my privilege to bring forward today our proposed 4th and 5th grade updates for our SHARE curriculum, and I'm going to turn it quickly over to our very capable hands of Director Kendra Fox for Curriculum and Instruction, that is at the secondary level, and Rochelle Proctor, our SHARE Coordinator.
Thank you, Dr. Parks. For the Superintendent Enfield, President Smith, Board of Trustees, for the record, my name is Kendra Fox. I've been with the Washoe County School District for 27 years and have served as the Director of Curriculum Instruction for the past 12. I am a proud parent of 2 Washoe County School District graduates, and I'm a Washoe County graduate myself. I want to open with a brief reminder about what SHARE stands for. SHARE, the acronym SHARE, is Sexuality, Health, and Responsibility Education, and it is our age and developmentally appropriate program designed to assist students in making informed choices and avoiding behaviors that put them at risk. Our SHARE curriculum is grounded in the Nevada Academic Content Standards. You'll find those standards in attachment M in your board packet. Just as our standards-aligned SHARE curriculum is designed to help students make informed choices, the implementation of SHARE is grounded in Washoe County School District's commitment to supporting every parent to make informed choices about their own child. This curriculum is opt-in only, so unless parents have given permission for their child to participate in SHARE, students will not receive these lessons. The opt-in process for SHARE is part of our student registration process. But parents may also opt in by completing a form that's available on the district website or in person at their child's school. You'll find an example of that form in attachment N in your board packet. Schools also communicate directly with families in the weeks before SHARE begins. In that communication, parents receive information about when SHARE will be taught, where to find the SHARE curriculum, and how to opt in or make changes to their child's registration. We are putting parents in the driver's seat, and it is up to each parent or guardian to decide whether their child receives these lessons. At the elementary grades, the vast majority, nearly 90% of our families opt in to the SHARE curriculum. As I mentioned, our age and developmentally appropriate SHARE curriculum is grounded in the Nevada Academic Content Standards for Health. The curriculum also complies with NRS 389-036 statutory requirement and Board Policy 6140. The recommended updates that the Board of Trustees is considering today were developed by the SHARE Advisory Committee. The committee is made up of 9 members of our community appointed by the Board of Trustees. Anytime the Advisory Committee considers updates to the SHARE curriculum, we prioritize alignment with the Nevada Academic Content Standards. Similar to the Nevada Department of Education's process in development of the Nevada Academic Content Standards, we also consider multiple expert resources. The updates to the SHARE Advisory Committee are proposed based on feedback from our community and designed to ensure that students are engaging in content that meets their needs. At this time, I would turn it over to Rochelle Proctor, the SHARE coordinator, to explain more about the 4th and 5th grade lessons.
Good afternoon, President Smith, Board of Trustees, Dr. Enfield. I have also been in the district for over 25 years as an educator in various capacities. The past 6, I have been the SHARE coordinator. I too have 2 graduates from Washoe County School District. So Kendra provided some background on SHARE, and I am going to talk a little bit about the proposed curriculum and the timeline that we worked under. So the reason for the proposed 4th and 5th grade curriculum was that the current curriculum is more than 20 years old and does not adequately cover the topics of healthy relationships, consent, setting boundaries, and sexual assault. We also listened to the community. We heard the community and their concerns with the originally proposed language of body with a penis and body with a vulva used in the proposed 4th and 5th grade curriculum. So the SHARE Advisory Committee reconvened and met, had rigorous conversations, and recommended revisions to that language to specify boys and people with a penis and girls and people with a vulva. The committee is also proposing that boys and girls be taught SHARE together rather than in separate classrooms. I'm going to briefly go over the proposed 4th and 5th grade SHARE lessons. I'm going to talk about the topics and how they correlate to our Nevada Academic Content Standards for Health. Again, remember this is an opt-in program. So the proposed 4th grade curriculum has 3 different lessons. Understanding our body. It's tied to human reproductive systems, standards 4.1 and 4.3. The next lesson covers puberty. It is tied to human reproductive systems 4.1 and 4.3 and self-management 4.1. The last lesson in 4th grade is friendships and consent. It's tied to standards personal safety 4.1 and 4.6 and analyzing influence 4.1. The proposed 5th grade is also tied and grounded in our Nevada Academic Content Standards. It has 4 lessons. Puberty, first topic, tied to human reproductive systems, 5.1 and 5.3. Communication and boundaries is tied to our interpersonal communication standard, 5.1 and 5.2. And personal safety, 5.1 and 5.2. We have a lesson on reproductive systems. Again, ties into human reproductive standard, 5.1 and 5.2. And lastly, a lesson on liking and loving, which ties into the standards of personal, community, and environmental health, 5.1 and 5.3. I want to share a little bit about the timeline of this process so the Board of Trustees understands the opportunities available for parents and community members to engage with the proposed curriculum updates. The proposed 4th and 5th grade curriculum were available for public review from the end of February
for the survey, I should say, for the community survey, ran from the end of February to mid-March. The curriculum remained on our SHARE website until the beginning of this year, so the beginning of January 2023 for public preview. Again, all of our SHARE advisory meetings follow open meeting law and are open to the public, and materials are always available on our website. On July 6, 2023, the curriculum was again posted on the district's web page, along with our SHARE webpage. As a reminder, no student will participate in SHARE unless their parent has completed an opt-in form for them to do so. Parents can find information about SHARE on our website directly from the home page, and schools will send out information about SHARE before the program begins each school year. SHARE takes place at different times depending on school schedules. This concludes our presentation. We welcome questions and hope to have your support for these proposed updates to our age-appropriate, standards-aligned curriculum.
Thank you. So for the community and for my colleagues, in this first section, we're going to ask some clarifying questions. And the reason why we do that, it's not a hard and fast rule, but it's an approach that our board takes, because if we have a question, a bunch of you have that question too. And it may affect the public comment that you give us. And that's very, very important to us that we get that information out there. So again, it's not a hard and fast rule, but it is something that we follow in order to enhance and optimize the public comment that we'll hear from you shortly. So I will open it up to my colleagues, and let's ask some clarifying questions before we go to public comment. Trustee Westlake.
Thank you, President Smith. First of all, you guys have put in a lot of work. I do have some concerns, and a question I do have is, how does girl and person with a vulva and boy and person with a penis, how is that representing reproduction, consent, STIs, and puberty? How, when our medical, all of our medical books, it's female anatomy, male anatomy, every video, my eyes practically bled watching all the videos, which very good videos that go along with these lesson plans. And for continuation purposes, in every one of those videos, it's female, it's male, it's female anatomy, it's female body, it's male body. There's no disassociating an individual to a body part or convoluting it, saying it's girl and person. And I have some examples where that is inaccurate information. So how is it related that we have to ignore all medical manuals, ignore all of the videos that we're attaching to these lesson plans that say female and male, and now we're choosing, which is not in the Nevada statute, does it say anywhere in there, nor in the content does it say that we're to be doing this. Thank you.
Oh, no. Thank you, but no, thank you. Okay. Oh, yes to you.
Okay.
I recognize that could be confusing.
Yeah. Rochelle Proctor for the record. So all of our lessons are aligned and grounded in our Nevada academic content standards for health. And that one specifically is under human reproductive systems, 4.1, 4.3. and 5.15.3. And just a reminder, those standards are, I think, attachment M in your packet. Also, it is under our statute that we talk about reproductive systems. That would cover reproductive systems. That would be my response.
Okay. I'll also say, just as a point, and again, I'm not certainly a doctor, but we did actually receive some really good public comment from local gynecologists and also pediatrician groups that also provided their own medical explanation of that. So later, when we take that pause, that's good public comment perhaps to look back on. I won't recount that because I myself am not a doctor, but they did offer some medical perspective on that. Yeah.
Okay. Not to be disrespectful of your answer, but that doesn't answer my question. What does that have to do with reproduction, consent, STIs, and puberty? Because reproduction, only a female girl, not a female girl and person can reproduce. It's a female. And I just want to clarify, I don't care if you're born a female or male, or if you get there with intervention. I don't care if you're a happy individual. I don't care. But I think we're being very misleading by putting that language in there. And this is supposed to be about reproduction, consent, STIs, puberty. And now we're saying a girl and a person. What person is that? What other person can deliver a baby other than a girl? What I would like to know, I think that's important that we be accurate and not misleading to our children. I would like to know what other person other than a girl can reproduce a baby, and what other person other than a boy or a male can provide sperm in the natural sense of sexual intercourse. I'm not talking about, petri dishes and all of that. What other person? Why are we attaching person to reproduction, consent, STIs, and puberty? How does that, attaching that word, person, and inclusivity and diversity, what is more inclusive and diverse than female anatomy and male anatomy? You can identify with male, you can identify with female. This little boy can identify with female. It's inclusive of everyone. You can be female, you can be male, but there are two anatomies. Again, whether you were born that way or it is achieved surgically, but we are lying. We are lying when we say girl and person, and then going on to talk about reproduction, consent, STIs, and puberty. One example in here, in the documentation, is we are saying male and persons can have wet dreams. Male and persons with a penis can have wet dreams. First of all, it's not the penis, okay? It's high doses of hormones that causes that bodily reaction, not a penis.
Wesley, is it okay? You have a great question there. So is it okay, before we get into the deliberation portion, I just want to make sure you have a very good question. So I want to get to that question.
I just really would like, and I think there's a lot of individuals that would really like a clear, concise explanation as to girl and person, and we're relating it to these four topics, which I am for sex ed. This is important. Our kids need this. But if we're going to do this, let's do it right, and let's do it scientifically.
Okay. Before we get into the deliberation portion, let's let them answer. Very, very good question. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Rochelle Proctor for the record. Again, when we developed these lessons, we relied solely on our Nevada academic content standards, and when we are looking at reproductive health and the reproductive system and using correct terms, just for that section of the lesson, it was chosen to use that language. Girl or people with a vulva, or boy, or people with a penis. We are strictly talking about body parts and correct terms of those body parts. Again, aligned to the content standards.
All right, thank you.
I have
Trustee,
another question.
is it okay if we go to Trustee Woodley and then we'll bounce back? And then I also see Trustee Mayberry over there. Trustee Woodley. Oh, I see you too, Trustee
Thank you,
Church.
Madam.
I see you too.
Thank you, Madam President. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. So I just have a question. It was my understanding that parts of the sexual education that it would be the boys and the girls would be separated in certain parts, but I heard during this presentation this evening that the recommendation is for all education to occur in the presence of both male and females. I just wanted some clarification on that. Thank you.
Rochelle Proctor for the record again. Yes, all students would remain in the same class together for the instruction of SHARE. That was proposed and approved by our SHARE Advisory Committee to bring forward to the board today.
As a follow-up question to that, how about 6th grade through 12th grade? I know, sorry about that. 6th grade to 12th grade, are they together or separate for that?
They are together.
Okay. So I see everybody's lights on. I'll hold the thought that I have, but it's really a continuation of what's been approved before. So Trustee Church, I see you. I am going to go to Trustee Mayberry, and then Trustee Church, I want you to know you're on deck. Trustee Mayberry.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Madam President. Good evening. How you doing? Just to piggyback on Trustee Westlay's question with that language, I noticed that it, and I may be wrong, but I don't see it in any other lesson, 6th grade on up. Am I correct with that? And why would that be? Why would this? Because it seemed like it's new language. It seemed like it's a bit of a departure from some of the other definitions. So that's my question. Then I have another follow-up. Thank you.
Rochelle Proctor for the record. You are 100% correct, and that was a discussion that we had with the committee, with district staff as well, that after proposed 4th and 5th grade, whatever is decided this evening, that perhaps it would also behoove us to go back and address it in 6th through 12th grade to make sure we are using common language throughout the curriculum.
Okay. Going back to Trustee Woodley's question, and you answered it, and I appreciate that, Ms. Proctor, that the boys and girls will be together, and the SHARE Committee made that decision. I'd like to know why. Why did they make that decision? Is there a reason?
They were all, even in the current curriculum, they're learning the same things. I'm Rochelle Proctor again for the record. And I'm speaking from my experience of going and guest teaching SHARE very often. And I've had many comments as well from students saying, if we're talking about the same thing and learning the same thing, why are we not in the same room with the rest of our classmates? So along with the committee discussion, it was not solely me. There are members on our committee that are representative of our district folk as well. We have a teacher and a school counselor. They also brought the same concern to the table, so it was discussed within our committee.
Is that the norm for these kinds of programs in other districts? Can you enlighten us on that?
I can't speak completely for other districts, but yes, it is a norm.
All right, Trustee Church, clarifying questions.
Yes, and completely clarifying. I'm not going to, I'll open with one quick statement. 16 counties do it differently and apparently don't violate Nevada academic standards. And I really don't want to hear Nevada academic standards because I just don't agree. But I'm going to ask very specific 4 questions. Number one, if we didn't approve this, if we stayed with male and female boys and girls, are we still compliant with NAC and board policy? Can you hear me?
Yes, I'm sorry. Kendra Fox for the record. I believe we would be compliant.
Okay. So we don't have to. So if you tell me, oh, we're compliant with NAC standards because of body with a or person with a vulva, That's not required. Okay, good. Now, the second issue is there's reference to gender identity, whatever term you want to use, LGBT, and again, I'm supportive of that. But if we were to remove that, gender identity and LGBT, from the curriculum for 4th and 5th grade, would we still be compliant with board policy and NAC?
If we remove, Kendra Fox for the record, if we remove that content, I believe we would be missing part of a standard, but that's what we were talking about, which one.
So you think so? You're not sure? I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but it's a very important question.
I just need a, oh, Michelle knows, go ahead.
It's addressed in Personal Community Environmental Health Standards 5.1 and 5.3.
Can we hear what that says?
Those standards are in attachment M in your packet.
Okay, I'll go ahead with my question, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely.
When would I'll put my hand up, when would the changes take place? So we vote today, when would the changes take place?
The new curriculum would be taught in the 23-24 school year if approved today.
But haven't parents already registered without that knowing what they're approving?
Yes, however, the schools have the paper copy that they will follow up with for any student that hasn't opted in, because it is opt-in for all parents. Also, parents can change their mind at any time through the paper copy.
I'm trying to keep this to clarifying questions, but I don't necessarily agree. Okay, the next question.
Trustee Church, if it helps, I don't mean to interrupt, but if it helps with your question, as a parent with students that attend share, the schools also send a notice in advance so that there are no surprises about when this is coming, and parents are given the opportunity at that point to double check what they have opted into, to review the materials again, and either rescind or opt in from that point. So I do just want to share that from a parent perspective factually.
Okay, just two more. I don't necessarily agree, but I'm just trying to ask clarifying questions.
Well, I do want everybody to know that that is factually correct. So I just want to make that clear for the record that that is actually factually correct, that that's the process.
Okay. Right.
Thank you.
Notice to the parents jointly, when I can't find that the parents were notified that it was going to be taught together. When you go to the website, it's confusing, but apparently a reference to what's currently taught, it makes it clear it's taught separately. I can't find where the parents were noticed on the jointness. Can you, is that there? Did we make a mistake?
The attachment N that shows the opt-in paper that we provided in your board packet was an example of the current one. If approved, we will update that paperwork so that parents know, that parents are very clear to know that the boys and girls will be together.
Okay, I think I heard a no. I think I heard the parents, the board was notified. It's an attachment if somebody goes to the meeting minutes and meeting agenda, but they were not so notified. If you look on the website, search it, it's not there. Am I correct?
Trustee Church, the form that we provided you in your board packet is on the district website. However, it is the form for the current curriculum. With the proposed curriculum, if approved tonight, we will update that and create a new form for parents to be notified of.
Okay, I'm not the smartest spoon in the drawer, but I'm going to take that as a no. The parents weren't notified. All right, final question for now. The reference in those handouts. I just want to
pause right there, Trustee Church. The parents can't be notified because we haven't approved anything. We have a current curriculum right now, just for the sake of everyone, yourself and also the public. It's a great question. The families are noticed in accordance to the curriculum we have in force today. And if there was a change, then that would also change, but we can't preemptively change it before there's a new adoption. So again, just making it very, very clear factually. But great question. Thank you, Trustee Church.
I think I may have phrased it wrong, but when you go under proposed, when you go to the website, there's two different links, proposed. There's nowhere the parents are told proposed that it will be held jointly. That's my, and again, I understand it to be a no, but I'll move on. The final question is there's reference in the handout to national standards. Now, you've answered this to us, but I want to put it on the record. Confirm, please, there are no national standards. That's a private organization. The board, the superintendent, NAC, nobody has ever approved those national standards. Am I correct?
Kendra Fox, for the record, that's correct. As I said in my presentation, that the Nevada Academic Content Standards, when the Nevada Department of Education developed those, they used those standards as a reference or a resource, as they did the American Cancer Society and things like that. And so we also used those as a resource when we were planning.
Oh, you're telling me, I just want to make sure, I'm not trying to play Perry Mason, the NAC did look at those national standards. I'm incredulous, but you're telling me that the NAC, the state, looked at the non-binding private group national standards for sex ed as part of their criteria, or what they looked at.
That's correct. That notation can be found on page 31 of the Nevada Academic Content Standards for Health.
Okay, thank you, and thank you for your time, Madam President. I think that's my clarifying questions. I have about a 5-minute statement I'll make at some point, if that's okay, during deliberation, but thank you very much.
Absolutely, and great questions, because again, Trustee Church and everyone, if we have the question, you have the question, and your public comment may be affected by what it is you learn through these questions, so that's excellent. All right, other clarifying questions. Before you go again, Trustee Westlake, so everyone knows in the community, one of the things that the Board of Trustees gets to do, and this information is also public, is we get to submit questions in advance to staff. And those information sheets are also published on the agenda pages, which any of us may find really helpful. One of the questions that I asked is that the 4th and 5th grade curriculum is the end of the overview of all the curriculum. Could you please just take a moment and explain or answer the question about when we started this overhaul from 12th all the way to 4th, and then also confirm that this is the last portion for the school district to review?
Thank you, President Smith. The high school curriculum was approved by the Board of Trustees on June 4th of 2019, and then the Board of Trustees made a couple revisions, so we brought it back on September 10th of 2019. After that, we worked on the 8th grade curriculum, and the Board of Trustees approved that on June 9th of 2020. The 7th grade curriculum was approved by the Board of Trustees on December 8th of 2020. And then the 6th grade curriculum was approved by the Board of Trustees on May 25th of 2021. So yes, you're correct in that the 4th and 5th grade is the last of the major updates to our curriculum.
Thank you. Trustee Westlake, do you have any other clarifying questions before we go to public comment?
I do. Thank you. So I'm still getting back to the female anatomy and the male anatomy. And we're saying that we've had to change the verbiage to cover everything, yet we're using videos that say female anatomy and male anatomy, and we're using artistic drawings of the female body parts. So my clarifying question is we're saying we want to be scientific, and we're saying we want to be accurate. And yet we've already opened the door by saying girl and person, and then we're showing an artistic drawing of the female anatomy, not just with a vulva, not just with a vagina, but a uterus and ovaries. I would like to know what other person other than a female has ovaries and a uterus. We're supposed to be giving our kids accurate information. We're supposed to be educating our kids. I don't want to just see us educating our kids. I want to see us being able to send our kids out and being able to apply the education that they gave them. If they went up to a medical doctor and said, a girl and a person, Dr. Smith, has a uterus and ovaries, that is false. We are putting out false information. And why, if we're using all these videos with female anatomy and male anatomy, it's not consistent. And female anatomy and male anatomy covers everything. Again, you can pick and choose what you want, but it's there. Female anatomy, male anatomy. Done.
So, Trustee Westlake, before we get into the deliberations, I hear that your question may be, why weren't supporting materials and videos chosen that align with this? Is that an accurate? No, you're not. Okay, no, stop. I'm trying to get down to the question so she's not making a statement and we get the answer.
I understand.
Please.
I just feel like I'm getting all this dancing around, so I'm feeling like I'm really having to try and laser in on the problem here. Why do we have illustrations with a uterus and an ovary, and now we've opened the door, girl and person, and having these illustrations when we all know only a girl has a uterus and ovaries, period.
So very, very good question. Can you, let me make sure that I've perhaps heard this right. The question is, can you explain medically for us why the decision was made? Can you explain the situations through which other people may not align exactly to the term boy and girl? So the introduction of, let's say, an additional category of gender, and why that was chosen for this material. Is that a little bit more accurate? Because you're wanting to know why. So I understand you're weighing in on that, but right now we're asking the questions, and so I hear that you.
I want to know scientifically.
Fair enough.
How we can stand behind that scientifically.
Very good, and that is a great question. So scientifically and medically, and again, we did get some good public comment on this. Can you please answer that question? And thank you very much for clarifying.
Rochelle Proctor for the record. Again, we're aligned to our standards. I know I've said that over and over, but it's the truth. But we also have a committee that is made up of experts, and one of those experts is also from the medical field. And we have folks from Human Development, Family Sciences from UNR that also brought in their input to make sure we are addressing all of our students when we are talking about their reproductive anatomy only.
Okay. Thank you.
Again, a person cannot reproduce with what you're showing in the female illustration. We're talking reproduction. It is not going to happen. When it does, then we put it out there. As of now, only a girl can have a baby.
I think if you look at some of the public comment that we got into, you'll see that there are people that do not medically fit necessarily into either of those categories. One of those examples are people who are intersex, which is a medical designation among people. Thank you. All right, I don't see any other lights on for right now. So before we go to public comment, we do have our student representative, Arabelle Deason, and she is going to have to leave us in a bit. So before we go to public comment, which we are going to do next, I wanted to give Arabelle an opportunity to weigh in on the student voice perspective, since she will be leaving in a little bit.
Thank you, President Smith. Good evening, everyone. I think one thing as a student perspective, I know me going into SHARE, and I was not here for like 4th and 5th and 6th grade. I was in Indiana, so it was very different. We were separated, all that. But I would say that the biggest thing is definitely consistency. I think that as a student, being taught this, it's very awkward. It's very we try to make it as comfortable and easy as we can, but it's just it's a hard topic for a student to learn about. And so I would say that the biggest thing that we need is consistency. And so how you guys were saying that the students are together all throughout like 6th through 12th. I think that it would definitely be good to start students together as well, because having any surprises, like going into 6th grade and like being taught share and then being like, whoa, like now we're all together, like just kind of like introducing it like, okay, like we're all going to have a conversation about this. And then also for students that have like gender identity issues, or like not issues, I don't want to say that, but like are not completely sure in their gender identity yet, to have just like kind of everyone's together and there's no like grouping or anything like that, I think would make some students a lot more comfortable. And then also just with the person with the vulva and person with the penis, again with the consistency, if we don't have that in place yet for 6th and up, I would just say that we would want to think about implementing it maybe like, I don't want to say backwards, but like starting older and then coming down with it, or like implementing it all at once where everyone gets it all at the same time, just so that students can have that consistency of like seeing that in every single curriculum, rather than like having it one year and then the next year it's gone and they're like that would, I feel that would add to the confusion for students. But that's all I have to say. Thank you guys.
Thank you very much, Arabelle. We really appreciate that. All right, so let's get to it with no other lights on. Let's proceed with our in-person public comment. And before we call that first person, I am going to remind everyone that when you signed up for in-person public comment, there was a statement on that card, and very seriously. So let's please keep it on the agenda. Let's please bring our passion, bring your opinion. We absolutely want to hear from you. But let's also please ask for decorum in the crowd, so that we just get through this. We give everyone their time. It's very important for you to be heard. Please no outbursts, and let's get through this portion so that everyone has the opportunity for their public comment to be heard. So again, we take that statement on the card that you signed very seriously, and I do not want to have to recess this meeting. So let's just please get through this for the sake of our community and this meeting.
Joni Hammond.
Hi, Ms. Hammond. You get to go first. Thank you and welcome.
President, Superintendent, and Trustees, good evening. It has gone into the evening. I'm Joni Hammond. Please vote no on the share curriculum. Males cannot be females. Females cannot be males. There are two sexes, XX and XY chromosomes. Cutting off or mutilating a child's body does not change that. The outer doesn't change the inner. Changing the words in sex education does not change any of what we're talking about. Much of the language in the proposed sex ed curriculum seems like a how-to manual. Why is this necessary for 4th and 5th graders? Think about 10 and 11-year-olds. You should be ashamed of yourselves for even considering these kinds of changes. These are children we're talking about. Our jobs as adults and parents is to mold them into adults and not provide untruths to them. Return to the risk-adverse model explaining biology, puberty, and pregnancy STI avoidance. Again, vote no on the share curriculum. Remember, Nevada is 49th out of 50. Why don't we spend our time on educating our students so they can compete in the world with science, math, and reading? Why are we spending millions of dollars on changing the sex curriculum, and I don't see the education system working here? Please vote no.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hammond.
Linda Duncan.
Hi, Ms. Duncan. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm a little shaky, a little weak. I've been sitting for 4 hours waiting. I'm good, thank you. I had a whole spew ready, and then and then I heard that their parents can do the opt-out. So I really like that part. But I have to tell you, I used this language on the neighborhood app last night. I live in Cold Springs. and I got red flagged. And then I got flagged again today that said, come back in 3 days and we'll let you back on. So the language that you're using for children is not okay on my neighborhood app for the parents and the adults. I don't understand how you can do that. And then a few weeks ago, I had a couple of teenagers come and help me with my yard. Waiting for the mom to show up and pick them up when we were done, we were sitting outside, and I asked the 13-year-old, a boy, if he liked school. And he said no. I said, why not? He says, I just don't like it. I said, can you read? He says, not very good. I said, can you do mathematics? And he said, what's that? He's 13 years old and he doesn't know what mathematics is. You guys really need to change your agenda and make these kids good for adult life. This is just not okay. And with Nevada ranking 49, I have to tell you, I am so glad my children are raised and not in the state of Nevada. Your school system is terrible. And I'm a grandmother, but I'm also a taxpayer. I have 2 lines on my tax bill where I pay you guys money. My husband and I are senior citizens on a fixed income. There's no tax break for seniors in this state. So how dare you take my money and waste it on this stuff on children? Sex education is good, but you need the kids to be older. What are you doing to the 9 and 10 and 11 years old? It's terrible. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And so everyone in there, just remember, while our speakers are up here, we're just silent while we all focus. I do also want to help clarify that one NRS actually requires, per law, that share begin in the 4th grade, and we are not an opt-out state, we're an opt-in state, which means that the default is that children do not get this information unless their parents opt in. So I just wanted to share that so that everyone who speaks next is aware of that. Thank you, JJ.
Valerie Fiannaca.
Hi, Ms. Fiannaca. Welcome again.
I hope I'm not your first recess.
Me neither.
I had 4 kids at a time in elementary school, and those opt-in papers, there's a whole lot of papers that come flying at you, I got to tell you. I might have missed 1 or 2. I'm reading this comment. It came from a Navy veteran, an Air Force veteran. His name is Scott Finley, but I agree with every word he wrote. The only thing worse than communists are pedophiles and their enablers. The Washoe County School District Board of Trustees must reject the SHARE curriculum, as this curriculum in its current form is full of political correctness that seeks to normalize the sexualization of children and brainwash them into being political pawns to be exploited for the cultural revolution currently underway all over the United States. The following is a quote by Theodore Dalrymple. Quote, political correctness is communist propaganda, writ small. In my study of communist societies, I came to the conclusion that the purpose of communist propaganda was not to persuade or convince, not to inform, but to humiliate. And therefore, the less it corresponded to reality, the better. When people are forced to remain silent when they are being told the most obvious lies, or even worse, when they are forced to repeat the lies themselves, they lose once and for all their sense of probity. To assent to obvious lies is in some small way to become evil oneself. One's standing to resist anything is thus eroded and even destroyed. A society of emasculated liars is easy to control. I think if you examine political correctness, it has the same effect and is intended to, unquote. Language does matter. Seemingly innocuous propositions like the SHARE curriculum are highly destructive of not just Nevada culture, but American culture as a whole. Language matters because intentionally or unintentionally, this perversion of language attacks children seeking to undermine and corrupt future generations. Reality does not care about our feelings and will punish actions taken solely based on feelings rather than logic. In lesson intro for grade 4, it states, we will be talking about this as if we are scientists and doctors because we will be using the correct anatomical terms for our body parts. However, if we are going to be talking about puberty as if we are scientists and doctors, then we must also recognize the objective reality of biology. The common language in the SHARE curriculum is that there are bodies with penises and bodies with vulvas. This is sophistry. Boys have a penis, girls have a vagina. For this reason, I request that the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees reject the SHARE curriculum as it is loaded with deception. To assent to obvious lies is in some small way to become evil oneself. Are you all evil?
Thank you, Ms. Fianaka. No. Please, everybody, please. Please. No, this is our meeting.
Cliff Nellis.
Hello, Mr. Nellis.
My name is Cliff Nellis, the Greetings Board and Trustees. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm a 48-year resident of Washoe County with 4 daughters that graduated through the system. And I want to point out to you guys that we are no longer a homogenous society. We used to be a homogenous society based on Christian principles. Our country was built on Christian principles. Even people who weren't Christians, even atheists, believed in Christian principles. One of those principles is God created us, male and female. You see that in the book of Genesis. Now, there's a lot of people here, I believe, behind me, that don't believe in this anymore. The word transgender was an invented word. Before that was transvestite, which all that means is someone who changes their clothing. You cannot change your gender, and this is just another way to put that into the curriculum. The other point I'd like to point out is that when you put boys and girls together, you destroy their natural inhibitions. Boys are embarrassed to talk about this stuff with girls around, and vice versa. This is socially destructive. And we are not going to tolerate you destroying our culture and our heritage. I am serious. And if you guys approve of this, you're going to cost me a lot of work. Yeah, because I'm going to have to bypass the whole education system and go direct to the parents and direct to the students. Why don't you let me in the schools? Do we have rainbow flags all over our schools? I mean, our kids are getting this pressure from the the perverted culture to go tranny, and be gender confused. Gender confusion only happens when people practice homosexuality. The children need to be taught morality. They need a basis of morality. Christian morality, in order to learn anything, to develop themselves intellectually, spiritually, and morally. And I would like to have my curriculum. I'll develop a curriculum so I can teach them these foundations so they can learn life and really be successful in life. But when you're perverting your sexual morality, you're learning to be greedy. All you want is feelings, pleasure. It's like being a drug addict. And and I hear some giggling behind me. Yet they don't understand the importance of morality to our culture, our heritage, American heritage. We just saw some Native American folks, and they're talking about their culture. We have the greatest war on our culture going on right now. Don't be a part of it.
Thank you. No, stop. Please, everyone. It's a sign of disrespect. Please, let's get through it. Do not. This is a public meeting and there will be decorum. No, it is not. Stop. Please show respect. If you do it again, we will recess this meeting and then we will not continue to move forward. JJ.
Ursula Funk.
Thank you for letting me address the board. First of all, my name is Ursula Funk. I was a nurse in the emergency room. I worked as a nurse and an office manager for an OBGYN in Anchorage for over 20 years. I can assure you that there are children that are born with ambiguous sex organs, okay? So we don't always know if we have a quote, boy or girl when they are born. This doesn't happen often, but it does happen. And I will let you know that when our OBGYN went to deliver a child, and he would come back and we would ask him, and we did, this was like 45 years ago, did you have a boy or a girl? And his answer was always yes, and to be determined. So I want to let you know that children have a right to determine what they want to do. I find it offensive that my children are deemed as being immoral because I gave them the opportunity to make their own determination when they grow up as they wanted to do. I know you're talking about sex education, for 4th and 5th graders, but I would let you know that my children knew information. They knew biological and anatomy terms by the time they were in 4th grade. It is no different teaching my children about an arm or teaching my children about their breasts or teaching my children about their elbow and teaching them about a penis. It is all human body parts. And I think this education is much more inclusive, and I think the terminology should be changed. I also was a certified coder, and documentation is important. If it isn't documented, it was never done. So I urge you to pass this information. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much.
Jonathan McNeil.
Hello. Welcome.
Good evening, President, Superintendent, and Board of Trustees. My name is Jonathan McNeil, for the record. It saddens me today that I have to advocate for human rights and against violence at a school board meeting, and I do not envy you and the position you have been put in by members of our community. I am speaking today as a 30-year lifelong Reno resident and an alumni of the Washoe County Public School System in support of the curriculum proposals for the SHARE program. Growing up, I had several friends and partners who later came out as members of the LGBTQ+ community, and I feel the Washoe County SHARE curriculum at the time failed to educate me and my peers scientific aspects about sexuality and gender that contributed to the alienation of my friends and classmates for years to come. The SHARE program did not adequately prepare me for the reality of our complex world. The intentional lack of language and acknowledgement of LGBTQ+ topics deliberately excludes members of our community and instills stigma and bias in our children. The stigma that persists against our LGBTQ+ community members perpetuates a system of oppression and violence, and today you have an important role in fighting that. Additionally, the lessons about boundaries and consent will contribute to a safer school system and community. You can help create a more quality education today, and I implore you to put your trust in the experts and scientists and embrace tolerance and equality by approving the SHARE curriculum as recommended by the SHARE Advisory Committee. Inclusivity saves lives. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So I'm going to call 3 names so that people in overflow can hear and then get prepared. So the first name I'll call will come first, then the next person will be on deck, and so on. Elvira Diaz, Danielle Stroop, and Mike Norman.
Hi, Ms. Diaz.
Hello. Thank you to the Susan Superintendent, the President, Brett Smith, all of you. I think most of you don't know me because I applied to be school board. And the reason that I'm here right now to tell you that my son just graduated from the high school. And Brett Smith is in the picture, in my picture of my son going to graduation, and you guys went to the graduation, and I appreciate it. My son got accepted to Berkeley University. I'm immigrant. I'm really poor, but I'm so happy that he got accepted and he just moved to California. My son, at the age of 4.5, he born with a vulva, but he asked me to have a penis. So my son is somebody who has a vulva people. I don't see nothing wrong with the word people, person. Let me tell you, my son, he won for the Boys and Girls Club in this area, like the biggest award. Also, he was the queen for the homecoming in the Sparks High School. And the middle school, they support him, principals. And the elementary school, they support him. So I'm calling just because I don't want just one person who has a vulva, who can be reproductive. My son can have babies inside him if he wants to. I don't want just him to be, because he has a mom like me that support him. I want other kids too. So if you guys change the chair, and then when they're together, then you don't have a problem, because actually when you teach together, they're going to be respect each other's, and they will understand more. When you teach real things, my father was a doctor. When I learned about my son was a transgender, he born a female, but he now is a male. I talked to my mom, was 87. Went to Mexico to tell my mom, and my mom said, doesn't matter. Tell your son that I love him. And my son is really, really happy. And I believe in education. I have also a daughter who's a lawyer. So I'm telling you, I'm an immigrant mom, single mom, who has a lawyer, who works in Washington, making more money than us. Honestly, she makes a lot of money. And my son is going to Berkeley. So I want to ask you, and I forgot to do, I work in the Progressive Leadership Alliance of Nevada, I forgot. I'm senior community organizer. And I really appreciate, and I know it's education. I don't blame nobody who doesn't understand what trans is. But thank you for supporting this bill. And God bless you. I'm still Catholic, and my church support me. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Diaz.
Danielle Stroop.
Hi, Ms.
Mike
Stroop. Welcome.
Norman. Brooke Westlake.
Thank you.
Hello. Good evening to everyone on the board. I appreciate this time that I have to testify about this matter today. My name is Danielle Stroop, D-A-N-I-E-L-L-E, Stroop, S-T-R-O-U-P, and I am 22 years old. I am currently a university student here at the University of Nevada, Reno, and I was also born and raised here in Reno, Nevada. I am here today to support this bill approving the new curriculum for 4th and 5th graders here in the Washoe County School District. I myself received SHARE at Peavine Elementary School years ago. I believe that the new proposed curriculum will have a beneficial impact on our growing youth. I grew up with a hard-working single father who then relied on the school system to properly educate me on updated information, especially when it came to sex education. I hope the Board of Trustees will vote yes on this new curriculum so our future children in Washoe County can receive updated information relating to sex education. I hope one day to send my children to a school district that supports updated information and gender-exclusive language in their sex education. Thank you for hearing my concerns today.
Thank you very much.
Mike Norman, Brooke Westlake, Bill Sims.
Hi, Mr. Norman. Welcome. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you. My name is Mike Norman, and before I start, I would like to apologize for all the vandalism to the front of your building. As a taxpayer, that bothers me, just so you know. That is not part of my prepared notes. Dr. Enfield, it's nice to see you again. You may not remember, but I met you when you first did a presentation at the Reno Chamber shortly after arriving here. And I am here representing today, I believe, parents that are unable to attend this meeting, probably a fair amount of Hispanic people who are busy working, because when I look around the room, I don't see 42% represented in this room. And according to the Google, that's what's in the district. Or are unable to remove their children financially for other reasons and put them in a private school or a home school, that type of thing. When you spoke to the chamber, you indicated your business cards do not show your pronouns. For me, this was the most important thing you said, because every other card I see at UNR or in the district have pronouns for the individual. It was an indicator to me that you are not a groupthink person in a groupthink environment that we live in. I advised you in a subsequent email to be cautious with those around you and provided some details regarding experiences of past superintendents. This brings me to the matter at hand. Recent changes to students' curricula are not coming, at least from me, any grassroots local organizations. These onerous changes are coming from small yet powerful groups that have gained control at the federal level. And there's no question that the quality of education in America has declined since 1977 with the advent of the National Office of Education. The statistics are irrefutable. School boards across the country are now being challenged by subject matter that is simply inappropriate, and people want a restore to focus on education and get away from the subject matter that may be inappropriate for young children. The challenge you face is being willing to represent parents and students with what you all know is right. This means no longer marching in lockstep with what you are being told to do by federal bureaucrats who only answer to special interest groups. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments, sir.
Brooke Westlake, Bill Sims, Michelle Damon.
Hi, Ms. Westlake. Welcome.
Hi, everybody, members of the board, president, and staff and trustees. My name is Brooke Westlake, no correlation or relation to Colleen Westlake. I do want to say I commend you for blatantly asking them the question that they could not answer, which is the only person that has a vulva, a uterus, is a girl, and the only person that has a penis is a boy. I'm opposed to this. I relocated in Reno, Nevada in 1989. I've been here for 34 years. I went to Roger Corbett, Vaughn Middle School, Worcester High School. The fact that I even made it through this school district is appalling because the math scores were so bad when I graduated in 99. I went on to receive a master's in criminal justice from UNR. And I was finally diagnosed with dyslexia at that age, not from the school district. I'm happy to share with you also that I'll be running for the District A for Mr. Church's seat, formerly belonging to my ex-husband, Scott Kelly. I'm a boy mom, age 13 and 4.5. My oldest is in the Washoe County School District. However, I'm hoping that my youngest will not be attending the school district at all, for multiple reasons, and today is one of them. I'm opposed to these changes that are not factual and do not follow Nevada NRS laws. Children are very impressionistic. I adored my educators. School was where I found my purpose. I got to learn and absorb all the things. I come before you today as a mother, a woman, and a female to discuss this possible proposed change to SHARE program for 4th and 5th graders. By the way, the words mother, woman, and female are not negative at all. I don't identify as a woman, I am one. There is no such thing as a body with a vulva or a body with a penis. Women, girls, ladies, and females biologically have vulvas, periods, and are childbearing. Men, males, and boys are biologically have penises. Going back to what someone said earlier about the intersex, which is actually the correct term, I was in healthcare for 20 years, it's hermaphrodite. It's 0.0001%, and a study was done on this, that their chromosomes are XY. 90% of the time, they are male. The NRS states that everything with SHARE should be factual and scientific. Introducing a person with a vulva is not factual and scientific. Parenting, as elected officials, it is your job to listen to the parents of the community. Placing a political agenda in front of our 4th and 5th graders is inappropriate. Our children need to be more well-versed in math, reading, and science. We are here today because we were all given birth to by a woman. A biological woman gave birth to each of us. If this change is passed, I encourage parents to opt out of sex ed and lawyer up.
Thank you for your comments.
Bill Sims, Michelle Damon, Jessica Munger.
Hi, Mr. Sims. Welcome.
Hello, President and Washoe County Board members. Of course, my name is Bill Sims of Reno, Nevada, and I'm here to give my public comment in deep support of the new proposed sex ed curriculum for 4th and 5th graders. As the current curriculum hasn't been updated in about 20 years since I graduated, I think it's time to update it for students of today to have more medically accurate information, as well as making sure to be inclusive of all genders by simply changing the terms boys and girls on charts and textbooks to the term person. I hope you will listen to the residents of Washoe County that understand that updating to more medically accurate information for students is not only wanted but is needed, regardless of what some people might say is not needed, because they do not like the term person, as has already been mentioned several times, and to be used with age-appropriate graphics explaining the reality of students' changing bodies. I urge you to all vote yes on this new sex ed curriculum to make sure these students all feel included and have the correct information about sex ed. And if you don't like the lesson, that's okay. You don't have to opt your kids in, but don't punish folks for wanting to have their children get that good medically accurate and gender inclusive sex ed information because you are small-minded. And I just want to go ahead and end my my comment with just letting everyone know individually we're all a person. It doesn't change the fact that whether you like that term or not, individually we are all a person, and that's okay. So yes, a person can have a baby. Just throwing that there. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Michelle Damon, Jessica Munger, Julie Morrison.
Hi, Ms. Damon. Welcome, and thank you for being with us.
Hi, my name is Michelle Damon, Michele Damon. I've been a nurse for 37 years, a parent for 35 years, in the Washoe County School District for 30 years. I have one biological son, 35. We have 4 adopted children. 4 of our children are heterosexual. 1 of them is transgender. All of my kids asked me to come here today and speak for this to be passed. They all agree with the terminology. They all think it's wonderful. We need to listen to our youth, not our old people. We need to listen to our youth and what they want in their lives coming up. My kids, when they took sex ed in 4th and 5th grade, they were all concerned. Why do the boys get separated from the girls? Do they tell the boys different things? They would come home and ask me questions about it. Do they tell us different things? Are there different things I need to know? It's very good to bring them together. Male, female anatomy, you got a problem with that. You need to do research. I'm a nurse for 37 years, as I said before. I work at the VA with transgender vets. All of them said for me to come here and talk to you guys too, to pass this, because it would have made a difference in their life if they would have been taught this way. And after a transgender person, whether you were born female with a vulva and you become a man, we still refer to you as a patient with a penis, a patient with a vulva, because there are different health care criteria for those different things. So we do. The VA also uses pronouns. And I'm just here to please ask you guys to vote, because we need to support our children. We need to support what our children want and what our children need.
Thank you very much for your comments. I appreciate that.
Jessica Munger, Julie Morrison, Alicia Lindsay.
Hi, my name is Bree. I'm going to be speaking on behalf of Jessica. I'm here representing Silver State Equality, the civil rights for LGBTQ individuals in Nevada. We are here in support of the proposed changes to the SHARE curriculum. It is very important for all students to have access to medically accurate and gender inclusive information, and it helps reduce harm for all students regardless of their gender orientation. So we implore you guys, please vote yes on the proposed SHARE curriculum. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I appreciate that.
Julie Morrison, Alicia Lindsay, Liz O'Brien.
Hi, Ms. Morrison. I'm very glad to have you here.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Julie Morrison. I'm a 33-year resident of Nevada, a tax professional and mother of sons who went to Nevada public schools K-12. They got a good education at our public schools, which also included in elementary, middle school, high school, sex education at age-appropriate levels. I was fully aware of the content of my son's sex education at different grade levels, and I approved it. It also helped us to have candid, factually accurate home conversations about sexuality and to keep an open communication conduit with me as they matured. I support your approving the new SHARE opt-in curricula for 4th and 5th graders. It is age appropriate and uses medically accurate illustrations and language. It is fact-based and it's a component of health education. Please keep this curricula as an opt-in program in elementary school. Parents who do not wish their children to attend simply do not have them attend. Do not be influenced by their desire to have 0 children presented with a medically fact-based health and sex education. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments.
Alicia Lindsay, Liz O'Brien, Pastor Craig Dyson.
Hi, welcome. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, trustees and superintendent, for the work that you guys do. We appreciate you. I know this is a really hard job. My name is Alicia Lindsay, and I'm a 22-year resident of Washoe County. My husband and I are raising children here, and they attend public schools in northern Nevada. First, I'd like to say I do hope that you will pass this curriculum. I have a 5th grader, and kids at her age, they're growing into teenagers, and they're moving out of that childhood dreaminess. And as a mom, I support her learning about the world with honest communication, and I believe that this updated curriculum is honest, medically accurate, and age appropriate. The pictures of illustrated body parts are in no way close to pornography and are really helpful for kids to be familiar with their bodies and all their parts. I firmly believe that talking more, not less, about these things that make us uncomfortable leads to healthier, happier, honest kids who actually will talk to trusted adults when they are struggling to navigate the world so that we can help them make better choices. I mean, I think we've proven time and time again in our society that when we don't teach kids how to navigate the world and communicate with trusted adults, that it's a disaster. I mean, ask the Catholic Church, right? They didn't teach kids about their bodies back then, and how many kids were abused because they just don't know any better or know who to ask for help. And this is not just my opinion. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention says that evidence-based, medically accurate, age-appropriate, culturally sensitive, and comprehensive sexual education programs have been proven to help youth delay onset of sexual activity, decrease the frequency of sexual activity, reduce the number of sexual partners, and increase condom and contraceptive use, which all sound like winning strategies to me. Abstinence-only programs in schools do not delay the initiation of teen sex. Ask any kid from the 1950s. And it surprises me to see old people talking about how we shouldn't talk about sex. But anyway, finally, I just want to again say, don't opt in if you don't want to participate in this program. The rest of Washoe County wants this. 90%. That's a pretty big number. So thank you so much. Please support this curriculum.
Thank you for your comments.
Liz O'Brien, Pastor Craig Dyson, Vicki Schnabel.
Hi, Ms. O'Brien. I
Hi.
appreciate you being here.
Okay, thank you to the board for entertaining comment on this. As a Washoe County resident and taxpayer, I urge you to oppose the SHARE curriculum's language that refers to people with a vulva and people with a penis. The purpose of your job is to provide education, not indoctrination. The curriculum's attempt to introduce language with no basis in biology is antithetical to education. Academic literature supports that it is not uncommon for young children to want to be the opposite sex. This almost always resolves. I have some experience with this. I have a gay son. As a child, he had the same interests as little girls. This did not cause me to wonder if he should be born in a female body. Had he been exposed to Cher, I fear it could have caused him tremendous anxiety and a feeling that there was something wrong with him. Today, he is 35. He's a successful lawyer and very successful personally. The SHARE program's language is so obviously a way to backdoor transgenderism ideology. Historically, gender dysphoria affected 0.01% of males, and prior to 2012, there was no scientific literature on girls who suffered from gender dysphoria. Why are we pushing transgenderism when such a small percentage of people suffer from it? How did we come to a point where more and more adolescents, especially girls, suddenly discover they were born in the wrong body? It is not scientific. It is a social contagion fueled by mental health care professionals who fear losing their licenses if they fail to affirm the patient's self-diagnosis. In fact, it is the only psychological illness in which a patient is allowed to diagnose him or herself. By adopting the above-mentioned language in SHARE, you're promoting a social contagion that has dire consequences to our children's physical and mental health. Surely you must know that females who undergo phalloplasty and males who undergo orchiectomies and vaginoplasties cannot achieve sexual climax, and that young girls who undergo top surgery will never be able to breastfeed should they choose to detransition. There have been social contagions over the last 50 years, such as anorexia, bulimia, and cutting. We recognize these contagions are dangerous to mental and physical health, so why would we encourage behavior that allows children to alter their natural hormones and mutilate their genitals? Pushing gender ideology is just as bad as conversion therapy for gay and lesbians because it sends a message to children that something is wrong with them and maybe they would just be normal if they switch sex. I would recommend you read Irreversible Damage by Abigail Schreier. Lastly, I'm a litigator. I had the occasion to defend a transgender doctor who volunteered at a women's health center. After my client's 20-year-old patient treated with cross-sex hormones for almost 2 years, he asked my client doctor to provide a letter of fitness to undergo procedure.
We appreciate you.
Thank you. I'll let you know that that person revealed that he intended to commit suicide because he changed his mind.
Thank you very much for your comments.
And
we appreciate it.
Okay. Hope that doesn't happen to anyone.
Pastor Craig Dyson, Vicki Schnabel, Jen Cassidy.
Hello and welcome. Thank you for being here.
Hi, Board. Thank you for your time. My name is Pastor Craig Dyson, Washoe County resident. I'm the lead pastor of Convo Church here in Reno, a community leader that is standing for the protection and revival of Christian Judeo values and standards that founded this great nation. I think we're looking for accountability and explanation. I really appreciated some of the questions that the trustees brought on the topic, and it seems like even the representatives creating the program, we need to go back to some of the standards because they can't seem to answer questions and they keep going back to blaming it on certain standards. What we continue to see is a downward slope with the SHARE curriculum from year to year. I've got 3 kids. They've all been in the county system, and 2 we've had to pull out, and 1 that has moved on to UNR and is doing very well. But I think as we continue to impose the ideologies that are coming from the LGBTQ community onto our children, we're putting them in a position that they're not capable of being able to process themselves. Somebody made a comment of our responsibility should be to listen to our children. I've never seen in history a society that rejected the wisdom of the elders to go after the wisdom of the children. Can't do that. And so we need to listen to those who have lived and who have had experience. And another thing, too, with percentages, right now the Gallup poll organization 8 months ago polled that in the United States of America, 7% of our population identifies as LGBTQ. That doesn't mean that how they feel about themselves is not valid, but you don't orient a society to a percentage that small. And truth also doesn't change based on your personal experience. And that's what we are creating for our children, is that however they feel in the moment is how we should orient truth and reality to their personal experience. Education scores are struggling in our state. Students dropping out. School crime is higher than ever. Gang activity higher than ever. Drug addiction higher than ever. Suicide higher than ever. Alcohol abuse, even in kids as well as teens, higher than ever. Yet we continue to see the push for the indoctrination and the grooming coming from the LGBTQ ideology. We need more prayer in schools. We don't need more pride. We don't need CRT. If I can get a little fun, we need more of the BIBLE. We need to be able to create spaces where students have more freedom to express their religious views, even if it's not Christian. But we see more groups being made that cater to this smaller population that's created more groups of children that are more confused than ever. So I hope that you will vote no, and thank you for your time. I think there's more parents than ever that are starting to speak up on this stuff because we see what's going on, and we're asking for your help. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I appreciate you being here.
Vicki Schnabel, Jen Cassidy, Roger Edwards.
Hi, Ms. Schnabel. Thank you for being here.
Well, it's Schnabel. Schnabel's
Schnabel.
Schnabel, but they don't fall down.
Thank you, Ms. Schnabel. I appreciate that.
Yeah, we've lived here for 30 years, and the way we raise our kids are you to be loving to every person. And if you would promote that, that's what it says about, if you promote that, you wouldn't have this problem. Because it works the other way for LGBTQ, whatever, going over and trying to transform our kids. I just have two more points. Our education system, we're 49th in the country. You spend more time on social issues than you do on education. And our kids, my granddaughter is 12 years old, cannot read cursive, does not know how to add or multiply, sent her to summer school to improve that, and instead I asked her, well, how'd those classes go? Well, we talked about math once in a while. There's something with our system. I've said that 3 years ago, and still we went from 47th to 49th. And all the money that you're spending on this could use education to educate our kids. I am ashamed to say that my kid is not going to be able to go to college because she's not been taught what she needs. So when you start addressing that, I'll start supporting you. And I'm just telling you, you're going to pay a heavy price in the short term because these kids aren't qualified to go to college, are not qualified. Thank you.
Thank you for being here today.
Jen Cassidy, Roger Edwards, Sandy Tibbet.
Hello, and thank you for being here.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Jennifer Cassidy, and I'm the parent of 2 students, the grandparent of 1 student in the Washoe County School District. My mother, my oldest daughter, and I all graduated from Washoe County School District. I followed my father's footsteps and earned a bachelor's degree in biology from UNR. And then I went on to seminary, and I have a master's of divinity, and I'm an ordained minister. I think we have very different Bibles in this room. I care very deeply about our community and our children. I'm here today in support of approving the new curriculum for 4th and 5th grade students. Our children need and deserve an education that is both inclusive and medically accurate. As a biologist, I can say with confidence that sex is far more complicated than male-female, and gender is a spectrum. Trans children exist. They attend our schools, and excluding them is harmful. If we only offer education for those girls who have vulvas and those boys who have penises, where will all of the children who this leaves out learn what they need to know to keep themselves and their peers safe and healthy? How can they be kept safe and healthy by their peers if they are made invisible? By the way, trans and intersex children make up more of our population than redhead children, just as everybody keeps talking about how this percentage is small. They are a large part of our community, and even if there was only one, it's a child and we protect them. Research shows that far too many trans children don't make it to adulthood. And those that do don't make it to old age. Research is also clear that we can do something about this. When trans children have an affirming and supportive environment where they are included and loved and not made invisible, they stay alive and they thrive. SHARE is an opt-in program. If the form is missed, your child won't be opted in. If you disagree with the information, you don't need to opt in. We need to provide our children with an education that is inclusive and accurate. Those who don't want children to have science-based, medically accurate information can opt out, rather than keeping important information from children that will save their lives.
Thank you very much for being with us.
Roger Edwards, Sandy Tibbet, Nathan Noble.
Good
Hi,
evening,
Mr.
Board.
Bentham. How are
Roger
you?
again. Like I said, 50-year resident, father of 3, grandfather of 5. Good job. Got to ask the important questions. And if they can't give you the answers, you got to vote no. It's this can't get any more sad than the transgenders in our community. But you know what? Graduating kids that can't do the job in life is worse. And we don't have time for this stuff. We don't have class time for this. We got to teach our kids how to read. Teach our kids how to do basic math. I'm a college graduate, and I did math. Math was fun because I had the right teacher. If you want to, concentrate on something important, concentrate on these great teachers you have and cut them loose. Quit saddling them with LGBT nonsense and, emotional this and emotional that. I'll tell you what, my best emotional thing that I can remember, 9th grade, I'd struggle a lot, and I got an A on a science test. I walked down the hallway like I had wings on my feet. I aced this test that I was just worried about for weeks. That's the kind of thing we got to look for in our students. Not whether or not they can't identify what's in their pants. Eventually they'll work that out. And trust me, we work that out in the gym all the time. So you cut the boys loose, let the girls be girls, and you can't let the tail wag the dog. These numbers of people that we're talking about that we're worried about are so small. Come on, you have more people with the flu in schools than you have with all these gender problems. Let's get back to basics. I mean, with the results we've had lately, we don't have time for this. We certainly don't have the education or time for this. Quit saddling our young people with stuff they don't need and give them the stuff they do need. Okay? Please. Thank you for the time.
Thank you very much for being here.
Sandy Tibbet, Nathan Noble, Kim Backus.
Hi, good evening, Ms. Tibbet. JJ, before we start the time, Ms. Tibbet, I do want you to know that I'm aware of the profanity you used during the regular meeting of the Board of Trustees on June 13th, 2023, which was directed at Superintendent Enfield. Many other members of our district and community are also aware that you swore at her during your public comment. I'm putting you on notice right now that we're not going to tolerate any personal attacks, swearing, or any other willful disruptions at the meeting. This is a school district in service to children and their families, and we conduct ourselves professionally. Thank you. And we appreciate you being here.
Sandy Tibbet for the record. I applaud you, Trustee Westlake, for being a voice of reason, of speaking with common sense and standing up for what's morally right. And for standing up for real science. Thank you. I'm grateful these sex ed classes are an opt-in choice, and I hope parents are paying attention, reviewing the proposed changes before allowing their kids to attend these hypersexualized orientation classes. I can't help but wonder if the people who sent in their emails in support of these changes reviewed the material themselves. Many of them didn't even take the time to give a reason for why they are supporting the changes, only stating that they support it. The proposed material is completely inappropriate for 4th and 5th graders. 9 to 11-year-olds should not be thinking about breast size, erect penises, or be concerned about wet dreams. They do not need to know a penis must enter a vagina to make a baby. At this age, they are neither intellectually, physically, nor emotionally equipped to handle this sensitive subject matter. All that kids need to know is how to say no, and why saying no is in their best interest for them physically, emotionally, and spiritually. Person or bodies with a vulva, penis, is dehumanizing language and does not belong in a classroom. Boys are male, girls are female, and nobody or anybody who subscribes to calling them anything other than that cannot be trusted to teach this subject objectively. The learning material loses its credibility as well. It becomes propaganda, and it cannot be taken seriously. Sexually charged and perverse terminology causes confusion, anxiety, depression, and fear, which increases the risk of suicide in all students of all ages. The proposed curriculum is a loose outline of a lesson plan with discretion left to the teacher on how to interpret it. The parent really doesn't know what is being taught to their child. They would have to attend the class to really know what is being said. Forcing boys and girls to listen to, view, and discuss material in front of the opposite sex is embarrassing and contributes to the breakdown of modesty, which is the point, right? Break down modesty, so they think about sex all the time. Introducing gay relationships in the 5th grade is a tactic to normalize same-sex couples over traditional family relationships, which creates a social pressure within the school environment to be in a same-sex relationship. Is this the government's new form of birth control? Please protect childhood innocence by voting no to the proposed changes to share. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you being here.
Nathan Noble, Kim Backus, Nichelle Hull.
Hi, Mr. Noble, and welcome. Is he possibly in the overflow room? Oh, he had to leave? Okay.
Kim Backus, Nichelle Hull, J.S. McElhaney.
Hi, Ms. Backus. Welcome.
Allowing me to speak before you. I don't particularly have an objection to share program. I am one of those old people earlier referenced who in the 50s was given a very straightforward description of our anatomy and set free to do whatever we wanted with it. Somehow we've gone from 0 to Mach 10. We're a little farther along than I think is necessary for our children. But I'm not here actually to talk about that. I'm here to reference, and everybody's saying it's person with a vulva. What it says actually is people with vulvas and people with penises. I think that when you're trying to teach children something, you should teach them use the words that they can look up in a dictionary. I think you might want to consider using Webster's dictionary or a medical definition for male and female, just as a baseline. Give 4th and 5th graders a baseline. I think that might even help transgender kids to understand their confusion. What is the baseline? What is the biological baseline? I don't see a problem with what Trustee Westlake is saying. I think that it's very reasonable to say boy, girl, man, woman. I think that the confusion is going to be with the children who have a penis and feel like they should have a vulva, regardless of the SHARE program. So let it be just factual information when you're talking. Secondly, I have a concern that I agree with my friend who has a concern with the 5th grade curriculum regarding sexual assault. The topic may be triggering to some students. When moving to the topic of illegal sexual contact, allow those students to dismiss themselves from the room. How many 10-year-olds who've been sexually assaulted are going to stand up in front of their peers and leave? That needs to be revised. You need to have a proactive, not a retroactive approach for those children. I think that what you want to do is front load to the students prior to the lesson that they're with a counselor, that things can happen, and if you have had something bad happen to you, the counselor's available at all times. Don't put that child on the spot in the middle of the lesson and expect that kid to get up and walk out. Thank you very much. Appreciate you listening and hope you will consider boys, girls, men, women, male, female.
Thank you, Ms. Bacchus. I appreciate you being here.
Nichelle Hull, J.S. McElhaney, Alex Milham.
Hi, Ms. Hall. Welcome. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair Smith, Vice Chair, and trustee members. My name is Nichelle Hull. Please enter my comments into the permanent record per NRS statute. I'm speaking today as the founder and director of the multi-partisan grassroots group Wake Up Washoe County. And so Washoe County parents are the funders and the consumers via their kids of government education. And so the parents are the integral piece, and they will always be that piece when it comes to being satisfied with the quality of curriculum that's distributed to their kids. So as I address the board today, I just want to note that so many parents have woken up in Washoe County. My hat is off to the parents. My hat is off to the grassroots groups such as Protect Nevada Children, Paul White's Education Crusade, my group, Wake Up Washoe County, and others, because so many people have left Washoe County School District. It's sad, but we know that every single private school in the county is now at waitlist capacity. They're at full capacity and waitlist status. So what does that tell you? So I just want to say, I agree with the comments earlier that things like CRT, gender curriculum, SEL are not academic. And this school district wants to pour resources and time into that. That's where you want to go with gender curriculum. Why is it that suddenly there's such a focus on kiddos with the gender curriculum? You know, it's in the media, it's everywhere. It's certainly in this school district. This school district wants to focus on gender ideology. Okay, that encourages the confusion. That is in part why we have so many kids confused. Nevada can be a state that does risk assessment sexual curriculum, not comprehensive. That group that they mentioned, that is not a policy setting group. Okay, that's a suggestion, but there are many, many states in the union that are risk avoidance. So Google that. Risk avoidance, sexual education curriculum. Okay, so that's going to teach all the basics that I was raised on, that most of us in this age group were raised on. Okay, and we were not thrown into mass confusion on what gender we are. Okay, under that type of curriculum. So I think that's it, man. I'm done early. Well, that's crazy. The fact is, there's a profit element to putting kids on puberty blockers, getting kids on birth control, having kids abort their babies. I mean, there is profit involved, so let's think about that too.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hall.
Thank
We
you
appreciate
so
you
much.
being
I
here.
appreciate you so much.
Thank you.
J.S. McElhaney, Alex Milham, Adrian Lowry.
Hi, Mr. McElhenney. Thank you for being here.
Hello, I pronounce it McElhenney.
Called disgusting by someone on this row right here. I don't appreciate that. Miss Smith, could you please address
No.
that?
Thank you. And I would also like to make sure that we reiterate that everyone should behave appropriately, and let's absolutely refrain from using any words that are derogatory or rude. I'm sorry, Mr. McElhenney. We'll make sure
No
that we
problem. I was
restart
gonna-
your time. Thank you.
I pronounce it McElhenney because I'm Irish, not Scotch.
I appreciate that, sir. Thank
And
you.
my dad does say McElhenney, but I've tried to correct him, and you know how that goes over. Anyway, I am opposed to the changes, and I'll detail that in a minute. I was a healthcare professional here in Washoe County, and Reno specifically, for 40 years. In my training, I did a full dissection of the human body. I've had courses in histology, physiology, pathology, chemistry, biochemistry, pharmacology, and many other health-related topics. In my study of genetics, I learned about XX and XY chromosomes for females and males. As in all of nature, there are anomalies in a small percentage of the population of all species. But the greatest percentage of every population are normal males and females. Some species, non-human species, have both sex organs, and some human beings do as well, and they're called hermaphrodites. But those are very, very rare. Therefore, the terminology that has been ascribed to males and females for thousands of years is still the most appropriate words to use when referring to both sexes. There is a meme I've seen many times that says when archaeologists find our ancestors, there are only males and females. They're not multiple genders. There are only two sexes and truthfully only two genders. As children grow up, many go through phases during development in which they want to play with toys of the other gender. My sisters and I played cowboys and Indians, like many members of our generation. The girls dressed up as Indians and cowboys or cowgirls, and likewise for the boys. It didn't matter, and it didn't indicate their desire to be a different sex or gender. I have a half a dozen dolls, including Raggedy Ann and Raggedy Andy, that I've put into a shadow box. I also have a Humpty Dumpty and some other stuffed animals. That didn't mean I wanted to be a girl. Children might even dress up in each other's clothes, but it's natural to experiment with different things, not a desire to change biology. Children are very susceptible to persuasion by adult figures. So if teachers and parents are planting ideas that a child may be better off as the opposite sex, they are doing irreparable harm to the child. It's child abuse. The idea that we should change terminology that has been in place for thousands of years to some new general description of a person with a penis and a person with a vulva is asinine. There are no girls with penises or boys with vulvas. There's a very small number of anatomical genetic disturbances in which a human being may have both sex organs. Please oppose these changes. Oh, the last thing, fourth graders are too young. Maybe start in the sixth grade. I remember being in the fourth and fifth grade. Too young for this kind of information. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And in case it helps any other speakers, just so you know, the NRS does state that share begins in the fourth grade, but remember it's opt-in. But that is the reason why the curriculum starts at the fourth grade. No, I understand. I just wanted you to know that that's the law. Thank you so much.
Alex Milham, Adrian Lowry, Jean Kramer.
Hi, Alex. Welcome.
Hello. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Alex Milham. I am a 17-year, I think, Washoe resident, a UNR graduate, and a math educator. I love what I do. I love teaching math, and I love working with students. I especially love helping students who have struggled with math and might think they're bad at it realize that they can do it, and it's something they can achieve. I recently graduated from UNR with a PhD in math, one of the first cohort to do so. And I'm excited to continue doing what I love and teaching college-level mathematics. I'm a very happy person. I love my life. I have a very supportive community around me, some of whom are behind me right now. But I didn't always have that. I am a transgender man. I grew up in a very conservative environment, abstinence-only education, etc. I didn't learn that transgender people even existed until I was an adult. All I heard about any LGBT people was that being gay was a sin. This didn't stop me from feeling the pain of living as a transgender person. I knew I was different, and I thought there was something wrong with me. I could not imagine a future in which I could be happy, because the only future I'd been allowed to imagine was one where I was a woman. I'm here today because I want better for transgender kids in Washoe County. It took me 30 years to get to a place where I could accept myself and had a community that supported me. Kids should have that their entire life. You have the opportunity here to take a step in the right direction by including inclusive language in the curriculum. And I did want to address a question raised by Trustee Westlake. You asked who, besides a girl, has a uterus and ovaries. You're looking at him. I have a uterus and ovaries, and I am not a woman. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much for being with us.
Adrian Lowry, Jean Kramer, Lilith Barron.
Hi, Adrian.
Hi.
Welcome and thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me. I wanted to address a question by Trustee Westlake of why, when you were growing up, the medical texts didn't have any transgender language or that sort of thing.
No. Trustee Westlake, maybe that's what he misunderstood, but let's finish. Okay.
All
Thank
right.
you.
That you're not familiar with medical texts that have transgender language. There's a very dark history to that. In the European tradition, there has not been a whole lot of study of it. It was most studied in the 20s and 30s in Germany. And at that time, in the 30s, there was a big social upheaval where all of the research, or most of the research on transgenderism, was burned. If you look up, book burning Germany, you'll find the pictures of them burning those materials. And then the people who were transgender would be arrested and then executed by the German government. So that is a big part of why our medical texts that we're most familiar with are missing a lot of that information. I just wanted to make that clear that there's a very, factual, historic reason that these things are left out of medical texts over the past century. I hope that gives some background on that. I looked over the SHARE curriculum and I thought it did a very good job of explaining these concepts about reproductive organs and that sort of stuff. I think the SHARE committee did a wonderful job on that, and I would ask you to pass that. I think, there's a lot of people with hate in their heart for transgender people. They want to remove them from society. There's someone who said that they're a social contagion, which is very eliminationist rhetoric. And I think this is really something that the school board, you need to say loudly that yes, we do have transgender boys and girls, and we're not going to erase them. We're going to accept them, protect them, Thank you.
Thank you very much for being with us.
Jean Kramer, Lilith Barron, Kelly Roper.
Hi.
Hi.
It's very nice to have you with us tonight.
Thank you. It's nice to be here. I'm Jean Kramer, for the record. I am a retired high school teacher, and I am more concerned about our educational system than I am about the SHARE program. We are 49 in the school district, and yet we're spending a lot of time and a lot of money on the SHARE program. Our school district has failed many students. We used to, just for the high school, for example, students would take proficiency tests. If they passed all their tests, they graduated. They did away with proficiency tests. I personally feel it was a way of trying to up the stats so we would have more graduation. Well, that didn't happen. We still have problems with our schools and their education. And I just don't feel that the SHARE program and the time and the money that it takes is a good placement for replacing our reading, writing, arithmetic, civics, government, the things that are necessary for our school district. My son has already decided, he has a 10-month-old baby and another one on the way in Los Angeles, and he's already decided that he will be sending his children to private schools. He will, especially in California, he will not be sending them to public schools where all of this kind of commotion is going on. And I just think parents should be the ones working with their children, not sending them to the SHARE program when, according to your website, you don't know who's going to be teaching these children. They're not all from the SHARE program. They are counselors and teachers as well. And if the teachers have a bias, we already know what happens in that instance. So I think I just really get upset when I hear that our school system is failing us. My children all graduated. Not two of them left Reno in the senior years because they didn't feel that their education at Reno High was strong enough. That one son, when she was talking about her son, has 5 degrees, an attorney in mergers and acquisition and international law. I mean, they're all at least have a master's, but they had to leave Reno, 2 of them, to do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Lilith Barron, Kelly Roper, Val White.
Hi, Lilith. Welcome. Thank you.
Hello. Good evening. Thank you so much. My name is Lilith Barron. I'm with the ACLU of Nevada. I'm here to speak in support of the curriculum and congratulate the committee for an excellent job. I am also here to just put on the record that we live in a world with diverse gender identities and sexual orientations, and we have done so since the ancient Mesopotamian era, I believe, is when it was first documented. As you've heard from many of the medical professionals and even biologists in the room, data speaks volumes about the detrimental impact of discrimination and the mental and physical health of LGBTQIA youth. In 286 peer-reviewed studies out of 300, 95% found that anti-LGBTQIA discrimination directly contributes to harmful mental and physical health outcomes, such as depression, anxiety, suicidality, PTSD, substance use, psychological distress, physical injury, elevated stress hormone levels, and cardiovascular disease. Discrimination is linked to harmful health outcomes even for those who are not directly exposed to it, because the presence of discrimination, stigma, and prejudice creates a hostile social climate that taxes individuals' coping resources and contributes to stress of the overall community. And I'm sure if we can all just sit for one moment, we can feel that right now in this room. This is indicative of what pushing harmful discriminatory policies makes a classroom feel like. And I know that I would not want my child to feel like this when they're trying to be in an institution to learn. Comprehensive sex ed benefits children's socio-environmental and emotional development and equips them with essential knowledge about their bodies. Protective programming against the harms of discrimination and disinformation, such as the SHARE program, are imperative to a healthy education and community. When I look in the room and I hear these arguments on either side, I'm wondering how many times school boards have had to entertain arguments such as these, such as when we talked about integration. Was there perhaps one group of people who did not think that some students needed to learn with other students, that harken back to some very memorable comments that I've heard today? Maybe the ways that we speak about certain students are who are of color. Maybe that was a discussion at school boards in the past, and some of the words that we used to use in a classroom are no longer appropriate, and I don't even think we would use them now. Some either on the other side, and I think that these are historically familiar and that we know the right decisions to make and who always is on the correct side when we reflect back on history and the way that we treat people in a classroom. It's a safe place for all students. Thank you very much.
Thank you for being with us tonight.
Kelly Roper, Val White, Victoria Meyer.
Hi, Ms. Roper. Welcome. Thank you for being with us.
For the record, my name is Kelly Roper. I was a member of your SHARE committee from 2017 to 2023. I joined the committee after the curriculum was beginning to get updated by a former staff member. It was a curriculum that seemed almost entirely adopted from prearranged lesson plans that I thought were incredibly offensive. I became involved in meetings and made public comments. When there was an opening on the committee, I applied to fill it. Lost my place. I'm so sorry. Okay. Under Rochelle Proctor, I have seen lessons that have been created personally and with a lot of attention to detail and research to find the best resources available. She has been incredibly responsive to change based on committee discussion, requests, and vote, as well as public input. The last time we met as a committee was June 6, 2023. We had a meeting to try to address the results from the survey that was given to parents of 4th and 5th graders. We appreciated knowing places that were causes for concern that we might talk about them again and would have appreciated public comment to help us. Unfortunately, what we suffered through was hours of personal insults with no attempt at being solution-minded. I cannot tell you how many times I was told that I was disgusting, a pornographer, and a pedophile. While I understand sex education is incredibly emotional, it is important that people look at all the information and come prepared to help offer solutions instead of just telling committee and board members what is wrong. I have 2 daughters, and I wish this was the SHARE education that they receive versus the old curriculum. Change is scary. 6 years ago, when I had young girls going through this for the first time, I did not know what I wanted them to learn from SHARE, and I was nervous. But I have learned over the course of the last 6 years, not just from being on the committee, but from watching my girls grow into strong 16 and 18-year-olds, that no matter how conservative a home is, they will hear and learn things from around them. I would rather it be factual information. I would rather them be empowered to know the changes their bodies are going through, and I would rather them be empowered to stand up for themselves. This curriculum does this. I am in favor of the 4th and 5th grade curriculum. Having all kids together, I've had the same question for my fellow committee members in regards to embarrassing information for particular genders being taught jointly in front of the other gender. And one of my colleagues who's here today shared with me her belief that knowing what is awkward to others builds compassion for each other when facing their own embarrassing changes. Learning together makes it very clear that everyone knows the same information. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Val White, Victoria Meyer, Felicia Perez.
Hi. Hi, Val. Welcome, and thank you for being here.
In 1964, the Supreme Court decision said, Debate on public issues shall be uninhibited, robust, and wide open, and it may well include vehement, caustic, and sometimes unpleasantly sharp attacks on government and public officials. Little old WCSD can't supersede the Constitution. I oppose the entire comprehensive sex ed curriculum for all grades. A short history lesson. CSE has its roots in the occult through Helen Blavatsky and Alice Bailey. Margaret Sanger and Hitler agreed with these occult teachings and supported both the infanticide and the removal of low-quality bodies. That would be blacks, Latinos, and other people of color. Sanger said birth control is calculated to undermine the authority of the Christian churches. I look forward to seeing humanity free someday of the tyranny of Christianity, no less than capitalism. Sanger went about accomplishing this with her Planned Parenthood. The occultist agenda is still being pushed today. There's a company headquartered inside the United Nations building called the Lucis Trust. It was originally called the Lucifer Company when it was established by these occultists. The Lucis Trust now has big money donors such as the Rockefeller and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundations. UNESCO, the United Nations Education, Scientific, and Cultural Organization, also pushes CSE in partnership with the International Planned Parenthood Foundation. It spends billions to teach the evils of CSE worldwide. UNESCO says CSE is not just about sex, it's about relationships, gender, puberty, consent, and sexual reproductive health for all young people. All young people? Is that babies and 5-year-olds? When this board approves CSE's teachings, you are acting as Lucifer's evil agents, and you do it proudly. It's sick. You're responsible for teaching children to be confused about whether they're a boy or a girl, or to call themselves and others a penis or a vulva, to falsely believe they can change their sex or gender, and to mutilate their perfect bodies, to learn about perverse sex acts and homosexuality. You're grooming children and the oncoming acceptance of pedophilia. You're hiding the facts that homosexuals die 15 to 20 years or more earlier than heterosexuals. You hide that the perversions taught in CSE will result in a lifetime of medical problems and diseases. But this is your plan. You're owned by the Luciferian Planned Parenthood, and you happily destroy the lives of the innocent children. Jesus said, if anyone causes one of these little ones, those who would believe in me, it would be better for them if a large millstone hung around their neck and they were thrown into the sea.
Thank you for your comment.
Victoria Meyer, Felicia Perez, Emily Hobson.
Hi, Victoria. I do need to ask that everyone sits down.
Yeah.
Oh, you can't? Okay. Can we stretch your leg in the main room? She's up next. Oh, okay. All right. Thank you for that clarification. We have allowed that with other people, but I'll defer to our speaker. Are you comfortable with that?
Sure.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Victoria Meyer, please put my comments on the record. And I just want to say wow to Valerie White for her comments. Very well thought out, very legitimate, and people need to start researching the larger issues besides this myopic vision we're having right here today, because there's a lot of bigger players and a lot of corporate money at work in these agendas, and so many people are being used by the larger agenda. Thank you, Trustee Westlake, for your very cogent comments. Appreciate the thought that went into that, and the very common sense approach that you have. I urge you all to vote no on this curriculum. I'm going to focus on a very small part of this: objectification. All bodies have value. That's a quote from this curriculum. We've been talking about people with a vulva, people with a penis. Cambridge Dictionary, objectification, treating people like tools or toys as if they had no feelings or rights of their own. Pornography is often an example of the objectification of people. Wikipedia, objectification, the act of treating a person as an object or commodity or thing. I'm just a body with a vulva and a little spot there that you can touch that makes you feel all fuzzy and warm inside. That's all I am. I'm offended by this. It's objectification of children. Objectification is part of dehumanization, continuing with Wikipedia's definition. The act of disavowing the humanity of others. How about Open Education Society's definition of objectification? Viewing an individual or group solely as a depersonalized thing or object existing for the sole purpose of the viewer's wants and needs without regard for the individual's agency or their personality or dignity. Siegel, 2013, Psychology Tomorrow. Objectification of individuals has a profound and negative effect on the psychological development of young men and women. Quote, they may also develop destructive habits involving substance abuse and self-harm. Professor Ray Langton, professor of social justice and speech at Cambridge, states objectification involves reducing a person to body parts.
Thank you very much for being with us.
Felicia Perez, Emily Hobson, Macy Burnt.
Hi, Felicia. Thank you so much for being with us. And I'm sorry for having you sit for this long. And you know it's the process, but thank you so much.
Absolutely. Thank you all for your patience and for the individual who was okay with me standing behind them. I had a cortisone shot in my back yesterday. I have a herniated disc. Those of you who are disabled or have been through these kinds of things might understand my plight. I will be leaving shortly after these comments as well and be watching online with everyone else who I know is also not able to be here today, so thank you. I noticed that when I came in, my name is Felicia Perez, Felicia Perez. I'm a graduate of UC Santa Barbara with an undergraduate degree in sociology, and I have a master's in curriculum and instruction. That meant and means that I went to school for a very long time. I'm also very sick and very disabled, so I also have a lot of wisdom in that as well. And I noticed that when I came in, just about every door in the doorway had an automatic door opener. This is so that people who are disabled like myself can still access this building physically. When I see it, it communicates to me that I belong here. There's not that many disabled people in this room right now. There's 2 markers down here indicated, and I don't know if anybody in the front was actually disabled or noticed that those signs were here. There's not that many disabled parents. There's not that many disabled board members. There's not that many disabled students. Why the hell do you have those doors? Because in 1990, the American Disability Act was passed, and you were mandated to do so. Because you are mandated to be here and provide a public education to every single student. Whether by other people in the community they are going to hell, they are wrong, or they are not people or persons at all. My 23-year-old niece lives in the state of Nevada, and she has a disease called endometriosis. She no longer has reproductive organs, but she has a vulva, and she wants to be a mother someday. And if her children go through this shared curriculum as is, she will get to say, I am that person with a vulva, next to the word girls. And if we have an issue with consistency, then say female or person with a vulva. Put male and person with a penis for consistency's sake. Because the last I checked, my mother, who raised me as a Catholic, and I went to Catholic school from kindergarten to 8th grade, I am a person. And singular, that's how you say it. But plural, you say people, just like girl, singular, girls, more than one, just so that we're clear on why any of those things were maybe said differently. And what I want to say is that I identify also as a person with a vulva. Why? Because many of you probably see me now, or saw me walking in, or will see me when I pass and not be clear that I am a girl. So I matter. And I looked just like this, believe it or not, in the 4th and 5th grade. And it would have been nice to have known that I belong, because I do. And if that's all we are teaching our young people, is that we are human beings, then that's worth teaching.
Thank you very much for your comment. We appreciate you being here.
Emily Hobson, Macy Burnt, Rabbi Benjamin Zober.
Hi, Emily. Thank you
Hi.
for being here and welcome.
Yes. Good evening. My name is Emily Hobson. I am a professor and a department chair at UNR, and I'm here to speak in support of the SHARE curriculum. The SHARE curriculum helps to protect children by teaching them basic and accurate information about gender and sexual health to support their safety and well-being across their lives. This includes by speaking to and about intersex children and children who are or come to identify as transgender or non-binary. As noted by a few people, including the OBGYN nurse who spoke, there are in fact more than 2 anatomies, as well as more than 2 genders. About anatomy alone, there are 30 variations of intersex conditions that represent about 2% of the global population. So within our district of about 60,000 students, we can anticipate that about 1,200 students have some form of intersex condition. That's a fair number of students at any given time. Intersex people vary in their chromosomes. They can be XX, XY, XXY, and other variations. They vary in their anatomy, their puberty, and their reproductive potential. There is no human being who has 2 full sets of both typically male and typically female organs. This exists in some animals, but not in people. As among people, intersex conditions are more mixed and complex. That's the science. And if Nevada wants to improve in state education rankings and performance, we should bring ourselves to the standards of states that have inclusive and scientific curriculum, which have stronger educational performance. The political backlash against this curriculum is part of a long history of reactionary organizing by people whose agendas deeply undercut learning and a just society for everyone, including but not limited to students of color, students in poverty, and students who are LGBTQIA or questioning. The attacks on SHARE are historically tied from the 1950s forward to backlash against racial integration and against women's rising leadership in education, among other issues. You have heard these voices today. You have heard the rhetoric they used. You have heard the dog whistles they use about our national heritage. You have heard their echoes of white nationalism, and you have heard their hatred and desire for transgender and intersex children to not exist, and even implicitly for many other kinds of people to not exist, to not be present. These voices are wrong. They are immoral. I'd like to conclude by telling you about what my 82-year-old father, himself an educator, has taught me about parenting, listening to elders, and being an ally to queer and trans people. His favorite motto about parenting is, "It's so interesting to be a parent because I get to learn from my children," and about his mother, that she grew with her times. I urge the opponents of the SHARE curriculum to be open to learn from our children and to grow with our times. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. We appreciate you.
Macy Burnt, Rabbi Benjamin Zober, Andrea Thompson.
Hi, Macy. Welcome. Thank you for being here.
My name is Macy Barrett. I'm a future mother of the Washoe County School District. Parents are supposed to trust that their child's school system teaches them math, writing, and science, but more importantly, to trust that they are preparing their child for a future of academic success, as well as trust the child and their ideologies that they are success, as well as trust their child and the ideologies that they hold are being respected. Sex education is not a curriculum that should be taken lightly or evolved to fit into harmful ideologies. Sex education should be about providing factual and comprehensive medical information about human sexuality, anatomy, reproduction, and healthy relationships. Sex education should not be about affirming the constructed ideologies that harm, confuse, and leave the children of this country with more questions than answers. By removing the terms boy and girl, we run the risk of blurring the lines between the biological differences that exist between males and females, the 2 genders that God put on this earth. The concepts of biological sex are integral parts of human identity. Shielding students from such fundamental realities, such as the stark differences between a biological male and a biological female, may lead to confusion and a lack of understanding about their own bodies and those of others. The confusion that I have seen in the young minds of this country has been astronomical. You say you want to be inclusive. Well, what about the inclusivity of those that oppose transgender ideologies? What about the inclusivity of religions and religious beliefs? If this new curriculum passes, then the schools of Washoe County will be even more like social laboratories where students from devout faiths will feel further ostracized and isolated. Isn't that the opposite of inclusivity? The inconsistencies of this proposed curricula are concerning, confusing, and scientifically inaccurate. Let's focus on funding on getting Nevada's rank higher in core academics instead. I urge you to help put a stop to the confusion and vote no on the new proposed shares agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being with us.
Rabbi Benjamin Zober, Andrea Thompson, James Bentham.
Welcome, Rabbi Zober. Thank you for being with us tonight.
Thank you. Good evening. As you may guess from my title, I am a biblical scholar, and a few folks this evening have brought in ideas and even some pieces of scripture, and I would like to start by setting the record straight. The idea that there is male and female as a binary to the exclusivity of other genders is not supported by the biblical text. People may attempt to put the idea of male and female only onto the values and may attribute it, as was said, to Judeo-Christian values. But I'm here to say that in particular, the Judeo tradition has recognized at least 7 genders since the 2nd century. Needless to say, I am a biblical scholar and I support the SHARE curriculum. The SHARE curriculum is based in science and is age appropriate, which is what our educational system should aim to do. And while some of the things that science now says are not the case for even a few years ago, that is the way that both time and science work. There are people alive today who lived before we understood or even knew the existence of DNA, and now it is something that is part of almost everyday conversation. So to recognize that we understand sex and gender differently than even happened when we were children is not that the science now is wrong, but the science is growing, and we owe our students the opportunity to grow and learn with that. This curriculum is, as I said, science-based, and it is age-appropriate. I am also a member of the SHARE board, and I am very privileged to work with people who are versed in science and education and health, and I know that they have worked tirelessly to make sure that this curriculum reflects science and appropriate educational standards. And the last thing I would like to say is that the young person, Arabelle, who was here earlier, also happens to be my neighbor. And I know her family, and I know where they worship. And I know that in their church, they often teach things that are a bit different in terms of values of tolerance and inclusion and acceptance than I teach to the people in my community. But I heard her here today standing up and defending my non-binary child. And if that is what the SHARE curriculum and the Washoe County schools are encouraging, then I urge you to accept this curriculum and continue the excellent and wonderful work that you are doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rabbi. I appreciate you being here.
Andrea Thompson, James Bentham, Tyler Pacheco.
Hi, Andrea. Thank you for being with us tonight.
Good evening. Thanks for having me. I had a few things to say, but I'm going to go off the cuff to make sure I can answer your questions. So I am a dual certified family practice and psychiatric provider in this community, and I focus specifically on reproductive psychiatry. I've also been appointed to the SHARE committee since 2019, where I have been hopefully an integral role in the healthcare provider piece in this. I really wanted to address your particular question regarding what does it mean to have this from a healthcare standpoint or a scientific standpoint to say body with a vulva. And what that means is that there are young people who may be exploring different genders. And as a healthcare provider, I need that person to know if they have a vulva or a uterus that they can get pregnant, even if they identify as a boy. Or they could get cervical cancer. Or if they have a penis, they have a prostate. And they could get prostate cancer. And that's important as a healthcare provider. So that's why we did that particular language. I know we've heard a lot about Nevada being 49. We're number 1 at syphilis. That is a sexually transmitted infection that can at one point ravage your brain to the point where in the last 30 days, I have seen someone in the emergency department with psychosis. What we've been doing in Nevada for the last 20 years isn't working. We have high teenage pregnancy rates, high STD rates, and we need to set up our community to improve the sexual health education to give them a better chance. And I do psychiatric consults in most of the emergency departments, and I can tell you that it is rough right now in mental health. I am in one-on-one combat every day. And there is something about, as a healthcare provider, where we have to find something where in the system that is very broken, we can move the needle. This is how we move the needle. So that in 20 years, when these kids are older, they actually know their body parts. And until you have sat in a room in the emergency department with an 8-year-old who tried to kill themselves because they have been sexually assaulted over and over by a family member or a close friend, don't tell me this isn't important. It is so important. These kids matter. And we have to do something to help them. And it's not going to necessarily happen in their home. And this is the only place that you can get free education that is accurate. The internet is a cesspool. And if we expect our young people to find all their information from just their parents or just the internet, we're in trouble. Of course, I feel very confident in talking to my 3 boys about periods. And some of them are as young as 2, okay? So I know that I feel comfortable having these conversations with my kids, but there is still something amazing about them getting this information from someone like a trusted counselor and then coming to talk to me about it. So please, let's move Nevada forward. We have worked so hard on this, and this is how we make a big change in our community. You can do that here tonight by saying yes. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much for being with us, Andrea.
James Bentham, Tyler Pacheco, Debbie Martin.
Hi, Mr. Bentham. Thank you for being here and welcome.
James M. Bentham, for the record. Earlier, racism and discrimination was brought up. Martin Luther King was hoping for the day when people would not be looking at a person's color, but the person themselves, that they would be blind to color. Any person in our country is more than the pigment of their skin. It also applies to our issue today. A boy is more than a penis. A girl is more than a vulva. We're talking about very young kids, and I'm opposed to this SHARE program, this introduction to sexualization at a very young age. Love doesn't require the approval of actions, but in our culture, it is beginning to require that love gives approval to anyone, lest you hurt their feelings. As a parent, will you approve of everything your teenager wants to do? Of course not. Loving is not automatic approval. Love protects and rejoices in the truth. When evil wants to attack, groom, brainwash, violate innocence, you have to call it out as it is. People should speak out. Children are innocent and should not be sexualized at this young age. Can a minor give informed consent for radical medical drugs or surgeries? These are life-changing. Puberty blockers, cross-sex hormones, surgeries, sterilizing. We cannot do this and allow it to happen to kids. People need to speak up. There are numerous genders. Well, I have a math problem. On an island, if there are 100 women and 10 men, how many people would there be in 100 years? Hundreds, thousands maybe? On that same island, if there were 100 genders and 10 men, How many people would there be in 100 years? 110 dead skeletons. This is a backdoor to over-sexualization of our kids, and I oppose it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being with us tonight.
Tyler Pacheco, Debbie Mardon, John Eppolito.
Hi, Tyler. Welcome. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you. My name is Tyler Pacheco, Pacheco. I'm here to support the share changes. Every time I come to one of these or a library board meeting, I'm always usually one of the last because I work. And I just write down any inaccuracies and I correct them afterward as kind of a fact checker. As someone who has some education in poli-sci, sociology, and things like that, one thing that I wanted to mention for the man on the screen, I forget his name, being compliant with the standards is supposed to be a bare minimum, and striving for a bare minimum shouldn't happen. And I also want to say that 32% of trans people say that they realized they were trans before 5 years old, and then another 28% before between 6 and 10. That's 60% of trans individuals realize they are trans during this time of 4th and 5th grade. There were mention about medical definitions and medical records. I'll give you a list of medical organizations that recognize trans individuals. The American Psychological Association, American Academy of Pediatrics, American College of Osteopathic Pediatricians, American Psychoanalytic Association. I also have multiple massive meta-analyses and longitudinal studies and other studies that are on the National Library of Medicine that I can provide you if you ask. I kind of notice the demographics when it comes to who is supporting and who is not. And it seems like a lot of the support is coming from young people, medical professionals, professors, people with education and degrees in these topics, and the people of many other backgrounds. And the people who oppose are people who haven't seen a classroom in decades. So I would rather put my trust in the people who have been in the classrooms for decades or who have recently come out of those classrooms than people who most likely have lead poisoning from their early lives. And just like Adrian said, the Nazis did burn, it was one of the first things that they burned, transgender studies and things like that, and they've existed for centuries. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being with us.
Debbie Mardon, John Eppolito, Lydia Taylor.
Hi, Debbie. Is Debbie perhaps in a back room or in our overflow room?
We can come back to her.
Okay, well, we will come back in case Debbie's outside. I want everybody to know we'll make sure before we close public comment that we keep that person available, okay?
John Eppolito, Lydia Taylor.
Hi, Mr. Eppolito. Welcome. Thank you for being with us tonight.
Hi, my name is John Eppolito. You can find 1,500 of us on Facebook at Protect Nevada Children. You can also find us at protectnevadachildren.org. We've had 4 kids graduate from the district. Opt-in only. I think that's great. I really do. Questions. Will that opt-in be forever? Or when people start paying attention, will it go back to opt-out? If opt-in will be forever, could we please get that in writing? I guess opt-in is for all grades, 4 through 12, correct? Do students have to opt in every year? Thank you. Do the kids who opt out of this comprehensive sex education get any sex education? If not, could they at least get some type of risk avoidance sex education? I read the proposed curriculum, and I believe the way AIDS is covered is terrible. After reading the curriculum, I had to go out and research AIDS for myself. And yes, I learned AIDS is still forever. It can be controlled with drugs for the rest of your life, but I don't think anyone really knows all the side effects of taking these drugs, and or if someone with AIDS will have a shorter life. The new curriculum should be modified to give students all facts available about AIDS. I would also really like to see this much time and effort going into improving education. On that note, Rochelle Proctor makes almost $150,000 a year with benefits, plus all the other district employees who spent time on this. 2 of them were up here with her. To take that one step further, I propose replacing Rochelle Proctor with 3 new classroom teachers. Please focus on improving education for all children. My oldest child graduated from Washoe County School District in 2016, and my youngest children just graduated last month. As a former K-12 teacher, in my opinion, I've seen the quality of education decline in the district over those 7 years. I believe a big part of that decline is because too much time and energy is spent on things like this, instead of attempting to prove education. And also because of the increased use of screens to, quote unquote, educate students. You can find 1,500 of us on Facebook at Protect Nevada Children.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ippolito, and that's a very good question. Chief General Counsel Rombardo, can you clarify the opt-in status?
Yeah, the opt-in is set by NRS 389.036, subparagraph 4. The legislature has made it clear that this is an opt-in program. If a parent fails to opt in or fails to respond, then the child does not get to attend the program, and we do it on a yearly basis. It also states that this curriculum is not required for the student to graduate, and the students who are not opt-in are allowed to attend other courses shall be provided, and that is all required by state law.
Thank you very much. An excellent question, Mr. Ippolito. Thank you.
Lydia Taylor, Erica Minenberry.
Hi, Lydia. Thank you for being with us tonight. I appreciate you being here.
Thank you very much. I'm happy to be here. Hi, I'm Lydia Taylor, and thank you so much for hearing what I have to say. I want to talk today in support of the proposed shared curriculum for 4th and 5th grade. As the parent of LGBTQI+ students in Washoe County, I have had the unfortunate experience of witnessing the devastating impact of anti-LGBTQI+ bullying and exclusion, and have faced the very real possibility of losing a child as a direct result. This curriculum update is of utmost importance to me personally because of the additional information it allows to be explained to students. A simple acknowledgement of the variations in gender identity and sexual orientation will make a significant difference in students' social experiences at school. I want to extend my sincere appreciation to my local elementary school for going above and beyond to create the safest environment possible for my student, despite not having this tool at their disposal. To be clear, this curriculum does not promote LGBTQI+ identities or values, nor does it explore any details beyond definition of terms. It simply acknowledges that they exist, leaving any further discussion up to parents. Since the currently used curriculum was created, we have seen significant advancement in healthcare and reproductive research that makes such an update to our curriculum long overdue. My favorite part of the proposed curriculum is the heartwarming video titled My Reflection that addresses self-love. So cute. The included lessons are of immense value to students today, given the complex social environment they must navigate, reaching from the playground to their gaming accounts at home. If you're uncomfortable with your student being exposed to LGBTQI+ terms and definitions at school, I want you to know that I hear you. I am not here to discount your opinions or views. Rather, I want to encourage you to consider whether the benefits of this curriculum to all students who are entering into the most difficult years of social turmoil are high enough to outweigh the risk of students interpreting these lessons as pro-LGBTQI+. However, if you conclude the risk is still too great, no problem. You're not required to act in any way to prevent your student from being exposed to Washoe County School District shared curriculum. Parents must grant permission for their students to receive share lessons at Washoe County School District schools when registering students online. In conclusion, let me summarize. I support the proposed curriculum because it is factual, up-to-date, and scientifically accurate and age-appropriate, and is presented in an unbiased manner. It includes very important mental health-focused lessons that will increase student safety and serve the required purpose of reducing high-risk behaviors. Additionally, this curriculum can be expected. I ran out of time, sorry.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate you being here. Thank you.
Erica Minaberry, Debbie Mardun.
Hi, Erica. Thank you for being with us tonight.
Hello, thank you for having me. My name is Erica Minaberry. I am a mother of 3 children in the Washoe County School District. I am in favor of this curriculum. I am also a benefactor of the former share curriculum, and with STI rates in Nevada what they are, we know how the former curriculum plays out. And with the way the discourse has played out today, it is made especially clear how badly we need accurate and comprehensive education. I have 2 trans kids, and saying that openly in this room puts my family at risk for violence. And that's talking as an adult standing in a room full of adults. So imagine what it is like to be my 12-year-old child in a room full of children, or walking home from a bus by themselves, completely unprotected. I did not know much about what it meant to be trans until it became clear that I had trans kids. I wish I did know more sooner, as my kids would have a lot less scars than they do now. But I did learn. And I learned that as well as there being medically accurate science behind having a trans identity, there is also a culture, and it isn't a perverse satanic culture. I swear it is innocent and it is celebratory, and everyone would know that if we just could all learn about it. We have heard a lot of talk in this room about protecting American culture, and I stand before you as an American, and my children are American, and our culture deserves to be celebrated in the same way as any other American. So please pass this curriculum. My children's lives depend on it. And I see that I do have a minute left, so I would be remiss if I didn't mention my dear friend, Nora Prochaska, who was a trans woman who also was a benefactor of the share education in Nevada. And on June 2nd of 2020, she lit herself on fire and burned to death, because it is harder to exist as a trans person than it is to burn alive. And that is the truth of what it is like to be trans in Nevada. So when we say that our lives depend on it, we truly mean it. By passing this curriculum, you will be saving lives. Thank you so much for hearing me.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you sharing.
Debbie Mardone.
Is Debbie here? Is she possibly in overflow or outside now? That would be good, because I think we're about to close public comment, so I'd rather just be 100% sure so that no one is left behind.
President Smith, just to let you know, I do have 2 cards, but these individuals have also sent emails too.
Okay, and thank you for that. So just as a clarification to everyone, if you've sent a public comments at washoeschools.net public comment, then that also acts as your in-person. All right. Thank you very much for clarifying that. It is very important, and I really do appreciate it.
The board received emails from the following: Richard Peterson, Gail Valdez, Linda Sinclair, Susan Hughes, Andrea Kinney, Greta DeJong, Thelma Matlin, Nancy Young, Bonnie Hill, Teresa Watches, Meredith Ford, Gail Grundman, Yvonne Wood, Antoniso, Rosalind Beadle, Stephanie Ball, Susan Hoog, Roberta Gerber, Nancy Young, David, Galinda Wilson, Jennifer Tibbin, Beth Blankenship, Lenore Cornell, Emily Hart, Anthony Shafton, Cam Gorinier, Cindy Gaynor, Carissa Snedeker, Kay Henjum, Claire, Sheila Freed, Stephanie Scone, Judy Hine, Deborah Achtenberg, Reed Williams, Alan Fahrenberg, Midori Ishibashi Wall, Amy Wolf, Annalise Murillo, Thomas Webb, Erica Tribbett, Zenaida Braxton, Gabby Nickel, Bailey Falk, Paola Godinez, Paige Guest, Carrie Stendell, Shelby McAuliffe, Crystal Peak, Kristen Davis Cojilo, Adriana Hernandez Chavez, Leslie Hasvald, Michael Ollinger, Catherine High, Jessica Oberg, Zoe Barnes, Dana Bant, Ashley Bierman, Pam Larson, Leigh Myers, Rena Hickey, John Composi, Ben Hoover, Shannon Manning, Gamby Gillette, Sean Hill, Lauren Babb, Valerie Ballard, Brianna Escamilla, Jenna Dewar, Danielle Kanakoa, Meredith Tanzer, Jill Pellicerini, Callie George, Maria Krista Phillips, Rami Walken, Josh Reed, Ryan Richardson, Emily Rankin, Britt, Cynthia Cooper, Aaron Dewar, Kay Winchester, Donnie-Lynn Curtis, Bruce Foster, Jennifer Mortensen, Pamela Payne, Lois Bianchi, David Bianchi, Lynn Kocher, Krista Rahman, Gaia Brown, Sarah Gobbs, David Tidstell, Carol Chenard, Jasmine Horton, Josh Richmond, Kelly Sherman, Penelope Lapalme, Elizabeth Wilmer, Allison Galden, Bryn Rasmussen, Jenny Snazza, Andrew Wilmer, Janet Butcher, Jason McGregor, Lynette Evans, Julie Adams, John Osborne, Deborah Nicholas, Katie Chandler Isaacson, Stephen Novak, Brielle Bjork, Ed Miller, Caitlin Van Kirk, Amber Falgott, Jenna Cole, Kristen Williams, Mary Frederico Katz, Andrea Lee Charles, Johnny Pullman, Christopher Nicholson, Suzanne Williams, Kristen DeHaan, Megan McGowan, Eric LaRude, Megan B., David Maas, Beth Martin, Charles Elliott, Nancy Lindsley, Karen, Elizabeth Burton, Haley Lindsley, Carol Cook, Joyce Newman, Graham Reed, Megan Mather, Serena Williams, Chelsea Hansen, Lee Moser, Heather Carpenter, Molly Willoughby, G. Russell, Barbara Twitchell, Janice Flanagan, Sarah Working, Show, Ethan Clift, Lori Katzmere, Yvonne Allen, Ariel Van Cleve, Emily Freeman, Ethan B., Philip Moore, Casey Cooper, Cara Dyson, Robin Turner, Therese and Patrick Class, Rocky Polatio, Jill Ratsunenzer, Kelly C., Lori Menendez, Mariko Rajamond, Scott Kraus, and Yolanda Ortega Gamel.
Thank you very much, JJ. And just so everyone knows, a vast majority of that public comment came before today's meeting. Only a small percentage of that came in while we were in the public comment and in this meeting. So what we will do right now, so that all of those messages that did come in during the public comment, we're going to take a short recess. I anticipate around 5 minutes or so to allow the trustees to read those messages that came in most recently, and then we will reconvene very shortly. Thank you so much, everyone, and thank you very much for what we demonstrated here right now. Thank you. Okay, everyone. I'm going to give everybody a 30 to 60 minute, or minute. No. Second. Heads up. We're going to go ahead and get ready to reconvene here in just a moment. So very shortly we'll be coming back on. Thank you, Trustee Church. I see you there.
And just for the record, can we verify just for the record whether Alex is there, since we don't see his smiling face?
Yes, we certainly
I'm
can.
here.
Yes.
There's
So
your smile.
just a moment.
There's your smiling face.
I'm in the airport.
Oh my goodness.
All right, everyone. It is 7:49 p.m., and I'd like to call back to order this meeting of the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees, where we're now going to begin our deliberations and substantive conversation around this item for 3.04. So what I'm going to ask my colleagues and also of myself is we're going to all have an opportunity to speak. I will ask that if there's a point that you have already made, to please refrain from reiterating it. And that's only because we've heard you the first time. That's equally as true for me. If you happen to feel the same way as another colleague, absolutely share that. But I will ask that we have a moment to succinctly share what we think. We may have additional questions of our speakers, which of course is fine. But I will ask that we stay focused in our comment. So I do believe that we have already confirmed that Trustee Woodley is back on the line, and so is Trustee Church, so thank you very much. I will go ahead and kick us off, and then I'll look for lights as to who wants to go next. I want to share that I affirm the existence of all people. You all exist. You all deserve respect. And we have heard from many, many different people, from many different perspectives and backgrounds. Thank you all very much for speaking to us and sharing your stories and the values that you have. I inherently believe that everyone matters, and I have heard directly from and read the messages from many people in our community that have explained the way that they identify themselves, their own personal stories, and I thank them for that. And those messages and those stories explain why inclusive messaging and medically accurate sexual health and responsibility education is so necessary. I will also share a couple other things. The decisions that we make as trustees, I don't view them as popularity contests. Now, public comment absolutely matters, and so does the will of our community. It is factually accurate that we have around a 90% opt-in rate to share. Those numbers speak very loudly. I also want to talk about my value system around the opt-in. Our legislature provides for an opt-in process, which for my votes today allow a unique opportunity, and I will ask my colleagues to consider this too. Rarely do we get to vote on things where potentially everyone gets what they want. It's a unique opportunity for all of the people who, for any of their own personal reasons, do not choose this curriculum. Our state law actually prioritizes that right, which is why this is opt-in. So for any person, for any reason, if they believe that this material is not something that they would like their children to learn, our state law prioritizes that and protects that parental choice. Our state law also protects the parental choice of parents who do choose this education for their children, which means they get to opt their children in. So we have heard very loudly, and I have been moved by the people who have expressed that they are not proponents of share, and they would rather keep these conversations private within their families, their faith groups, their community groups. I respect that. I respect their parental choice. We have also heard overwhelmingly, between emails and public comment, from a very large number of people who have said, I do choose share from my family. This is the education I want my children to get. And I also affirm and respect their parental choice. And of course, I look forward to hearing from my colleagues, but I do want to share that as it stands right now, I believe that there is a path forward that allows both groups to maintain the importance and value of their own parental choice. And as a proponent of parental choice, I do believe that we have a unique opportunity here. I do believe in this curriculum, and I do believe in medically accurate and inclusive education. And I absolutely believe in the rights of parents to decide for themselves what role the Washoe County School District has in having these conversations. Thank you. All right. Who would like to go next? I'm not seeing. This is unique. There's usually lots of lights. Oh, okay. Clerk Rodriguez.
I'm easy to miss. Thank you, Madam President. I do want to state something that someone did state earlier, asking where all the Latinos are at. I will say that between myself and Alex Woodley, we make up almost about 30% of this board, so I want to make that clear. So with that being said, there are some things that were stated that does bother me, and I will just say overall I do support this the share curriculum that's being proposed. However, when I hear give back to the good old days, I ask for who? It's 2023, not 1923. We need to update these materials. I mean, the last time this stuff was up in, the war on terror, so obviously this stuff needs to be updated. So with that being said, I do believe that our students need to learn together. We have male and female serving in the military. I had the privilege of serving women in the military. They're just as, I'll just say it, they're just as bad but as the rest of us. Some are even better, honestly. I mean, we have, if we go back to 1923, I was talking about women can't vote. So these are not the good old days. We are moving forward. We have female police officers, firefighters, heck, politicians, superintendents. So with that being said, the human body is not something to be ashamed of. This needs to be discussed together. Listen to our elders. This is something that bothered me as well. Our youth has plenty of wisdom. We have graduates that just graduated. They're going to military academies, Ivy colleges, on scholarships. We can learn from our youth today. I mean, my son, who I thought was playing video games, was actually doing homework and coding. He was actually designing a Donkey Kong game. I mean, that was really cool. I can't do that. I'm learning from my son. Today's youth is our future. And having served in combat overseas, where I see elders followed without question, I've seen them fight and die and kill. And it's without question. So I do want to hear our children question us. I mean, heck, we just had about 3 hours of people questioning their government, their representatives. This is what I fought for. So with that being said, I will say and correct the record as well that my daughter, who just took 5th grade share but a couple months ago, over and over and over again, I got that form. It was really annoying. I thought my wife filled it out, apparently not, to opt in. I got emails, I got text messages, hey, share's coming up. Here's where you can find the curriculum. Here's where you see the lessons plans. So it's pretty much put in your face until you decide not to fill it out, and then your child doesn't take it. So again, going back to opting in. Finally, I will say one thing about the share curriculum that I'm not really happy about. I would like to see more grooming awareness. Human trafficking is a problem in this community and the state, unfortunately. So that's something I would like to see. I know President Smith and I have talked about this. We've talked with the district. If I have one critical, is that. Other than that, I know President Smith and I plan to work on this together to get this education as far as recognizing being groomed and being victimized into our schools. So other than that, I do completely share this. It's 2023. We need our computer screens, and we're planning a mission to Mars. Heck, so I just pretty passionate about that. So sorry. So again, I do support this plan, and I want to thank everyone for their public comments, and thank you for your work.
Thank you. I'm going to invite Superintendent Enfield to comment, then we're going to go to Trustee Woodley, followed by Vice President Nicolette.
Just in response to Clerk Rodriguez's concern about grooming and trafficking, I met with the director of Awaken at the end of the last school year. And, they've been going into schools, but it's been somewhat on an ad hoc basis. And I committed that we would help. They're going to circle back with me in August, and we're going to help act intentionally scheduling them in our schools so that we can provide that awareness to all of our students and not leave it to chance. So I just wanted you to know that.
And can you clarify which schools we mean by all, like the middle school level?
We're starting with middle, yes.
Thank you. Trustee Woodley.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. So first I want to reiterate the fact that this education is in fact mandatory under NRS Chapter 389. I know this is a sensitive subject. I'm sorry, that's the airport. I personally appreciate and respect parents wanting to be responsible for the sex education of their child, but I also know there are many households like mine where I was growing up where I received no education on the subject. Can you still hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. So I was happy to see the expanded scope of what was covered under this sex education. Something that stood out to me was the education related to hygiene. I think hygiene is very important. I wish I knew when I was a preteen that someone had educated me on the need for clean socks every morning. It stood out to me. That was very interesting, and I think it's important. Also, self-esteem, negative and positive communication are also very important parts. So with that being said, I am in full support. I do appreciate the abstinence-based approach. There's a statement in there regarding postponing or waiting for sexual intercourse until you are in a mature, committed, long-term relationship, such as marriage. In my religion, we were married in the church, and I think that that's very important. I'm a person who prays before he puts anything in his mouth. So that's very important to me. I'm very happy to see I did not feel that there was anything in there that was concern or disrespect to my religion. And I appreciate that it was, and it appears to be very encompassing of all people, all humans. So I appreciate that. And the only recommendation I have is for the 4th and 5th graders, I would like to see at least one day where the male and the females are separated, just to give them the opportunity to ask questions where they feel comfortable, because I believe that a 5th grade female will not be comfortable talking about menstruation or asking questions in front of boys in her class. I also believe a 5th grade boy probably wouldn't feel comfortable about asking questions related to hormones or what we refer to as wet dreams in front of girls in their class. So I'd like to see at least one day where they have the opportunity to have a more comfortable environment to ask those things, especially for 4th and 5th graders. So, and that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Trustee Woodley. Vice President Nicolette.
Yes, thank you. And I will not repeat anything that's said because I know you're listening. Everyone's listening. I want to say that the public voices are as diverse as our students, and that is a wonderful thing. I spent 30-plus hours reviewing and reading every word and watched every video more than once. And so I'm going to start with my negative comments about what I learned. And then I'll go into the positive. I think we need a total review of all the videos. There are some videos that are silly and not insightful. I will give you one example. The video that is hygiene basics, well, actually it's not a video, it's an AI. It's like droning of 12 minutes of AI on hygiene. I got lost after 2 minutes, so I can't even imagine the students in 4th grade share would find that interesting, and that's a really important subject. So let's do something else with hygiene. Get rid of that hygiene basics for teens. It's an AI thing, no visuals, all is annoying. And then I will say that I really appreciate throughout all of the 4th and 5th grade share curriculum, it's a reminder about slang, which is extremely important if we're going to keep this scientific, appropriate, and students are comfortable talking with other people. let us dump in the 4th grade share the video, Everybody Curious Puberty. And I'm going to tell you why. Because they refer to breasts in different sizes, which there are different sized breasts. The small ones are grapes, the next size is plums, the next one is oranges, and the next one is melons. That's not scientific. So that's my criticism on some of the negatives. Let's just review all these videos. There's some great videos. Here's an example. Like the young lady said, the reflection in me is absolutely divine. That story and the art, the animation is elegant. And then another pep talk, which is a real kid talking, that is absolutely beautiful. It's a real kid talking in a kind, insightful way about how we need to work together. A kid, it's absolutely brilliant. Okay, having said that, I also want to say that there were some excellent comments about risk avoidance education, and I did a deep dive into risk avoidance education. It is good stuff, and what's really good is that it's embedded in our SHARE program. It's embedded in there. So maybe we can do more, I'm not sure, but the risk avoidance is embedded in our SHARE program. So thank you for bringing that up, because that spurred me on to look deeper into risk avoidance.
Thank you very much.
Finally, I knew the word people would cause some angst. Just because, I knew it would. So I did a little research, and I thought, how would I want to explain why I believe people, which is the term that's used, not persons, is appropriate and good and strong? Well, here's what I found. This is from the U.S. Constitution. It's the preamble. We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, do ordain and establish this Constitution of the United States of America. Further, George Washington said, the Constitution of the United States, its only keepers, the people. Beautiful word. And then lastly, our former president, Abraham Lincoln, on November 19th, 1863, he delivered one of the most famous speeches in American history, the Gettysburg Address. The Union victory at Gettysburg was a key moment in Civil War, thwarting General Robert E. Lee's invasion of the North. President Lincoln offered this brief speech, it was only 3 minutes, in a dedication ceremony for a new national cemetery near Gettysburg battlefield. There were 3 important phrases that I'm certain, all can remember through time. Lincoln calls upon the living to resolve 3 things. 1, that these dead, Gettysburg, shall not have died in vain. 2, that this nation under God shall have a new birth of freedom. And 3, that government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from earth. I'm going to suggest that if the word people is okay with the Constitution, George Washington, and Abraham Lincoln, it's okay with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice President Nicolette. Trustee Church, I see your hand. Trustee Westlake, of course, I see you as well, but I'm going to defer to Trustee Church.
Yeah, he was first.
Thank you. I have about, I timed it at 5 minutes, so let me pull that up. Got it right here. And fellow trustees, members of the public, I have about 5 minutes of brief comments. So many issues and not enough time. Bottom line is, please send this 14-month-old proposal back to staff, as I'll explain. The proposal would alienate and marginalize half or more of the community, result in more students not receiving a SHARE education, risk expensive litigation, and ignore constitutional religious beliefs, telling those it's all or nothing. As was stated, inclusive is not pick and choose. I value my fellow board members' thoughts, and this may be a way that we can compromise. I have over 450 comments on share that have kept coming in, 75 today, perhaps almost too much for anybody to read. They run, via direct comment or otherwise, about 50-50, not overwhelmingly, about 50-50. But the public survey in 2022 was overwhelmingly opposed. And I had asked that it be added to the record, but it apparently was not. This is important here. We 99% agree on a policy of teaching medically accurate information on education of human sexual health and reproduction and related sexually transmitted infections per policy and statute. We agree on that. However, this proposal goes well beyond that by including LGBTQ plus material and changing male and female to boys and girls, changing it to, for example, girls and people with a vulva. Not just people, but people with a vulva. The public survey, again, was overwhelmingly opposed, and staff said this term is found nowhere else nationally. Staff admits that we are not mandated to change boys and girls. I reviewed the NAC standards from the WCSD site, and the term gender appears only once. No LGBT, no gay, or similar. And what it says in there, this is quote, without regard to differences in age, gender, social, economic status, religion, race, ethnicity, sexual orientation, ability, native language, national origin, or citizenship. End quote. Again, it's all inclusive. It's not like pick the ones you like. We also need to be absolutely clear if this is or is not mandated as claimed, the gender issue, because I strongly disagree. Another reason to send it back is we did have some information given out to the public about that issue, persons with a vulva, and so we need to clarify that. Links on the website are a bit confusing, whether we teach the lessons together or not. Again, the public was not properly noticed on that. PowerPoint claims that it aligns with national standards. Staff confirmed there are no federally approved standards, and the board, chair committee, nor superintendent never approved any such thing. So I would ask that you please remove all references to those. Per staff, over 10% currently opt out of share. To approve this will clearly increase that number. So instead of finding common ground and having these students get an education in sexual education, they're going to be opt out. And we're going to take the extreme position and force more out. To be clear, many of those people said, well, if you don't like it, opt out. No compromise, their way or the highway. Just opt out if you don't like it. How would you like it if the religious right said that to the other side and said, well, we're going to teach it this way. If you don't like it, just opt out. We don't care what you have to say. Importantly, staff, and this is kind of a legal thing, staff admits that regulation 6142.1 share is the current regulation, but they claim it's inconsistent with board policy 9070 and exceeds, and that's a quote when we go back. Quote, 6142 is inconsistent with BP 9070 and exceeds state law. Well, you can't have it both ways. Either we have the policy, the regulation, or we don't. And again, that passed in 2018 with legal review. And I think we're opening ourselves to expensive litigation. I can read, I believe we are acting in violation of the share policy and regulation 6144-1 on religious rights. Staff response, again, is an incredible, well, just opt out. So and here's the quote, share is an opt-out program. So to the extent a parent does not feel comfortable with his or her child's involvement for religious purposes, end quote, it goes on to say opt out. And it's, by the way, it's not lost on me, they use the term his or hers. Oops. I find it incredible, that dismissive attitude towards 50% of the respondents who are opposed to this. Again, compromise, inclusivity, no, it's like eat it or not. Also, quote, BP 9070 requires the superintendent to adopt a process for public vetting of administrative regulations. The superintendent have always used the 13-day process for ARs for at least 8 years, end quote. I disagree. Staff can't show me where those regulations were in fact submitted or vetted. I'm almost done. We are opening a can of worms that can best be resolved by sending it back, updating and vetting the regulations and staff alleges were inconsistent with on policy. Once we do that, then we can readdress the policy and that would currently create division in the community. And of course, myself and others do feel that this policy goes way too far. We have other regulations and educational opportunities addressing gender bullying and a robust mental health program far above the minimum, all of which can be taught elsewhere. I want to make clear, I support LGBT beliefs on equal footing with religious rights, and that I just read. Let's teach what policy and law call for in consideration of all. And I'm down to the final two lines. This proposal, again, would alienate, marginalize half or more of the community, resulting in more students not receiving a share education, expensive litigation, and ignore constitutional religious beliefs by telling them it's all or nothing. Send this back as I ask, please. Retain boy, girl. Remove misleading references to false national standards. Follow or change the regulations, but don't violate them. And let's have a share program that we can all be proud of, and that may mean a legal policy that all sides to a degree like and don't like. And yes, we can include, as our fellow trustees said, grooming awareness, separate gender sections, hygiene, and video review. Well, let's not pass it as it is now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Trustee Church. Trustee Westlake, before we go to you, I would like to ask Chief Legal Counsel Rombardo to just answer a couple of the legal matters, because it is very good questions, very good points, but it's important we get a few things on the record so that there's no confusion.
Yeah, because I'm concerned about the record, I'd offer the following is that first, state law requires that we teach a shared curriculum. It does not require that we teach a religious curriculum. In fact, the First Amendment of the Constitution prohibits us from doing such. It is a, excuse me, it's a misrepresentation of our regulation 6144.1 to say that it is required that all of our policies and regulations must go through some type of vetting process for religious purposes. What that regulation actually says is that we shall have no entanglement with religion, and we shall only teach it from a sectarian point of view. So that is completely incorrect. And then also, so I'm not worried about litigation. I want to make that very clear to this board. And in fact, interestingly enough, this is a hot topic issue right now. And as I've shared recently with the board president, there's a case from, well, first of all, the Nevada Constitution, Article 1, Section 24, as well as NRS 388, protect the rights of gender identity or expression. So it's a protected class in our state, which actually gives it a far higher right. I believe that Trustee Church is referring to Mr. Gilbert's case of a case out of Kansas, which does not recognize the protected right of gender identity, whereas we do. Let me point out that in 2023, on June 13th, the Ninth Circuit, which is the court that we have to follow, specifically protected transgender rights. Also, a case out of the Seventh Circuit, which is Indiana, also protected transgender rights. Further, there are cases, 3 cases that I am aware of that specifically protect the use of pronouns and gender expression. So I am confident that if protracted litigation occurs, that we can defend this case successfully. And I don't think you should let that dissuade you.
Thank you, Mr. Rombardo. Trustee Westlake.
Thank you, President Smith. I want to state right off the bat again, and I believe the first time that I actually spoke today, I stated emphatically how important share curriculum is. It is absolutely important. So I am reiterating that very loudly, very clearly. I feel so strongly about that I want to make sure that we get it right. And as it is, I don't feel that it is doing justice to including everyone and to being correct and scientifically accurate in some of the things that we are stating in this curriculum. We have an opportunity here to make sure that everyone is represented. And I don't want to see anyone opt out. They might pick and choose a piece here or there to opt out in, but do we really want any of our kids to go without learning about STIs? Do we really want any of our kids to go without learning about their actual body parts? I don't want to see that. But I want to be empathetic to everyone's comfort zone and everyone's needs. And I feel that we are missing, rather in vivid color here, some important things that should be addressed. So I'll start out with the positives. I think I watched the video on what makes a good friend probably at least 5 times. I was so impressed with that video. I actually, in my one-on-one with the superintendent, I said, you know, I think that is such an important video that if kids are opting out and they're being put in another room to do whatever while the share is going on, I would love if they were given an opportunity to write an essay on what they feel a good friend is and how they can be a good friend and what they expect out of friendship. That's important. I don't want to see kids miss out on that. That is really, really an empowering video. I do have to say the fruits are ridiculous, but I mean, I would hope we could do a little bit better than that. Did read everyone's comments. I listened to everyone here, and I take that very, very to my heart and wanting to represent all of the kids in Washoe County School District. That being said, I think we can do better here. This is my opinion. No one, has to agree with me, but I really hope that you hear what I have to say and know that I am speaking from my heart, that I want to represent and support all of our kids. But we have an opportunity to do it right. I don't want to see us mess this up. Being accurate, I'm going to give a few examples that I saw, and it's not coming from the videos. It's coming from us trying to kind of cover all the bases, and it's putting misinformation out. The growing breasts on page 6, most girls and people with vulvas develop breasts. That's false. Female hormones develop breasts, whether your body is producing them naturally or if they are being administered medically. Female hormones are what develop breasts, not a vulva. Just because you have a vulva does not make you grow breasts. Female hormones do. Menstruation. Body with a vulva goes through menstruating or getting a period. Only people with female intact anatomy have periods. When you have ovaries and you have a period. It even goes into detail what happens during that process. The uterus sloughs off when an egg isn't fertilized. So I think we need to be accurate here and not put out false information. Wet dreams, page 8. Boys and people with penises start producing semen. That is not true. You cannot attach a penis to a female and have semen. It's the male hormones. So we should be mindful of science here. If we're saying we're being mindful of science, page 8, hips widen, girls and people with vulvas. Again, female hormones start that process. And also boys with penises experience more muscle growth. The penis is not growing the muscle. the male hormones are. Page 10, boys and people with a penis, girls and people with a vulva. No, it's not penis, it's not vulva, it's hormones, period. I just want to see us be truthful to all kids and not teach false expectations. A male that transgenders to a female is not going to have a uterus, is not going to produce a baby. So we should go into that. I think we should have a section on gender and not just say there's different genders, this, and this, and transgender, this, and this, and this sexual orientation, this, and this. I mean, really, if we're going to do this, let's do it right. Let's talk about what the expectations are. Let's talk about what they can achieve and what they cannot achieve. And that little piece, if there's some parents that are uncomfortable with that, if it's, to me, if it's in a factual, scientific, and truthful manner, I wouldn't have a problem with that with my child. But if we're going to talk about it, then let's do a service to our transgender community. Let's do a service to our children that identify as this or that and don't fit into the box. Let's really actually talk about it and give them the courtesy that they deserve. Let's not just try and say girl and person with a vulva just to make people feel warm and fuzzy. I would also like to throw this out there. What about, because I really got the objectivity. I really got when, I think it was Nichelle spoke. I get that objectivity. We shouldn't be marginalizing. We shouldn't be objectifying our children. What about people with female anatomy? People with male anatomy. We're so close here. We're so close here, but we're in such a rush to try and make everything right that we're missing. We are missing. We are not supporting our transgender community. Not with this. We're close. This is a lot of hard work. This is a lot of hard work, and I appreciate the one gentleman that said, you know, we have state standards, and we shouldn't just be shooting for the bare minimum of what the NRS code is.
Thank you.
We need to shoot higher, and we're not there. We're just not there.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Trustee Westlake. Trustee Mayberry.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll try to be brief. Just speaking from the heart, God bless America. I don't know where to start. But I do want to thank the staff, too, for the hard work. It's been a journey for sure. It's befuddling to me a little bit that, we're almost a quarter through the 21st century and we're still talking about sex ed, right? I thought we'd kind of gotten over that. But this is where we are. And, if I would have had to take this up a couple of weeks ago, I probably would have been a no. Mainly because we have a program already and it seemed adequate to me. I grew up in the 70s and 80s, and so it was a time where this world that we live in now really didn't exist, and all of our laws and institutions and education lessons, I think ultimately they have to go hand in hand with the progress of the human mind. And I've certainly have evolved, and when I hear stories like Alex, it is inspiring to me, and it resonates with me. There are some areas that give me some pause. I know these content standards are fairly broad, and I think some of the lessons, I think there's some overthinking on how they're trying to align some of the lessons with the content standards. I'm not quite sure I see the alignment, but I don't see this as a gender curriculum. I don't see this as an LGBTQ ideology agenda at all. I mean, it just simply acknowledges that that all these gender identities, all these gender expressions exist, and I think we have to embrace that. So that's sort of an overview of my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. And as a child born in the 70s that also grew up in the 80s, I can really relate to the generational differences to this education. And I want you to know that what you shared really touched me, and I appreciate you opening up like that. All right, colleagues. So a couple things that we touched on just so that we understand. We have the ability to, in a motion, remove a video. We can do that. We can do that now. I do want my colleagues to know that if we request that a video be replaced, but that video would have to come back to us, not the whole curriculum, not whatever else is approved, but an individual video. Okay, and by the way, we can do that. We cannot do that. I just want everyone to know that we wouldn't make a motion that says, you know, find a video that's more medically accurate, and then they just do that. That video would come back to us, which is absolutely okay. But I just want everybody to understand. And we can make that kind of direction right now. Just know that that would come back, and we can also request that a video come out. Okay? I see Superintendent Enfield's light on, and then let's start seeing where we can move towards action, because we've all had the opportunity to share, and I believe that that was very effective. Superintendent Enfield.
Thank you, President Smith. I just want to say, in the interest of time, since it is 8:30 and you still need to make your motions and hear public comment, I have already, upon hearing some of the concerns from Vice President Nicolette, from Trustee Westlake, directed our staff to review every single video, okay, and to come back and say, we do think these should be removed. So in the interest of time, if it's sufficient to the trustees, we will take that upon ourselves and come back with any recommended changes, rather than tonight going through separate ones. Or if you do want to do that, but I just want to put that on the table.
Trustee Westlake, I see your light on, but because it was timely to Vice President Nicolette, I just wanted to give her that opportunity.
Thank you, President Smith. I appreciate that, Superintendent, and I trust that you heard us, and you know why we said what we said, and I trust and it'll come back, and I look forward to seeing the changes in videos.
Yes, Trustee Westlake, thank you.
If we have an opportunity to do that, then I wasn't going to go there because I felt like I was kind of going on and on about my concern to include everyone. But the like versus love, I think, is extremely subjective. I would personally rather see that as more getting into different genders and things like that, and having more explanation on that and including that with more scientific information. We just kind of glossed over that. So I think the like love is very subjective. I certainly wouldn't want someone telling me that when I say, oh, I love Joe. No, you just like him because it's this box we're checking off. That means like, this means very subjective. So I would rather see that used better in including everybody in the community.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Trustee Westlake. And so through the process of this public experience, those are things that are heard and that future share committees can absolutely look at, because the committee stays on, just so everybody knows. It's not like they disband after this. So thank you very much for that. Clerk Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to make a motion, but I do want to state one thing, that I do know this is something that's been in the works for a long time, honestly, I kind of disagree a little bit with one of my colleagues. I know this has been working. There's nothing that's being rushed, and I do appreciate that. I know we've had plenty of time to review this material, And with that, I will make a motion noting that Superintendent has heard our comments and feedback. I move that the Board of Trustees approves the proposed 4th and 5th grade Sexuality, Health, and Responsibility Education SHARE curriculum as recommended by the SHARE Advisory Committee.
We have a motion by Clerk Rodriguez.
Second.
Seconded by Vice President Nicolette. Seeing no lights on, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay.
Nay.
All right, the motion carries 5-2. Thank you very much to my colleagues, to the committee, to the district staff, and to every single community member that came out to speak to us. Your voice was heard. We appreciate you, and we thank every single person that took the time to help have this dialogue with us. Thank you very, very much. And thank you very much to the staff. Fireworks for staff, and please extend our thanks to the SHARE committee as well too. Thank you very much. You heard that directly from the boss.
Not you, Troy, but those.
Thank you very much, everyone. That closes out section 3 for today's meeting. And that brings us to section 4, our reports. In the interest of time, since it is 8:34, and for the record, I did also share this possibility with my colleagues. I am going to ask that we forego items 4.01, 4.02, and 4.03. As the meeting manager, this is something that I am able to do, but again, I do want the public to know that this is something that I had broached with my colleagues before, not as an item for consideration, since this is something that I decide as the board chair. Thank you very much for understanding that. All right, that closes out section 4 and brings us to our closing items. Item 5.01 is our closing public comment, and we welcome those who are interested in speaking.
William Stewart. Roger Edwards. Sandy Tibbett.
Hi, Ms. Tibbett. Welcome. Thank you for staying with us so long.
Sandy Tibbett for the record. At the 6:13 meeting during public comment, I did, as President Smith pointed out at a later meeting, and again today because she had to make a point to scold me publicly. Did it make you feel good? Did you feel better scolding me publicly like a leader? So I did call Superintendent Infield a derogatory word, which was not my intention when I came to the mic that day. I looked up, saw her smirk, and proceeded to go off script, which I regret. I come to the mic to speak truth and to shed light on critical issues occurring in our schools. I come to talk about things other people don't or can't talk about due to their life situations, like the parents who do not want their kids retaliated against, or the teachers who fear to lose their jobs by speaking up. I admit I don't say the nicest things when I'm up here, but I'm not here to make friends or to stroke egos. My intent is to protect childhood innocence and to push back against radical and progressive agendas so kids can be kids. Schools are supposed to be a safe place for kids to learn how to read, write, do math, have sex. A place to grow physically, emotionally, and spiritually. A place to make friends and build healthy relationships that last a lifetime. Instead, their minds are constantly bombarded with sexually charged ideologies, poisoning them until their little light no longer shines. My oldest grandson will be a sophomore this year. My granddaughter is going into the 4th grade, and my youngest grandson will be in the 3rd grade. So I have some skin in this game. I worry about them and their future in this upside down clown world we are living in right now. There is no excuse for name calling, and I am embarrassed that I allowed myself to stoop to that level. I was hoping it would go unnoticed because I am embarrassed, but instead I found myself grateful to President Smith for pointing out my error in judgment and providing me the opportunity to reflect on my poor decision making. I own my ill choice of words. I want to apologize to Superintendent Infield, President Smith, the Board of Trustees, and to the Washoe County Schools District staff and students for my disrespect. Lastly, I highly recommend President Smith review Dr. Thomas Alsbury's board and evaluation report he provided to the board last month. Clearly, President Smith, you have forgotten his segment on bridging and bonding, as evidenced by her anti-bonding and anti-bridging behavior exhibited here today. It's not a good look for someone who wants to be seen as a leader. Maybe additional balanced governance training would help.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you, Ms. Tibbet.
The board received an email from G. Russell.
All right. So that brings us to the closing part of item 5.01, our public comment. I will announce for item 5.02 that our next meeting is going to be held on August 8th, 2023. And now at 6:39 p.m., 8:39 p.m., I'm somewhere in the Pacific Ocean. 8:39 p.m., I draw this meeting to a close, and I thank everyone. Thank you so much.
Jose,